rigorous deflation, the Russians were the last to do so in 1841. Industries tottered under the blows of crisis and foreign competition. The American cotton industry was very badly hit. Urbanization was slow. Until 1828 the French rural population grew as fast as that of the cities. Agriculture languished, especially in Germany. Nobody observing the economic growth of this period, even outside the formidably expanding British economy, would be inclined to pessimism, but few would judge that any country other than Britain and perhaps the USA was on the immediate threshold of industrial revolution. To take an obvious index of the new industry, outside Britain, the USA, and France, the number of steam engines and the amount of steam power in the rest of the world in the 1820s was scarcely worth the attention of the statistician. After 1830, or thereabouts, the situation changed swiftly and drastically, so much so that by 1840 the characteristic social problems of industrialism, the new proletariat, the horrors of uncontrolled breakneck urbanization were the commonplace of serious discussion in Western Europe and the nightmare of the politician and administrator. The number of steam engines in Belgium doubled, their horsepower almost trebled, between 1830 and 1838, from 354, with 11,000 HP, to 712, with 30,000. By 1850 the small, but by now very heavily industrialized, country had almost 2,300 engines of 66,000 horsepower, 9 and almost 6 million tons of coal production, nearly 3 times as much as in 1830. In 1830 there had been no joint stock companies in Belgian mining. By 1841 almost half the coal output came from such companies. It would be monotonous to quote analogous data for France, for German states, Austria, or any other countries and areas in which the foundations of modern industry were laid in these 20 years. Krupps of Germany, for instance, installed their first steam engine in 1835, the first shafts of the great Ruhr coal field were sunk in 1837, and the first coke-fired furnace was set up in the great Czech iron center of Vitkovice in 1836, Falk's first rolling mill in Lombardy in 1839-40. All the more monotonous as with the exception of Belgium, and perhaps France, the period of really massive industrialization did not occur until after 1848. 1830-48 marks the birth of industrial areas, of famous industrial centers and firms whose names have become familiar from that day to this, but hardly even their adolescence, let alone their maturity. Looking back on the 1830s, we know what that atmosphere of excited technical experiment, of discontented and innovating enterprise meant. It meant the opening of the American Middle West, but Cyrus McCormick's first mechanical reaper, 1834, and the first 78 bushels of wheat sent eastwards from Chicago in 1838 only take their place in history because of what they led to after 1850. In 1846 the factory which risked manufacturing 100 reapers was still to be congratulated on its daring. It was difficult indeed to find parties with sufficient boldness or pluck and energy, to undertake the hazardous enterprise of building reapers, and quite as difficult to prevail upon farmers to take their chances of cutting their grain with them, or to look favorably upon such innovation. It meant the systematic building of the railways and heavy industries of Europe, and, incidentally, a revolution in the techniques of investment. But if the brothers Puryear had not become the great adventurers of industrial finance after 1851, we should pay little attention to the project of a lending and borrowing office where industry will borrow from all capitalists on the most favorable terms through the intermediary of the richest bankers acting as guarantors, which they vainly submitted to the new French government in 1830.11. As in Britain, consumer goods, generally textiles, but also sometimes foodstuffs, led these bursts of industrialization, but capital goods, iron, steel, coal, etc., were already more important than in the first British Industrial Revolution. In 1846-17% of Belgian industrial employment was in capital goods industries as against between 8 and 9% in Britain. By 1850 3/4 of all Belgian industrial steam power was in mining and metallurgy. 12 As in Britain, the average new industrial establishment, factory, forge or mine was rather small, surrounded by a great undergrowth of cheap, technically unrevolutionized domestic, putting out, or subcontracted labor, which grew with the demands of the factories and the market and would eventually be destroyed by the further advances of both. In Belgium, 1846, the average number in a woolen, linen and cotton factory establishment were a mere 30, 35 and 43 workers. In Sweden, 1838, the average per textile factory was a mere 6 to 7.13. On the other hand, there are signs of rather heavier concentration than in Britain, as indeed one might expect where industry developed later, sometimes as an enclave in agrarian environments, using the experience of the earlier pioneers, based on a more highly developed technology, and often enjoying greater planned support from governments. In Bohemia, 1841, 3/4 of all cotton spinners were employed in mills with over 100 workers each, and almost half in 15 mills with over 200 each. 14. On the other hand, virtually all weaving until the 1850s was done on hand looms. This was naturally even more so in the heavy industries which now came to the fore. The average Belgian foundry, 1838, had 80 workers, the average Belgian coal mine, 1846, something like 150, 15, not to mention the industrial giants like Cockerill of Searing, which employed 2,000. The industrial landscape was thus rather like a series of lakes studded with islands. If we take the country in general as the lake, the islands represent industrial cities, rural complexes, such as the networks of manufacturing villages so common in the central German and Bohemian mountains, or industrial areas, textile towns like Mulhouse, Lille, or Rouen in France, Elberfeld-Barmen, the home of Frederick Engel's pious cotton master family, or Krefeld in Prussia, southern Belgium, or Saxony. If we take the broad mass of independent artisans, peasants turning out goods for sale in the winter season, and domestic or putting out workers as the lake, the islands represent the mills, factories, mines, and foundries of various sizes. The bulk of the landscape was still very much water, or to adapt the metaphor a little more closely to reality, the reed beds of small-scale or dependent production which formed round the industrial and commercial centers. Domestic and other industries founded earlier as appendages of feudalism, also existed. Most of these, e.g. the Silesian linen industry, were in rapid and tragic decline. 16 The great cities were hardly industrialized at all, though they maintained a vast population of laborers and craftsmen to serve the needs of consumption, transport, and general services. Of the world's towns with over 100,000 inhabitants, apart from Lyon, only the British and American ones included obviously industrial centers. Milan, for instance, in 1841 had a mere 2 small steam engines. In fact, the typical industrial center in Britain as well as on the continent was a small or medium-sized provincial town or a complex of villages. In one important respect, however, continental and also to some extent American industrialization differed from the British. The preconditions for its spontaneous development by private enterprise were far less favorable. As we have seen, in Britain there was, after some 200 years of slow preparation, no real shortage of any of the factors of production and no really crippling institutional obstacle to full capitalist development. Elsewhere this was not so. In Germany, for instance, there was a distinct capital shortage. The very modesty of the standard of life among the German middle classes, beautifully transformed though it was into the charming austerities of Biedermeier interior decoration, demonstrates it. It is often forgotten that by contemporary Germany standards Goethe, whose house in Weimar corresponds to rather more but not much more than the standard of comfort of the modest bankers of the British Clapham sect, was a very wealthy man indeed. In the 1820s court ladies and even princesses in Berlin wore simple percale dresses throughout the year. If they owned a silk dress, they saved it for special occasions. 17 The traditional guild system of master, journeyman, and apprentice, still stood in the way of business enterprise, of the mobility of skilled labor, and indeed of all economic change. The obligation for a craftsman to belong to a guild was abolished in Prussia in 1811, though not the guilds themselves, whose members were. Moreover, politically strengthened by the municipal legislation of the period. Guild production remained almost intact until the 1830s and 40s. Elsewhere the full introduction of Gewerbefreiheit had to wait until the 1850s. A multiplicity of petty states, each with their controls and vested interests, still inhibited rational development. Merely to construct a general customs union, excluding Austria, as Prussia succeeded in doing in its own interest and by the pressure of its strategic position between 1818 and 1834, was a triumph. Each government, mercantilist and paternal, showered its regulations and administrative supervisions on the humble subject, to the benefit of social stability, but to the irritation of the private entrepreneur. The Prussian state controlled the quality and fair price of handicraft production, the activities of the Silesian domestic linen weaving industry, and the operations of mine owners on the right bank of the Rhine. Government permission was required before a man could open a mine, and could be withdrawn after he was in business. Clearly under such circumstances, which can be paralleled in numerous other states, industrial development had to operate rather differently from the British way. Thus throughout the continent government took a much greater hand in it, not merely because it was already accustomed to, but because it had to. William I, King of the United Netherlands, in 1822 founded the Société Générale pour favoriser l'Industrie Nationale de Pays Bas, endowed with state land, with 40% or so of its shares subscribed by the king and 5% guaranteed to all other subscribers. The Prussian state continued to operate a large proportion of the country's mines. Without exception the new railway systems were planned by governments and, if not actually built by them, encouraged by the grant of favorable concessions and the guarantee of investments. Indeed, to this day Britain is the only country whose railway system was built entirely by risk-bearing and profit-making private enterprise, unencouraged by bonuses and guarantees to investors and entrepreneurs. The earliest and best planned of these networks was the Belgian, projected in the early 30s, in order to detach the newly independent country from the, primarily waterborne, communication system based on Holland. Political difficulties and the reluctance of the conservative grande bourgeoisie to exchange save for speculative investments postponed the systematic construction of the French network, which the Chamber had decided on in 1833, poverty of resources that of the Austrian, which the state decided to build in 1842, and the Prussian plans. For similar reasons continental enterprise depended far more than the British on an adequately modernized business, commercial and banking legislation and financial apparatus. The French Revolution in fact provided both, Napoleon's legal codes, with their stress of legally guaranteed freedom of contract, their recognition of bills of exchange and other chimerical paper, and their arrangements for joint stock enterprise, such as the Société Anonyme and the Commandite, adopted all over Europe except in Britain and Scandinavia, became the general model for the world for this reason. Moreover, the devices for financing industry which sprang from the fertile brain of those revolutionary young Saint-Simonians, the brothers Parier, were welcomed abroad. Their greatest triumph had to await the world boom era of the 1850s, but already in the 1830s the Belgian Société Générale began to practice investment banking of the kind the Pariers envisaged and financiers in Holland, though not yet listened to by the bulk of businessmen, adopted the Saint-Simonian ideas. In essence these ideas aimed at mobilizing a variety of domestic capital resources which would not spontaneously have gone into industrial development, and whose owners would not have known where to invest them had they wanted to, through banks and investment trusts. After 1850 it produced the characteristic continental, especially German, phenomenon of the large bank acting as investor as much as banker, and thereby dominating industry and facilitating its early concentration. 3. However, the economic development of this period contains one gigantic paradox: France. On paper no country should have advanced more rapidly. It possessed, as we have seen, institutions ideally suited to capitalist development. The ingenuity and inventiveness of its entrepreneurs was without parallel in Europe. Frenchmen invented or first developed the department store, advertising, and, guided by the supremacy of French science, all manner of technical innovations and achievements photography, with nice fourneps and Daguerre, the Leblanc soda process, the Berthollet chlorine bleach, electroplating, galvanization. French financiers were the most inventive of the world. The country possessed large capital reserves which it exported, aided by its technical expertise, all over the continent and even, after 1850, with such things as the London General Omnibus Company, to Britain. By 1847 about 2,250 million francs had gone abroad, a quantity second only to the British and astronomically bigger than anyone else's. Paris was a center of international finance, lagging only a little behind London, indeed, in times of crisis such as 1847, stronger. French enterprise in the 1840s founded the gas companies of Europe in Florence, Venice, Padua, Verona, and obtained charters to found them all over Spain, Algeria, Cairo and Alexandria. French enterprise was about to finance the railways of the European continent, except those of Germany and Scandinavia. Yet in fact French economic development at the base was distinctly slower than that of other countries. Her population grew quietly, but it did not leap upwards. Her cities, with the exception of Paris, expanded only modestly, indeed in the early 1830s some contracted. Her industrial power in the late 1840s was no doubt larger than that of all other continental European countries. She possessed as much steam power as the rest of the continent put together, but she had lost ground relatively to Britain and was about to lose it relatively to Germany. Indeed, in spite of her advantages and early start, France never became a major industrial power comparable to Britain, Germany, and the USA. The explanation of this paradox is, as we have seen, see above pages 69 to 70, the French Revolution itself, which took away with the hand of Robespierre much of what it gave with the hand of the Constituent Assembly. The capitalist part of the French economy was a superstructure erected on the immovable base of the peasantry and petty bourgeoisie. The landless free laborers merely trickled into the cities, the standardized cheap goods which made the fortunes of the progressive industrialist elsewhere lacked a sufficiently large and expanding market. Plenty of capital was saved, but why should it be invested in home industry? 19 The wise French entrepreneur made luxury goods and not goods for mass consumption. The wise financier promoted foreign rather than home industries. Private enterprise and economic growth go together only when the latter provides higher profits for the former than other forms of business. In France it did not, though through France it fertilized the economic growth of other countries. At the opposite extreme from France stood the USA. The country suffered from a shortage of capital, but it was ready to import it in any quantities, and Britain stood ready to export it. It suffered from an acute shortage of manpower, but the British Isles and Germany exported their surplus population, after the great hunger of the middle 40s, in millions. It lacked sufficient men of technical skill, but even these Lancashire cotton workers, Welsh miners, and iron men could be imported from the already industrialized sector of the world, and the characteristic American knack of inventing labor-saving and above all labor-simplifying machinery was already fully deployed. The USA lacked merely settlement and transport to open up its apparently endless territories and resources. The mere process of internal expansion was enough to keep its economy in almost unlimited growth, though American settlers, governments, missionaries, and traders already expanded overland to the Pacific or pushed their trade backed by the most dynamic and second largest merchant fleet of the world across the oceans, from Zanzibar to Hawaii. Already the Pacific and the Caribbean were the chosen fields of American empire. Every institution of the new republic encouraged accumulation, ingenuity, and private enterprise. A vast new population, settled in the seaboard cities and the newly occupied inland states, demanded the same standardized personal, household and farm goods and equipment and provided an ideally homogeneous market. The rewards of invention and enterprise were ample, and the inventors of the steamship, 1807-13, the humble tack, 1807, the screw-cutting machine, 1809, the artificial denture, 1822, insulated wire, 1827-31, the revolver, 1835, the idea of the typewriter and sewing machine, 1843-6, the rotary printing press, 1846, and a host of pieces of farm machinery pursued them. No economy expanded more rapidly in this period than the American, even though its really headlong rush was only to occur after 1860. Only one major obstacle stood in the way of the conversion of the USA into the world economic power which it was soon to become, the conflict between an industrial and farming North and a semi-colonial South. For while the North benefited from the capital, labor, and skills of Europe and notably Britain as an independent economy, the South, which imported few of these resources, was a typical dependent economy of Britain. Its very success in supplying the booming factories of Lancashire with almost all their cotton perpetuated its dependence, comparable to that which Australia was about to develop on wool, the Argentine on meat. The South was for free trade, which enabled it to sell to Britain and in return to buy cheap British goods. The North, almost from the beginning, 1816, protected the home industrialist heavily against any foreigner, i.e. the British, who would then have undersold him. North and South competed for the territories of the West, the one for slave plantations and backward self-sufficient hill squatters, the other for mechanical reapers and mass slaughterhouses, and until the age of the Transcontinental Railroad the South, which controlled the Mississippi Delta through which the Middle West found its chief outlet, held some strong economic cards. Not until the Civil War of 1861, which was in effect the unification of America by and under Northern capitalism, was the future of the American economy settled. The other future giant of the world economy, Russia, was as yet economically negligible, though forward-looking observers already predicted that its vast size, population, and resources must sooner or later come into their own. The mines and manufactures created by 18th-century Tsars with landlords or feudal merchants as employers, serfs as laborers, were slowly declining. The new industries, domestic and small-scale textile works, only began a really noticeable expansion in the 1860s. Even the export of corn to the west from the fertile Black Earth belt of the Ukraine made only moderate progress. Russian Poland was rather more advanced, but, like the rest of Eastern Europe, from Scandinavia in the north to the Balkan Peninsula in the south, the age of major economic transformation was not yet at hand. Nor was it in southern Italy and Spain, except for small patches of Catalonia and the Basque country. And even in northern Italy, where economic changes were very much larger, they were far more obvious as yet in agriculture, always, in this region, a major outlet for capital investment and business enterprise, and in trade and shipping than in manufactures. But the development of these was handicapped all over southern Europe by the acute shortage of what was then still the only important source of industrial power, coal. One part of the world thus swept forward towards industrial power, another lagged. But the two phenomena are not unconnected with each other. Economic stagnation, sluggishness, or even regression was the product of economic advance. For how could the relatively backward economies resist the force, or in certain instances the attraction, of the new centers of wealth, industry, and commerce? The English and certain other European areas could plainly undersell all competitors. To be the workshop of the world suited them. Nothing seemed more natural than that the less advanced should produce food and perhaps minerals, exchanging these non-competitive goods for British, or other West European, manufactures. The son, Richard Cobden, told the Italians, is your coal. 20 Where local power was in the hands of large landowners or even progressive farmers or ranchers, the exchange suited both sides. Cuban plantation owners were quite happy to make their money by sugar, and to import the foreign goods which allowed the foreigners to buy sugar. Where local manufacturers could make their voice heard, or local governments appreciated the advantages of balanced economic development or merely the disadvantages of dependence, the disposition was less sunny. Friedrich List, the German economist, as usual wearing the congenial costume of philosophic abstraction, rejected an international economy which in effect made Britain the chief or only industrial power and demanded protectionism, and so, as we have seen, minus the philosophy did the Americans. All this assumed that an economy was politically independent and strong enough to accept or reject the role for which the pioneer industrialization of one small sector of the world had cast it. Where it was not independent, as in colonies, it had no choice. India, as we have seen, was in the process of deindustrialization. Egypt provided an even more vivid illustration of the process. For there the local ruler, Muhammad Ali, had in fact systematically set out to turn his country into a modern, i.e. among other things an industrial, economy. Not only did he encourage the growing of cotton for the world market, from 1821, but by 1838 he had invested the very considerable sum of £12 millions in industry, which employed perhaps 30 to 40,000 workers. What would have happened had Egypt been left to herself, we do not know. For what did happen was that the Anglo-Turkish Convention of 1838 forced foreign traders onto the country, thus undermining the foreign trade monopoly through which Muhammad Ali had operated, and the defeat of Egypt by the West in 1839-41 forced him to reduce his army, and therefore removed most of the incentive which had led him to industrialize. 21 Not for the first or last time in the 19th century the gunboats of the West opened a country to trade, i.e. to the superior competition of the industrialized sector of the world. Who, looking at Egypt in the time of the British Protectorate at the end of the century, would have recognized the country which had, 50 years earlier and to the disgust of Richard Cobden v. been the first non-white state to seek the modern way out of economic backwardness. Of all the economic consequences of the age of dual revolution, this division between the advanced and the underdeveloped countries proved to be the most profound and the most lasting. Roughly speaking, by 1848 it was clear which countries were to belong to the first group, i.e. Western Europe, minus the Iberian Peninsula, Germany, Northern Italy, and parts of Central Europe, Scandinavia, the USA, and perhaps the colonies settled by English-speaking migrants. But it was equally clear that the rest of the world was, apart from small patches, lagging, or turning under the informal pressure of Western exports and imports or the military pressure of Western gunboats and military expeditions into economic dependencies of the West. Until the Russians in the 1930s developed means of leaping this chasm between the backward and the advanced, it would remain immovable, untraversed, and indeed growing wider, between the minority and the majority of the world's inhabitants. No fact has determined the history of the 20th century more firmly than this. Chapter 10. The career open to talent. One day I walked with one of these middle-class gentlemen into Manchester. I spoke to him about the disgraceful, unhealthy slums and drew his attention to the disgusting condition of that part of town in which the factory workers lived. I declared that I had never seen so badly built a town in my life. He listened patiently, and at the corner of the street at which we parted company, he remarked, "And yet there is a great deal of money made here." "Good morning, sir." F. Engels, Condition of the Working Class in England 1. Elle habitud prévalut parmi les nouveaux financiers de faire publier dans les journaux les menus de diners et les noms de convives. M. Capifig 2. I. The formal institutions overthrown or founded by a revolution are easily discernible, but they do not measure its effects. The chief result of the revolution in France was to put an end to aristocratic society. Not to aristocracy in the sense of hierarchy of social status distinguished by titles or other visible marks of exclusiveness, and often modeling itself on the prototype of such hierarchies, nobility of blood. Societies built on individual careerism welcome such visible and established marks of success. Napoleon even recreated a formal nobility of sorts, which joined the surviving old aristocrats after 1815. Nor did the end of aristocratic society mean the end of aristocratic influence. Rising classes naturally tend to see the symbols of their wealth and power in terms of what their former superior groups have established as the standards of comfort, luxury, or pomp. The wives of enriched Cheshire drapers would become ladies, instructed by the numerous books of etiquette and gracious living which multiplied for this purpose from the 1840s, for the same reason as Napoleonic war profiteers appreciated a baron's title, or that bourgeois salons were filled with velvet, gold, mirrors, some poor imitations of Louis XV chairs and other furniture. English styles for the servants and horses, but without the aristocratic spirit. What could be prouder than the boast of some banker, sprung from who knows where, that when I appear in my box at the theatre, all lorgnettes are turned on me, and I receive an almost royal ovation. 3. Moreover, a culture as profoundly formed by court and aristocracy as the French would not lose the imprint. Thus the marked preoccupation of French prose literature with subtle psychological analyses of personal relationships, which can be traced back to the 17th century aristocratic writers, or the formalized 18th century pattern of sexual campaigning and advertised lovers or mistresses, became an integral part of Parisian bourgeois civilization. Formerly kings had official mistresses, now successful stock jobbers joined them. Courtesans granted their well-paid favors to advertise the success of bankers, who could pay for them, as well as of young bloods who ruined their estates by them. Indeed, in many ways the Revolution preserved aristocratic characteristics of French culture in an exceptionally pure form, for the same reason as the Russian Revolution has preserved classical ballet and the typical 19th century bourgeois attitude to good literature with exceptional fidelity. They were taken over by it, assimilated to it, as a desirable heritage from the past, and henceforth protected against the normal evolutionary erosion by it. And yet the old regime was dead, even though the fishermen of Brest in 1832 regarded the cholera as a punishment by God for the deposition of the legitimate king. Formal republicanism among the peasantry was slow to spread beyond the Jacobin Midi and some long de-Christianized areas, but in the first genuine universal election, that of May 1848, legitimism was already confined to the West and the poorer central departments. The political geography of modern rural France was already substantially recognizable. Higher up the social scale, the Bourbon Restoration did not restore the old regime, or, rather, when Charles X tried to do so he was thrown out. Restoration society was that of Balzac's capitalists and careerists, of Stendhal's Julian Sorel, rather than that of the returned émigré dukes. A geological epoch separates it from the sweetness of life of the 1780s to which Talleyrand looked back. Balzac's Rastignac is far nearer to Maupassant's Bel-Ami, the typical figure of the 1880s, or even to Sammy Glick, the typical one of Hollywood in the 1940s, than to Figaro, the non-aristocratic success of the 1780s. In a word, the society of post-revolutionary France was bourgeois in its structure and values. It was the society of the parvenu, i.e. the self-made man, though this was not completely obvious except when the country was itself governed by parvenus, i.e. when it was republican or Bonapartist. It may not seem excessively revolutionary to us, that half the French peerage in 1840 belonged to families of the old nobility, but to contemporary French bourgeois the fact that half had been commoners in 1789 was very much more striking, especially when they looked at the exclusive social hierarchies of the rest of continental Europe. The phrase "when good Americans die, they go to Paris" expresses what Paris became in the 19th century, though it did not fully become the parvenu's paradise until the Second Empire. London, or even more Vienna, St. Petersburg, or Berlin, were capitals in which money could not yet buy everything, at any rate in the first generation. In Paris, there was very little worth buying that was beyond its reach. This domination of the new society was not peculiar to France, but if we accept the democratic USA, it was in certain superficial respects both more obvious and more official in France, though not in fact more profound than in Britain or the Low Countries. In Britain the great chefs were still those who worked for noblemen, like Kerm for the Duke of Wellington, he had previously served Talleyrand, or for the oligarchic clubs, like Alexis Soyer of the Reform Club. In France the expensive public restaurant, started by cooks of the nobility who lost their jobs during the Revolution, was already established. A change of world is implied in the title page of the Manual of Classical French Cookery, which read by A. Beauvillers, Ancien officier de Monsieur, Comte de Provence, et actuellement restaurateur, Rue de Richelieu No. 26, La Grande Taverne de Londres. 4 The gourmand species invented during the Restoration and propagated by Brillat Savarin's Almanach de Gourmands from 1817 already went to the Café Anglais or the Café de Paris to eat dinners not presided over by hostesses. In Britain the press was still a vehicle of instruction, invective and political pressure. It was in France that Émile Girardin, 1836, founded the modern newspaper La Presse, political but cheap, aimed at the accumulation of advertising revenue, and made attractive to its readers by gossip, serial novels, and various other stunts. French pioneering in these dubious fields is still recalled by the very words journalism and publicity in English, reclaim and annonce in German. Fashion, the department store, the public shop window which Balzac hymned were French inventions, the product of the 1820s. The revolution brought that obvious career open to talents, the theatre, into good society at a time when its social status in aristocratic Britain remained analogous to that of boxers and jockeys, at Maisons Laffitte, named after a banker who made the suburb fashionable. Lablac, Talma and other theatrical people established themselves by the side of the Prince de la Moscou's splendid house. The effect of the Industrial Revolution on the structure of bourgeois society was superficially less drastic, but in fact far more profound. For it created new blocks of bourgeois which coexisted with the official society, too large to be absorbed by it except by a little assimilation at the very top, and too self-confident and dynamic to wish for absorption except on their own terms. In 1820 these great armies of solid businessmen were as yet hardly visible from Westminster, where peers and their relatives still dominated the unreformed Parliament, or from Hyde Park, where wholly unpuritan ladies like Harriet Wilson, unpuritan even in her refusal to pretend to being a broken blossom, drove their phaetons surrounded by dashing admirers from the armed forces, diplomacy, and the peerage, not excluding the iron and unbourgeois Duke of Wellington himself. The merchants, bankers, and even the industrialists of the 18th century had been few enough to be assimilated into official society. Indeed, the first generation of cotton millionaires, headed by Sir Robert Peel the Elder, whose son was being trained for premiership, were fairly solidly Tory, though of a moderate kind. However, the iron plough of industrialization multiplied its hard-faced crops of businessmen under the rainy clouds of the north. Manchester no longer came to terms with London. Under the battle cry "What Manchester thinks today London will think tomorrow," it prepared to impose terms on the capital. The new men from the provinces were a formidable army, all the more so as they became increasingly conscious of themselves as a class rather than a middle rank bridging the gap between the upper and lower orders. The actual term middle class first appears around 1812. By 1834 John Stuart Mill could already complain that social commentators revolved in their eternal circle of landlords, capitalists, and laborers, until they seemed to think of the distinction of society into these three classes as though it were one of God's ordinances. 6 Moreover, they were not merely a class, but a class army of combat, organized at first in conjunction with the laboring poor, who must, they assumed, follow their leaders, against the aristocratic society, and later, against both proletariat and landlords, most notably in that most class-conscious body, the Anti-Corn Law League. They were self-made men, or at least men of modest origins who owed little to birth, family or formal higher education. Like Mr. Bounderby in Dickens' Hard Times, they were not reluctant to advertise the fact. They were rich and getting richer by the year. They were above all imbued with the ferocious and dynamic self-confidence of those whose own careers proved to them that divine providence, science, and history have combined to present the earth to them on a platter. Political economy, translated into a few simple dogmatic propositions by self-made journalist publishers who hymned the virtues of capitalism. Edward Baines of the Leeds Mercury, 1774–1848, John Edward Taylor of the Manchester Guardian, 1791–1844, Archibald Prentice of the Manchester Times, 1792–1857, Samuel Smiles, 1812–1904, gave them intellectual certainty. Protestant dissent of the hard Independent, Unitarian, Baptist and Quaker rather than the emotional Methodist type gave them spiritual certainty and a contempt for useless aristocrats. Neither fear, anger, nor even pity moved the employer who told his workers, "The God of nature has established a just and equitable law which man has no right to disturb. When he ventures to do so, it is always certain that he, sooner or later, meets with corresponding punishment." Thus when masters audaciously combine that by an union of power they may more effectually oppress their servants, by such an act, they insult the majesty of heaven, and bring down the curse of God upon themselves, while on the other hand, when servants unite to extort from their employers that share of the profit which of right belongs to the master, they equally violate the laws of equity. 7. There was an order in the universe, but it was no longer the order of the past. There was only one God, whose name was Steam and spoke in the voice of Malthus, Macaulay, and anyone who employed machinery. The fringe of agnostic 18th-century intellectuals and self-made scholars and writers who spoke for them should not obscure the fact that most of them were far too busy making money to bother about anything unconnected with this pursuit. They appreciated their intellectuals, even when, like Richard Cobden, 1804–1865, they were not particularly successful businessmen, so long as they avoided unpractical and excessively sophisticated ideas, for they were practical men whose own lack of education made them suspect anything that went much beyond empiricism. Charles Babbage the scientist, 1792–1871, proposed his scientific methods to them in vain. Sir Henry Cole, the pioneer of industrial design, technical education, and transport rationalization, gave them, with the inestimable help of the German prince consort, the most brilliant monument of their endeavors, the Great Exhibition of 1851. But he was forced out of public life nevertheless as a meddling busybody with a taste for bureaucracy, which, like all government interference, they detested, when it did not directly assist their profits. George Stephenson, the self-made colliery mechanic, dominated the new railways, imposing the gauge of the old horse and cart on them. He had never thought of anything else rather than the imaginative, sophisticated, and daring engineer Isambard Kingdom Brunel, who has no monument in the pantheon of engineers constructed by Samuel Smiles, except the damning phrase, "Measured by practical and profitable results, the Stephensons were unquestionably the safer men to follow." 8. The philosophic radicals did their best to construct a network of mechanics institutes purged of the politically disastrous errors which the operatives insisted, against nature, on hearing in such places in order to train the technicians of the new and scientifically based industries. By 1848 most of them were moribund, for want of any general recognition that such technological education could teach the Englishman, as distinct from the German or Frenchman, anything useful. There were intelligent, experimentally minded, and even cultured manufacturers in plenty, thronging to the meetings of the new British Association for the Advancement of Science, but it would be an error to suppose that they represented the norm of their class. A generation of such men grew up in the years between Trafalgar and the Great Exhibition. Their predecessors, brought up in the social framework of cultured and rationalist provincial merchants and dissenting ministers and the intellectual framework of the Whig century, were perhaps a less barbarous lot. Josiah Wedgwood the potter, 1730–1795, was an F.R.S., a Fellow of the Society of Antiquaries, and a member of the Lunar Society with Matthew Boulton, his partner James Watt, and the chemist and revolutionary Priestley. His son Thomas experimented with photography, published scientific papers, and subsidized the poet Coleridge. The manufacturer of the 18th century naturally built his factories to the design of Georgian builders' books. Their successors, if not more cultured, were at least more prodigal, for by the 1840s they had made enough money to spend freely on pseudo-baronial residences, pseudo-Gothic and pseudo-Renaissance town halls, and to rebuild their modest and utilitarian or classic chapels in the Perpendicular style. But between the Georgian and the Victorian era there came what has been rightly called the bleak age of the bourgeoisie as well as of the working classes, whose lineaments Charles Dickens has forever caught in his Hard Times. A pietistic Protestantism, rigid, self-righteous, unintellectual, obsessed with Puritan morality to the point where hypocrisy was its automatic companion, dominated this desolate epoch. Virtue, as G. M. Young said, advanced on a broad invincible front, and it trod the unvirtuous, the weak, the sinful, i.e. those who neither made money nor controlled their emotional or financial expenditures, into the mud where they so plainly belonged, deserving at best only of their betters' charity. There was some capitalist economic sense in this. Small entrepreneurs had to plow back much of their profits into the business if they were to become big entrepreneurs. The masses of new proletarians had to be broken into the industrial rhythm of labor by the most draconic labor discipline, or left to rot if they would not accept it. And yet even today the hard contracts at the side of the landscape constructed by that generation 9. You saw nothing in Coketown but what was severely workful. If the members of a religious persuasion built a chapel there as the members of 18 religious persuasions had done, they made it a pious warehouse of red brick, with sometimes, but this only in highly ornamented examples, a bell in a birdcage on the top of it. All the public inscriptions in the town were painted alike, in severe characters of black and white. The jail might have been the infirmary might have been the jail, the town hall might have been either, or both, or anything else, for anything that appeared to the contrary in the graces of their construction. Fact, 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 everywhere in the material aspect of the town, fact, 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 everywhere in the immaterial. Everything was fact between the lying-in hospital and the cemetery, and what you couldn't state in figures, or show to be purchasable in the cheapest market and saleable in the dearest, was not and never should be, world without end. Amen. Point 4. This gaunt devotion to bourgeois utilitarianism, which the evangelicals and Puritans shared with the agnostic 18th century philosophic radicals who put it into logical words for them, produced its own functional beauty in railway lines, bridges, and warehouses, and its romantic horror in the smoke-drenched endless grey-black or reddish files of small houses overlooked by the fortresses of the mills. Outside it the new bourgeoisie lived, if it had accumulated enough money to move, dispensing command, moral education and assistance to missionary endeavor among the black heathen abroad. Its men personified the money which proved their right to rule the world, its women, deprived by their husbands' money even of the satisfaction of actually doing household work, personified the virtue of their class, stupid, be good sweet maid, and let who will be clever, uneducated, impractical, theoretically unsexual, propertyless, and protected. They were the only luxury which the age of thrift and self-help allowed itself. The British manufacturing bourgeoisie was the most extreme example of its class, but all over the continent there were smaller groups of the same kind, Catholic in the textile districts of the French North or Catalonia, Calvinist in Alsace, Lutheran Pietist in the Rhineland, Jewish all over Central and Eastern Europe. They were rarely quite as hard as in Britain, for they were rarely quite as divorced from older traditions of urban life and paternalism. Leon Faucher was painfully struck, in spite of his doctrinaire liberalism, by the sight of Manchester in the 1840s, as which continental observer was not, but they shared with the English the confidence which came from steady enrichment between 1830 and 1856. The marriage portions of the Danzet family in Lille increased from 15,000 to 50,000 francs. 11. The absolute faith in economic liberalism, and the rejection of non-economic activities. The spinners' dynasties of Lille maintained their total contempt for the career of arms until the First World War. The Dollfuss of Mulhouse dissuaded their young Frederick Engel from entering the famous Polytechnique, because they feared it might lead him into a military rather than a business career. Aristocracy and its pedigrees did not to begin with tempt them excessively, like Napoleon's marshals they were themselves ancestors. 2. The crucial achievement of the two revolutions was thus that they opened careers to talent, or at any rate to energy, shrewdness, hard work, and greed. Not all careers, and not to the top rungs of the ladder, except perhaps in the USA. And yet, how extraordinary were the opportunities, how remote from the 19th century the static hierarchical ideal of the past. Kabinettsrat von Scheele of the Kingdom of Hanover, who refused the application of a poor young lawyer for a government post on the grounds that his father was a bookbinder, and he ought to have stuck to that trade, now appeared both vicious and ridiculous. 12 Yet he was doing no more than repeat the age-old proverbial wisdom of the stable pre-capitalist society, and in 1750 the son of a bookbinder would, in all probability, have stuck to his father's trade. Now he no longer had to. 4 roads to the stars opened before him: business, education, which in turn led to the 3 goals of government service, politics, and the free professions, the arts and war. The last, important enough in France during the Revolutionary and Napoleonic period, ceased to be of much significance during the long generations of peace which succeeded, and perhaps for this reason also ceased to be very attractive. The third was new only insofar as the public rewards of an exceptional capacity to entertain or move the public were now much greater than ever before, as is shown by the rising social status of the stage, which was eventually to produce, in Edwardian Britain, the linked phenomena of the knighted actor and the nobleman marrying the chorus girl. Even in the post-Napoleonic period they already produced the characteristic phenomena of the idolized singer, e.g. Jenny Lind, the Swedish nightingale, or dancer, e.g. Fanny Elsler, and the deified concert artist, e.g. Paganini and Franz Liszt. Neither business nor education were high roads open to everybody, even among those who were sufficiently emancipated from the grip of custom and tradition to believe that people like us would be admitted to them, to know how to operate in an individualist society, or to accept the desirability of bettering themselves. A toll had to be paid by intending travelers. Without some initial resources, however minimal, it was difficult to get started on the highway to success. This admission toll was unquestionably higher for those entering upon the education road than upon the business road, for even in the countries which had acquired a public educational system, primary education was in general grossly neglected, and, even where it existed, was confined for political reasons to a minimum of literacy, arithmetic and moral obedience. However, at first sight paradoxically, the educational highway seemed more attractive than the business highway. This was no doubt because it required a much smaller revolution in men's habits and ways of life. Learning, if only in the form of clerical learning, had its accepted and socially valued place in the traditional society, indeed a more eminent place than in the fully bourgeois society. To have a priest, minister, or rabbi in the family was perhaps the greatest honor to which poor men could aspire, and well worth making titanic sacrifices for. This social admiration could be readily transferred, once such careers were open, to the secular intellectual, the official, or teacher, or, in the most marvelous cases, the lawyer and doctor. Moreover, learning was not antisocial as business so clearly seemed to be. The educated man did not automatically turn and rend his like as the shameless and selfish trader or employer would. Often indeed, especially as a teacher, he plainly helped to raise his fellows out of that ignorance and darkness which seemed responsible for their miseries. A general thirst for education was much easier to create than a general thirst for individual business success, and schooling more easily acquired than the strange arts of money-making. Communities almost wholly composed of small peasants, small traders, and proletarians, like Wales, could simultaneously develop a hunger to push their sons into teaching and the ministry and a bitter social resentment against wealth and business as such. Nevertheless, in a sense, education represented individualist competition, the career open to talent and the triumph of merit over birth and connection quite as effectively as business, and this through the device of the competitive examination. As usual, the French Revolution produced its most logical expression, the parallel hierarchies of examinations which still progressively select from among the national body of scholarship winners the intellectual elite that administers and instructs the French people. Scholarship and competitive examination were also the ideal of the most self-consciously bourgeois school of British thinkers, the Benthamite philosophic radicals, who eventually but not before the end of our period imposed it in an extremely pure form on the higher British Home and Indian civil service, against the bitter resistance of aristocracy. Selection by merit, as determined in examination or other educational tests, became the generally accepted ideal of all except the most archaic European public services, such as the papal or the British foreign, or the most democratic, which tended as in the USA to prefer election to examination as a criterion of fitness for public posts. 4. Like other forms of individualist competition, examination passing was a liberal, but not a democratic or egalitarian device. The chief social result of opening education to talent was thus paradoxical. It produced not the open society of free business competition but the closed society of bureaucracy, but both, in their various ways, were characteristic institutions of the bourgeois liberal era. The ethos of the 19th century higher civil services was fundamentally that of the 18th century Enlightenment, Masonic and Josephinian in Central and Eastern Europe, Napoleonic in France, liberal and anti-clerical in the other Latin countries, Benthamite in Britain. Admittedly, competition was transformed into automatic promotion once the man of merit had actually won his place in the service, though how fast and how far a man was promoted would still depend, in theory, on his merits, unless corporate egalitarianism imposed pure promotion by seniority. At first sight, therefore, bureaucracy looked very unlike the ideal of the liberal society. And yet, the public services were bound together by the consciousness of being selected by merit, by a prevailing atmosphere of incorruptibility, practical efficiency, and education, and by non-aristocratic origins. Even the rigid insistence on automatic promotion, which reached absurd length in that very middle-class organization, the British Navy, had at least the advantage of excluding the typically aristocratic or monarchical habit of favoritism. In societies where economic development lagged, the public service therefore provided an alternative focus for the rising middle classes. It is no accident that in the Frankfurt Parliament of 1848, 68% of all deputies were civil servants or other officials, as against only 12% of the free professions and 25% of businessmen. Point 13. It was thus fortunate for the intending careerist that the post-Napoleonic period was almost everywhere one of marked expansion in the apparatus and activity of governments, though hardly large enough to absorb the growing supply of literate citizens. Between 1830 and 1850 public expenditure per capita increased by 25% in Spain, by 40% in France, by 44% in Russia, by 50% in Belgium, by 70% in Austria, 75% in the USA, and by over 90% in the Netherlands. Only in Britain, the British colonies, Scandinavia, and a few backward states did government expenditure per head of the population remain stable or fall during this period, the heyday of economic liberalism. 14. This was due not only to the obvious consumer of taxes, the armed forces, which remained much larger after the Napoleonic Wars than before, in spite of the absence of any major international wars. Of the major states, only Britain and France in 1851 had an army which was very much smaller than at the height of Napoleon's power in 1810, and several, e.g. Russia, various German and Italian states, and Spain were actually larger. It was due also to the development of old and the acquisition of new functions by states. For it is an elementary error, and one not shared by those logical protagonists of capitalism, the Benthamite philosophic radicals, to believe that liberalism was hostile to bureaucracy. It was merely hostile to inefficient bureaucracy, to public interference in matters better left to private enterprise, and to excessive taxation. The vulgar liberal slogan of a state reduced to the vestigial functions of the night watchman obscures the fact that the state, shorn of its inefficient and interfering functions, was a much more powerful and ambitious state than before. For instance, by 1848 it was a state which had acquired modern, often national, police forces, in France from 1798, in Ireland from 1823, in England from 1829, and in Spain, the Guardia Civil, from 1844. Outside Britain it was normally a state which had a public educational system, outside Britain and the USA one which had or was about to have a public railway service, everywhere, one which had an increasingly large postal service to supply the rapidly expanding needs of business and private communication. The growth of population obliged it to maintain a larger judicial system, the growth of cities and urban social problems a larger system of municipal administration. Whether the government functions were old or new, they were increasingly conducted by a single national civil service of full-time career officials, the higher echelons of whom were freely transferred and promoted by central authority throughout each state. However, while an efficient service of this kind might well reduce the number of officials and the unit cost of administration by eliminating corruption and part-time service, it created a much more formidable government machine. The most elementary functions of the liberal state, such as the efficient assessment and collection of taxes by a body of salaried officials or the maintenance of a regular nationally organized rural constabulary, would have seemed beyond the wildest dreams of most pre-revolutionary absolutisms. So would the level of taxation, now actually sometimes a graduated income tax 6 which the subject of the liberal state tolerated. In 1840 government expenditure in liberal Britain was 4 times as high as in autocratic Russia. Few of these new bureaucratic posts were really the equivalent of the officer's epaulet which the proverbial Napoleonic soldier carried in his knapsack as a first installment towards his eventual marshal's baton. Of the 130,000 civil servants estimated for France in 183,915, the great bulk were postmen, teachers, lesser tax-collecting arid legal officials and the like, and even the 450 officials of the Ministry of the Interior, the 350 of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, consisted mainly of clerks, a brand of humanity which, as the literature from Dickens to Gogol makes only too clear, was hardly to be envied except perhaps for the privilege of public service, the security which allowed them to starve at an even rhythm all their lives. Officials who were really the social equivalent of a good middle-class career financially no honest official could ever hope for more than decent comfort were few. Even today the administrative class of the entire British civil service, which was devised by the mid-19th century reformers as the equivalent of the middle classes in the bureaucratic hierarchy, consists of no more than 3,500 persons in all. Yet, modest though the situation of the petty official or white-collar worker was, it was a mountain range above the laboring poor. He did no physical work. Clean hands and the white collar put him, however symbolically, on the side of the rich. He normally carried with him the magic of public authority. Before him men and women had to queue for the documents which registered their lives. He waved them on or held them back, he told them what they could not do. In the more backward countries, as well as in the democratic USA, through him cousins and nephews might conceivably find jobs, in many not so backward countries he had to be bribed. For innumerable peasant or laboring families, for whom all other prospects of social ascent were dim, petty bureaucracy, teaching and the priesthood were at least theoretically within reach, Himalayas which their sons might conceivably climb. The free professions were hardly within their purview, for to become a doctor, a lawyer, a professor, which on the continent meant a secondary schoolmaster as well as a university teacher, or an other educated person following miscellaneous pursuits 16 required long years of education or exceptional talent and opportunity. Britain in 1851 contained some 16,000 lawyers, not counting judges, and a mere 1,700 law students, some 17,000 physicians and surgeons and 3,500 medical students and assistants, less than 3,000 architects, about 1,300 editors and writers. The French term journalist had not yet entered official cognizance. Law and medicine were two of the great traditional professions. The third, the clergy, provided less of an opening than might have been expected if only because, except for the preachers of Protestant sects, it was probably expanding rather more slowly than population. Indeed, thanks to the anti-clerical zeal of governments Joseph II suppressed 359 abbeys and convents, the Spaniards in their liberal intervals did their best to suppress them all. Certain parts of the profession were contracting rather than expanding. Only one real opening existed, elementary school teaching by laymen and religious. The numbers of the teaching profession, which was in the main recruited from the sons of peasants, artisans, and other modest families, were by no means negligible in Western states. In Britain some 76,000 men and women in 1851 described themselves as schoolmasters/mistresses or general teachers, not to mention the 20,000 or so governesses, the well-known last resource of penniless educated girls unable or unwilling to earn their living in less respectable ways. Moreover, teaching was not merely a large but an expanding profession. It was poorly paid, but outside the most Philistine countries such as Britain and the USA, the elementary school teacher was a rightly popular figure. For if anyone represented the ideal of an age when for the first time common men and women looked above their heads and saw that ignorance could be dissipated, it was surely the man or the woman whose life and calling was to give children the opportunities which their parents had never had, to open the world to them, to imbue them with truth and morality. Business, of course, was the most obvious career open to talent, and in a rapidly expanding economy business opportunities were naturally great. The small-scale nature of much enterprise, the prevalence of subcontract, of modest buying and selling, made them relatively easy to take. Yet neither the material nor the social and cultural conditions were propitious for the poor. In the first place, a fact frequently overlooked by the successful, the evolution of the industrial economy depended on creating wage laborers faster than employers or the self-employed. For every man who moved up into the business classes, a greater number necessarily moved down. In the second place, economic independence required technical qualifications, attitudes of mind, or financial resources, however modest, which were simply not in the possession of most men and women. Those who were lucky enough to possess them, for instance, members of religious minorities and sects, whose aptitude for such activities is well known to the sociologist, might do well. The majority of those serfs of Ivanovo the Russian Manchester who became textile manufacturers, belonged to the sect of the Old Believers. 17 But it would have been entirely unrealistic to expect those who did not possess these advantages, for instance the majority of Russian peasants, to do the same, or even at this stage to think of emulating them. 3. No groups of the population welcomed the opening of the career to talent to whatever kind more passionately than those minorities who had hitherto been debarred from eminence, not merely because they were not well born, but because they suffered official and collective discrimination. The enthusiasm with which French Protestants threw themselves into public life in and after the Revolution was exceeded only by the volcanic eruption of talent among the Western Jews. Before the emancipation which 18th-century rationalism prepared and the French Revolution brought, only two roads to eminence were available to a Jew: commerce or finance and the interpretation of the sacred law, and both confined him to his own narrowly segregated ghetto community, from which only a handful of court Jews or other men of wealth half emerged, careful even in Britain and Holland not to step too far into the dangerous and unpopular light of celebrity. Nor was such emergence unpopular only among the brutal and drunken unbelievers who, on the whole, signally failed to welcome Jewish emancipation. Centuries of social compression had closed the ghetto in upon itself, rejecting any step outside its tight orthodoxies as unbelief and treason. The 18th-century pioneers of Jewish liberalization in Germany and Austria, notably Moses Mendelssohn, 1729 to 1786, were reviled as deserters and atheists. The great bulk of Judaism, which inhabited the rapidly growing ghettos in the eastern part of the Old Kingdom of Poland and Lithuania, continued to live their self-contained and suspicious lives among the hostile peasantry, divided only in their allegiance between the learned intellectualist rabbis of the Lithuanian Orthodoxy and the ecstatic and poverty-stricken Hasidim. It is characteristic that of 46 Galician revolutionaries arrested by the Austrian authorities in 1834 only one was a Jew. 18 But in the smaller communities of the West the Jews seized their new opportunities with both hands, even when the price they had to pay for them was a nominal baptism, as in semi-emancipated countries it often still was, at any rate for official posts. The businessman did not even require this. The Rothschilds, kings of international Jewry, were not only rich. This they could also have been earlier, though the political and military changes of the period provided unprecedented opportunities for international finance. They could also now be seen to be rich, occupy a social position roughly commensurate to their wealth, and even aspire to the nobility which European princes actually began to grant them in 1816. They became hereditary Habsburg barons in 1823. More striking than Jewish wealth was the flowering of Jewish talent in the secular arts, sciences, and professions. By 20th century standards it was as yet modest, though by 1848 the greatest Jewish mind of the 19th century and the most successful Jewish politician had both reached maturity, Karl Marx, 1818 to 1883, and Benjamin Disraeli, 1804 to 1881. There were no major Jewish scientists and only a few Jewish mathematicians of high but not supreme eminence. Meyerbeer, 1791 to 1864, and Mendelssohn Bartholdy, 1809 to 1847, are not composers of the highest contemporary class, though among poets Heinrich Heine, 1797 to 1856, survives rather better. There was as yet no Jewish painters of importance, no great Jewish executant musicians or conductors, and only one major theatrical figure, the actress Rachel, 1821 to 1858. But in fact the production of genius is not the criterion of a people's emancipation, which is measured rather by the sudden abundance of less eminent Jewish participants in West European culture and public life, especially in France and above all in the German states, which provided the language and ideology that gradually bridged the gap between medievalism and the 19th century for the immigrant Jews from the hinterland. The dual revolution had given the Jews the nearest thing to equality they had ever enjoyed under Christianity. Those who seized their opportunity wished for nothing better than to assimilate to the new society, and their sympathies were, for obvious reasons, overwhelmingly liberal. Yet the situation of the Jews was uncertain and uneasy, even though the endemic anti-Semitism of the exploited masses, which could now often readily identify Jew and bourgeois, was not seriously exploited by demagogic politicians. In France and Western Germany, but not yet elsewhere, some young Jews found themselves dreaming of an even more perfect society. There was a marked Jewish element in French Saint-Simonianism, Oland Rodriguez, the brothers Pereire, Leon Halévy, D. Echthel, and to a lesser extent in German communism, Moses Hess, the poet Heine, and of course Marx, who, however, showed a total indifference to his Jewish origins and connections. The situation of the Jews made them exceptionally ready to assimilate to bourgeois society. They were a minority. They were already overwhelmingly urban, to the point of being largely immunized against the diseases of urbanization. In the cities their lower mortality and morbidity was already noted by the statisticians. They were overwhelmingly literate and outside agriculture. A very large proportion of them were already in commerce or the professions. Their very position constantly obliged them to consider new situations and ideas, if only to detect the latent threat which they held. The great mass of the world's peoples, on the other hand, found it much harder to adjust to the new society. This was partly because the rock-ribbed armor of custom made it almost impossible for them to understand what they were expected to do in it, like the young Algerian gentlemen, transported to Paris to gain a European education in the 1840s, who were shocked at the discovery that they had been invited to the royal capital for anything but the social commerce with king and nobility, which they knew to be their due. Moreover, the new society did not make adjustment easy. Those who accepted the evident blessings of middle-class civilization and middle-class manners could enjoy its benefits freely, those who refused or were unable to, simply did not count. There was more than mere political bias in the insistence on a property franchise which characterized the moderate liberal governments of 1830. The man who had not shown the ability to accumulate property was not a full man, and could therefore hardly be a full citizen. The extremes of this attitude occurred where the European middle class came into contact with the unbelieving heathen, seeking to convert him through intellectually unsophisticated missionaries to the truths of Christianity, commerce, and the wearing of trousers, between which no sharp distinctions were drawn, or imposing on him the truths of liberal legislation. If he accepted these, liberalism, at all events among the revolutionary French, was perfectly prepared to grant him full citizenship with all its rights, or the hope of being one day almost as good as an Englishman, as among the British. The attitude is perfectly reflected in the Senatus Consulti of Napoleon III, which, a few years after the end of our period but well within its spirit, opened citizenship to the native Algerian, il put, Sur sa demanda, etredmis ajouer de droits de citoyen français, dans ce cas il est régi par les lois civiles et politiques de la France 19. All he had to give up, in effect, was Islam. If he did not want to do so and few did, then he remained a subject and not a citizen. The massive contempt of the civilized for the barbarians, who included the bulk of laboring poor at home, 20 rested on this feeling of demonstrated superiority. The middle-class world was freely open to all. Those who failed to enter its gates therefore demonstrated a lack of personal intelligence, moral force, or energy which automatically condemned them, or at best a historic or racial heritage which must permanently cripple them, or else they would already have made use of their opportunities. The period which culminated about the middle of the century was therefore one of unexampled callousness, not merely because the poverty which surrounded middle-class respectability was so shocking that the native rich learned not to see it, leaving its horrors to make their full impact only on visiting foreigners, as the horrors of Indian slums today do, but because the poor, like the outer barbarians, were talked of as though they were not properly human at all. If their fate was to become industrial laborers, they were merely a mass to be forced into the proper disciplinary mold by sheer coercion, the draconic factory discipline being supplemented by the aid of the state. It is characteristic that contemporary middle-class opinion saw no incompatibility between the principle of equality before the law and the deliberately discriminatory labor codes, which, as in the British Master and Servant Code of 1823, punished the workers by prison for breaches of contract and the employers merely by modest fines, if at all. 21 They ought to be constantly on the verge of starvation, because otherwise they would not work, being inaccessible to human motives. It is to the interest of the worker himself, Villerm was told in the late 1830s by employers, that he should be constantly harassed by need, for then he will not set his children a bad example, and his poverty will be a guarantee of good behavior. 22 There were nevertheless too many poor for their own good, but it was to be hoped that the operations of Malthus' law would starve off enough of them to establish a viable maximum, unless of course per absurdum the poor established their own rational checks on population by refraining from an excessive indulgence in procreation. It was but a small step from such an attitude to the formal recognition of inequality which, as Henry Baudrillard argued in his inaugural lecture at the Collège de France in 1853, was one of the three pillars of human society, the other two being property and inheritance. 23 The hierarchical society was thus reconstructed on the foundations of formal equality. It had merely lost what made it tolerable in the old days, the general social conviction that men had duties and rights, that virtue was not simply the equivalent of money, and that the lower order, though low, had a right to their modest lives in the station to which God had called them. Chapter 11. The Laboring Poor. Every manufacturer lives in his factory like the colonial planters in the midst of their slaves, 1 against 100, and the subversion of Leon is a sort of insurrection of San Domingo. The barbarians who menace society are neither in the Caucasus nor in the steppes of Tartar, they are in the suburbs of our industrial cities. The middle class must clearly recognize the nature of the situation, it must know where it stands. Saint Marc Girardin in Journal de Débats, December 8, 1931. Pour gouverner il faut avoir manteaux aux Urubans en Saudoir, bis. Nous en tissons pour vous, grands de la terre. Et nous, pauvres canets, sans drap on nous entera. C'est nous les canets. Nous sommes tout nous, bis. Mais quand notre regne arrive. Quand votre regne finira. Alors nous tisserons le linceul du vieux monde. Car on entend déjà la révolte qui gronde. C'est nous les canets. Nous en irons plus tout nous. Lion Silkweaver's Song. 3 possibilities were therefore open to such of the poor as found themselves in the path of bourgeois society, and no longer effectively sheltered in still inaccessible regions of traditional society. They could strive to become bourgeois, they could allow themselves to be ground down, or they could rebel. The first course, as we have seen, was not merely technically difficult for those who lacked the minimum entrance fee of property or education, but profoundly distasteful. The introduction of a purely utilitarian individualist system of social behavior, the theoretically justified jungle anarchy of bourgeois society with its motto "every man for himself and the devil take the hindmost," appeared to men brought up in traditional societies as little better than wanton evil. "In our times," said one of the desperate Silesian handloom linen weavers who rioted vainly against their fate in 1844, "one men have invented excellent arts to weaken and undermine one another's livelihood. But alas, nobody thinks any longer of the seventh commandment, which commands and forbids as follows, 'Thou shalt not steal.' Nor do they bear in mind Luther's commentary upon it, in which he says, 'We shall love and fear the Lord, so that we may not take away our neighbor's property nor money, nor acquire it by false goods and trading, but on the contrary we should help him guard and increase his livelihood and property.' Such a man spoke for all who found themselves dragged into an abyss by what were plainly the forces of hell. They did not ask for much. The rich used to treat the poor with charity, and the poor lived simply, for in those days the lower orders needed much less for outward show in clothes and other expenses than they do today. But even that modest place in the social order was now, it seemed, to be taken from them. Hence their resistance against even the most rational proposals of bourgeois society, married as they were to inhumanity. Country squires introduced and laborers clung to the Speen-Hamland system, though the economic arguments against it were conclusive. As a means of alleviating poverty, Christian charity was worse than useless, as could be seen in the Papal States, which abounded in it. But it was popular not only among the traditionalist rich, who cherished it as a safeguard against the evil of equal rights, proposed by those dreamers who maintain that nature has created men with equal rights and that social distinctions should be founded purely on communal utility too, but also among the traditionalist poor, who were profoundly convinced that they had a right to crumbs from the rich man's table. In Britain a chasm divided the middle-class champions of friendly societies, who saw them entirely as a form of individual self-help, and the poor, who treated them also, and often primarily, as societies, with convivial meetings, ceremonies, rituals, and festivities, to the detriment of their actuarial soundness. That resistance was only strengthened by the opposition of even the bourgeois to such aspects of pure individual free competition as did not actually benefit him. Nobody was more devoted to individualism than the sturdy American farmer and manufacturer, no constitution more opposed than theirs, or so their lawyers believed until our own century, to such interferences with freedom as federal child labor legislation. But nobody was more firmly committed, as we have seen, to artificial protection for their businesses. New machinery was one of the chief benefits to be expected from private enterprise and free competition. But not only the laboring Luddites arose to smash it, the smaller businessmen and farmers in their regions sympathized with them, because they also regarded innovators as destroyers of men's livelihood. Farmers actually sometimes left their machines out for rioters to destroy, and the government had to send a sharply worded circular in 1830 to point out that machines are as entitled to the protection of the law as any other description of property. 3. The very hesitation and doubt with which, outside the strongholds of bourgeois liberal confidence, the new entrepreneur entered upon his historic task of destroying the social and moral order, strengthened the poor man's conviction. There were of course laboring men who did their best to join the middle classes, or at least to follow the precepts of thrift, self-help, and self-betterment. The moral and didactic literature of middle-class radicalism, temperance movements, and Protestant endeavor is full of the sort of men whose Homer was Samuel Smiles. And indeed such bodies attracted and perhaps encouraged the ambitious young man. The Royton Temperance Seminary, started in 1843, confined to boys mostly cotton operatives who had taken the pledge of abstinence, refused to gamble, and were of good moral character, had within 20 years produced 5 master cotton spinners, 1 clergyman, 2 managers of cotton mills in Russia, and many others had obtained respectable positions as managers, overlookers, head mechanics, certified schoolmasters, or had become respectable shopkeepers. 4 Clearly such phenomena were less common. Outside the Anglo-Saxon world, where the road out of the working class, except by migration, was very much narrower. It was not exceptionally broad even in Britain, and the moral and intellectual influence of the radical middle class on the skilled worker was less. On the other hand, there were clearly far more who, faced with a social catastrophe they did not understand, impoverished, exploited, herded into slums that combined bleakness and squalor, or into the expanding complexes of small-scale industrial villages, sank into demoralization. Deprived of the traditional institutions and guides to behavior, how could many fail to sink into an abyss of hand-to-mouth expedients, where families pawned their blankets each week until payday, and where alcohol was the quickest way out of Manchester, or Lille, or the Borinage. Mass alcoholism, an almost invariable companion of headlong and uncontrolled industrialization and urbanization, spread a pestilence of hard liquor across Europe. Perhaps the numerous contemporaries who deplored the growth of drunkenness, as of prostitution and other forms of sexual promiscuity, were exaggerating. Nevertheless, the sudden upsurge of systematic temperance agitations, both of a middle and working class character, in England, Ireland, and Germany around 1840, shows that the worry about demoralization was neither academic nor confined to any single class. Its immediate success was short-lived, but for the rest of the century the hostility to hard liquor remains something which both enlightened employers and labor movements had in common. Point 2. But of course the contemporaries who deplored the demoralization of the new urban and industrialized poor were not exaggerating. Everything combined to maximize it. Towns and industrial areas grew rapidly, without plan or supervision, and the most elementary services of city life utterly failed to keep pace with it: street cleaning, water supply, sanitation, not to mention working-class housing. Point 6. The most obvious consequence of this urban deterioration was the reappearance of mass epidemics of contagious, mainly waterborne, disease, notably of the cholera, which reconquered Europe from 1831 and swept the continent from Marseilles to St. Petersburg in 1832. And again later. To take a single example, typhus in Glasgow did not arrest attention by any epidemic prevalence until 1818.7. Thereafter it increased. There were two major epidemics, typhus and cholera, in the city in the 1830s, 3, typhus, cholera, and relapsing fever, in the 1840s, 2 in the first half of the 1850s, until urban improvement caught up with a generation of neglect. The terrible effects of this neglect were all the greater, because the middle and ruling classes did not feel it. Urban development in our period was a gigantic process of class segregation, which pushed the new laboring poor into great morasses of misery outside the centers of government and business and the newly specialized residential areas of the bourgeoisie. The almost universal European division into a good West End and a poor East End of large cities developed in this period. Point 3. And what social institutions except the tavern and perhaps the chapel were provided in these new laborers' agglomerations except by the laborers' own initiative? Only after 1848, when the new epidemics sprung from the slums began to kill the rich also, and the desperate masses who grew up in them had frightened the powers that be by social revolution, was systematic urban rebuilding and improvement undertaken. Drink was not the only sign of this demoralization. Infanticide, prostitution, suicide, and mental derangement have all been brought into relation with this social and economic cataclysm, thanks largely to the contemporary pioneering work of what we would today call social medicine. Point 4. And so has both the increase in crime and that growing and often purposeless violence which was a sort of blind personal assertion against the forces threatening to engulf the passive. The spread of apocalyptic, mystical, or other sects and cults in this period, cf. Chapter 12, indicates a similar incapacity to deal with the earthquakes of society which were breaking down men's lives. The cholera epidemics, for instance, provoked religious revivals in Catholic Marseilles as well as in Protestant Wales. All these forms of distortions of social behavior had one thing in common with one another, and incidentally with self-help. They were attempts to escape the fate of being a poor laboring man, or at best to accept or forget poverty and humiliation. The believer in the second coming, the drunkard, the petty gangster, the lunatic, the tramp or the ambitious small entrepreneur, all averted their eyes from the collective condition and, with the exception of the last, were apathetic about the capacity of collective action. In the history of our period, this massive apathy plays a much larger part than is often supposed. It is no accident that the least skilled, least educated, least organized and therefore least hopeful of the poor, then as later, were the most apathetic. At the 1848 elections in the Prussian town of Halle, 81% of the independent craftsmasters and 71% of the masons, carpenters and other skilled builders voted, but only 46% of the factory and railway workers, the laborers, the domestic workers, etc. 9. 2. The alternative to escape or defeat was rebellion. And such was the situation of the laboring poor, and especially the industrial proletariat which became their nucleus, that rebellion was not merely possible, but virtually compulsory. Nothing was more inevitable in the first half of the 19th century than the appearance of labor and socialist movements, and indeed of mass social revolutionary unrest. The revolution of 1848 was its direct consequence. That the condition of the laboring poor was appalling between 1815 and 1848 was not denied by any reasonable observer, and by 1840 there were a good many of these. That it was actually deteriorating was widely assumed. In Britain, the Malthusian population theory, which held that the growth of population must inevitably outrun that of the means of subsistence, was based on such an assumption, and reinforced by the arguments of Ricardian economists. Those who took a rosier view of working-class prospects were less numerous and less talented than those who took the gloomy view. In Germany in the 1830s, the increasing pauperization of the people was the specific subject of at least 14 different publications, and the question whether the complaints about increasing pauperization and food shortage were justified was set for academic prize essays. 10 of 16 competitors thought they were, and only 2 that they were not. 10. The very prevalence of such opinions is itself evidence of the universal and apparently hopeless misery of the poor. No doubt actual poverty was worst in the countryside, and especially among landless wage laborers, rural domestic workers, and, of course, land-poor peasants, or those who lived on infertile land. A bad harvest, such as in 1789, 1795, 1817, 1832, 1847, still brought actual famine, even without the intervention of additional catastrophes such as the competition of British cotton goods, which destroyed the foundation of the Silesian cottage linen industry. After the ruined crop of 1813 in Lombardy, many kept alive only by eating manure and hay, bread made from the leaves of bean plants and wild berries. 11. A bad year such as 1817 could, even in tranquil Switzerland, produce an actual excess of deaths over births. 12. The European hunger of 1846 to 8 pales beside the cataclysm of the Irish famine, cf. above pages 165 to 6, but it was real enough. In East and West Prussia, 1847, 1/3 of the population had ceased to eat bread, and relied only on potatoes. 13. In the austere, respectable, pauperized manufacturing villages of the Middle German mountains, where men and women sat on logs and benches, owned few curtains or house linen, and drank from earthenware or tin mugs for want of glass, the population had sometimes become so used to a diet of potatoes and thin coffee, that during famine times the relief workers had to teach it to eat the peas and porridge they supplied. 14. Hunger typhus ravaged the countrysides of Flanders and Silesia, where the village linen weaver fought his doomed battle against modern industry. But in fact the increasing misery as so many thought, which attracted most attention, short of total catastrophes such as the Irish, was that of the cities and industrial areas where the poor starved less passively and less unseen. Whether their real incomes fell is still a matter of historical debate, though, as we have seen, there can be no doubt that the general situation of the poor in cities deteriorated. Variations between one region and another, between different types of workers and between different economic periods, as well as the deficiency of statistics, make such questions difficult to answer decisively, though any significant absolute general improvement can be excluded before 1848, or in Britain perhaps 1844, and the gap between the rich and the poor certainly grew wider and more visible. The time when Baroness Rothschild wore 1.5 million francs worth of jewelry at the Duke of Orleans' masked ball, 1842, was the time when John Bright described the women of Rochdale, 2,000 women and girls passed through the streets singing hymns. It was a very singular and striking spectacle approaching the sublime. They are dreadfully hungry, a loaf is devoured with greediness indescribable, and if the bread is nearly covered with mud it is eagerly devoured. 15. It is in fact probable that there was some general deterioration over wide areas of Europe, for not only, as we have seen, urban institutions and social services failed to keep pace with headlong and unplanned expansion, and money, and often real, wages tended to fall after 1815, the production and transport of foodstuffs probably also fell behind in many large cities until the railway age 16. It was on lags such as this that the contemporary Malthusians based their pessimism. But quite apart from such a lag, the mere change from the traditional diet of the pre-industrial man to the ignorant as well as impoverished free purchase of the urbanized and industrial one was likely to lead to worse feeding, just as the conditions of urban life and work were likely to lead to worse health. The extraordinary difference in health and physical fitness between the industrial and agricultural population, and of course between the upper, middle, and working classes, on which the French and English statisticians fixed their attention, was clearly due to this. The average expectation of life at birth in the 1840s was twice as high for the labourers of rural Wiltshire and Rutland, hardly a pampered class, than for those of Manchester or Liverpool. But then, to take merely one example, till steam power was introduced into the trade, towards the end of the last century, the grinder's disease was scarcely known in the Sheffield cutlery trades. But in 1842 50% of all razor grinders in their 30s, 79% of all in their 40s, and 100% of all razor grinders over the age of 50 retched out their lungs with it. 17. Moreover, the change in the economy shifted and displaced vast strata of laborers, sometimes to their benefit, but more often to their sorrow. Great masses of the population remained as yet unabsorbed by the new industries or cities as a permanent substratum of the pauperized and helpless, and even great masses were periodically hurled into unemployment by crises which were barely yet recognized as being temporary as well as recurrent. Two-thirds of the textile workers in Bolton, 1842, or Roubaix, 1847, would be thrown totally out of work by such a slump. 18-20% of Nottingham, one-third of Paisley might be actually destitute. 19 A movement like Chartism in Britain would collapse, time and again, under its political weakness. Time and again sheer hunger, the intolerable burden which rested on millions of the laboring poor, would revive it. In addition to these general storms, special catastrophes burst over the heads of particular kinds of the laboring poor. The initial phase of industrial revolution did not, as we have seen, push all laborers into mechanized factories. On the contrary, round the few mechanized and large-scale sectors of production, it multiplied the numbers of pre-industrial artisans, of certain types of skilled workers, and of the army of domestic and cottage labor, and often improved their condition, especially during the long years of labor shortage in the wars. In the 1820s and 1830s the iron and impersonal advance of machine and market began to throw them aside. At its mildest this turned independent men into dependent ones, persons into mere hands. At its frequent harshest, it produced those multitudes of the déclassés, the pauperized, and the famished handloom weavers, framework knitters etc. whose condition froze the blood of even the most flinty economist. These were not unskilled and ignorant riff-raff. Such communities as those of the Norwich and the Dunfermline weavers, which were broken and scattered in the 1830s, the London furniture makers whose old established negotiated price lists became scraps of paper as they sank into the morass of sweatshops, the continental journeymen who became itinerant proletarians, the artisans who lost their independence, these had been the most skilled, the most educated, the most self-reliant, the flower of the laboring people. They did not know what was happening to them. It was natural that they should seek to find out, even more natural that they should protest. Vi. Materially, the new factory proletariat was likely to be somewhat better off. On the other hand, it was unfree, under the strict control and the even stricter discipline imposed by the master or his supervisors, against whom they had virtually no legal recourse and only the very beginnings of public protection. They had to work his hours or shifts, to accept his punishments and the fines with which he imposed his rules or increased his profits. In isolated areas or industries they had to buy in his shop, as often as not receiving their wages in truck, thus allowing the unscrupulous employer to swell his profits yet further, or live in the houses the master provided. No doubt the village boy might find such a life no more dependent and less impoverished than his parents, and in continental industries with a strong paternalist tradition, the despotism of the master was at least partly balanced by the security, education, and welfare services which he sometimes provided. But for the free man, entry into the factory as a mere hand was entry into something little better than slavery, and all but the most famished tended to avoid it, and even when in it to resist the draconic discipline much more persistently than the women and children, whom factory owners therefore tended to prefer. And, of course, in the 1830s and part of the 1840s even the material situation of the factory proletariat tended to deteriorate. Whatever the actual situation of the laboring poor, there can be absolutely no doubt that every one of them who thought at all, i.e. who did not accept the tribulations of the poor as part of fate and the eternal design of things, considered the laborer to be exploited and impoverished by the rich, who were getting richer while the poor became poorer. And the poor suffered because the rich benefited. The social mechanism of bourgeois society was in the profoundest manner cruel, unjust, and inhuman. There can be no wealth without labor, wrote the Lancashire Co-operator. The workman is the source of all wealth. Who has raised all the food? The half-fed and impoverished laborer. Who built all the houses and warehouses, and palaces, which are possessed by the rich, who never labor or produce anything? The workman. Who spins all the yarn and makes all the cloth? The spinner and weaver. Yet the laborer remains poor and destitute, while those who do not work are rich, and possess abundance to surfeiting. 20 And the despairing rural laborer, echoed literally even today by the Negro gospel singer, put it less clearly, but perhaps even more profoundly. If life was a thing that money could buy, the rich would live and the poor might die. 21. 3. The labor movement provided an answer to the poor man's cry. It must not be confused with the mere collective revulsion against intolerable hardship, which occurs throughout recorded history, or even with the practice of striking and other forms of militancy which have since become characteristic of labor. These also have a history which goes back beyond the Industrial Revolution. What was new in the labor movement of the early 19th century was class consciousness and class ambition. The poor no longer faced the rich. A specific class, the laboring class, workers, or proletariat, faced another, the employers or capitalists. The French Revolution gave this new class confidence, the Industrial Revolution impressed on it the need for permanent mobilization. A decent livelihood could not be achieved merely by the occasional protest which served to restore the stable but temporarily disturbed balance of society. It required the eternal vigilance, organization, and activity of the movement, the trade union, the mutual or cooperative society, the working class institute, newspaper, or agitation. But the very novelty and rapidity of the social change which engulfed them encouraged the laborers to think in terms of an entirely changed society, based on their experience and ideas as opposed to their oppressors. It would be cooperative and not competitive, collectivist and not individualist. It would be socialist. And it would represent not the eternal dream of the free society, which poor men always have at the backs of their minds but think about only on the rare occasions of general social revolution, but a permanent, practicable alternative to the present system. Working class consciousness in this sense did not yet exist in 1789, or indeed during the French Revolution. Outside Britain and France it existed barely, if at all, even in 1848. But in the two countries which embody the dual revolution, it certainly came into existence between 1815 and 1848, more especially around 1830. The very word working class, as distinct from the less specific the working classes, occurs in English labor writings shortly after Waterloo, and perhaps even earlier, and in French working class writing the equivalent phrase becomes frequent after 1830.22. In Britain the attempts to link all labouring men together in general trades unions, i.e. to break through the sectional and local isolation of particular groups of workers to the national, perhaps even the universal solidarity of the labouring class, began in 1818 and were pursued with feverish intensity between 1829 and 1834. The pendant to the general union was the general strike, and this too was formulated as a concept and a systematic tactic of the working class at this period, notably in William Benbow's Grand National Holiday, and Congress of the Productive Classes, 1832, and was seriously discussed as a political method by the Chartists. Meanwhile, in both Britain and France intellectual discussion had produced both the concept and the word socialism in the 1820s. It was immediately adopted by the workers, on a small scale in France, as by the Paris guilders of 1832, and on a much vaster scale by the British, who were soon to push Robert Owen into the leadership of a vast mass movement, for which he was singularly ill-suited. In brief, by the early 1830s proletarian class consciousness and social aspirations already existed. They were almost certainly feebler and much less effective than the middle-class consciousness which their employers were acquiring or displaying at about the same time. But they were present. Proletarian consciousness was powerfully combined with, and reinforced by, what may best be called Jacobin consciousness, the set of aspirations, experiences, methods, and moral attitudes with which the French, and also before it the American, Revolution had imbued the thinking and confident poor. Just as the practical expression of the situation of the new working class was the labor movement and its ideology the cooperative commonwealth, so that of the common people, proletarian or otherwise, whom the French Revolution pushed onto the stage of history as actors rather than merely as sufferers, was the democratic movement. Citizens of poor outward appearance and who in former times would not have dared show themselves in these places reserved for more elegant company, were going for walks along with the rich and holding their heads as high. 23 They wanted respect, recognition, and equality. They knew they could achieve it, for in 1793-4 they had done so. Not all such citizens were workers, but all conscious workers belonged to their sort. Proletarian and Jacobin consciousness supplemented each other. Working class experience gave the laboring poor the major institutions of everyday self-defense, the trade union and mutual aid society, and the major weapons of such collective struggle, solidarity, and the strike, which in turn implied organization and discipline. Point 7 However, even where these were not as feeble, unstable, and localized as they still usually were on the continent, their scope was strictly limited. The attempt to use a purely trade unionist or mutualist model not merely to win higher wages for organized sections of the workers, but to defeat the entire existing society and establish a new one, was made in Britain between 1829 and 1834, and again partly under Chartism. It failed, and this failure wrecked a remarkably mature and early proletarian socialist movement for a half-century. The attempts to turn trade unions into national unions of cooperative producers, as in the Operative Builders Union with its Builders' Parliament and Builders' Guild 1831-4, failed, and so did the attempt to set up national cooperative production and equitable labor exchanges in other ways. The great all-embracing general unions, so far from proving stronger than the local and sectional societies, proved unwieldy and weak, though this was due less to the inherent drawbacks of general union than to the lack of discipline, organization, and experience in leadership. The general strike proved inapplicable under Chartism, except, in 1842, as a spontaneously spreading hunger riot. Conversely, the methods of political agitation which belonged to Jacobinism and radicalism in general, but not specifically to the working class, proved both their effectiveness and their flexibility. Political campaigns, by means of newspapers and pamphlets, public meetings and demonstrations, and where necessary riot and insurrection. It is true that where such campaigns aimed too high, or frightened the ruling classes too much, they too failed. In the hysterical 1810s the tendency was to call out the armed forces against any serious demonstration, as at Spa Fields, London, in 1816, or Peterloo, Manchester, in 1819, when 10 demonstrators were killed and several hundred injured. In 1838–48 the millions of signatures on the petitions did not bring the People's Charter any nearer. Nevertheless, political campaigning on a narrower front was effective. Without it, there would have been no Catholic emancipation in 1829, no Reform Act in 1832, and certainly no even modestly effective legislative control of factory conditions and working hours. Thus time and again we find a weakly organized working class compensating for its weakness by the agitational methods of political radicalism. The factories agitation of the 1830s in the north of England compensated for the weakness of the local unions, just as the mass protest campaign against the exile of the Tolpuddle martyrs, cf. above p. 119, tried to save something from the wreck of the collapsing general unions after 1834. However, the Jacobin tradition in turn drew strength and an unprecedented continuity and massiveness from the cohesive solidarity and loyalty which were so characteristic of the new proletariat. They were not held together by the mere fact of being poor in the same place, but by the fact that working together in large numbers, cooperating in work, relying on each other, was their very life. Unbroken solidarity was their only weapon, for only thus could they demonstrate their single but decisive asset, collective indispensability. No strike breaking, or words to similar effect, was and has remained the first commandment in their moral code, the breaker of solidarity, described by the morally loaded adjective black as in blackleg, was the Judas of their community. Once they had acquired even a flickering of political consciousness, their demonstrations were not the mere occasional eruptions of an exasperated mob, which easily relapsed into apathy. They were the stirrings of an army. Thus in a city like Sheffield, once the class struggle between middle and working class had become the main issue in local politics, in the early 1840s, a strong and stable proletarian bloc immediately appeared. By the end of 1847 there were 8 Chartists on the town council, and the national collapse of Chartism in 1848 barely affected it in a city where between 10 and 12,000 hailed the Paris Revolution of that year. By 1849 Chartists held almost half the seats on the council. 24. Below the working class and the Jacobin tradition there lay the substratum of an even older tradition which reinforced both, that of riot, or the occasional public protest by desperate men. The direct action or rioting, the smashing of machines, shops, or the houses of the rich, had a long history. In general it expressed sheer hunger or the feelings of men at the end of their tether, as in the waves of machine breaking which periodically engulfed declining hand industries threatened by the machine, British textiles in 1810–11 and again in 1826, continental textiles in the mid-1830s and mid-1840s. Sometimes, as in England, it was a recognized form of collective pressure by organized workers, and implied no hostility to machines, as among miners, certain skilled textile operatives or the cutlers, who combined political moderation with systematic terrorism against non-unionist colleagues. Or else it expressed the discontent of the unemployed or the starving. At a time of ripening revolution such direct action by otherwise politically immature men and women could turn into a decisive force, especially if it occurred in capital cities or other politically sensitive spots. Both in 1830 and in 1848 such movements threw a gigantic weight behind otherwise quite minor expressions of discontent, turning protest into insurrection. 4. The labor movement of this period was, therefore, neither in composition nor in its ideology and program a strictly proletarian movement, i.e. one of industrial and factory workers or even one confined to wage earners. It was rather a common front of all forces and tendencies representing the, mainly urban, laboring poor. Such a common front had long existed, but even as late as the French Revolution its leadership and inspiration had come from the liberal and radical middle classes. As we have seen, Jacobinism and not Sansculottism, let alone the aspirations of the immature proletarians, had given such unity as it possessed to the Parisian popular tradition. The novelty of the situation after 1815 was, that the common front was increasingly directed against the liberal middle class as well as the kings and aristocrats, and that what gave it unity was the program and ideology of the proletariat, even though the industrial and factory working class as yet barely existed, and was on the whole politically very much less mature than other sections of the laboring poor. Both the poor and the rich tended to assimilate the entire urban mass existing below the middle order of society 25 politically to the proletariat or the working class. All who were troubled by the increasingly vivid and general sentiment that there is an internal disharmony in the present state of affairs, and that this state cannot last 26 inclined to turn to socialism as the only considered and intellectually valid critique and alternative. The leadership of the new movement reflected a similar state of affairs. The most active, militant, and politically conscious of the laboring poor were not the new factory proletarians but the skilled craftsmen, independent artisans, small-scale domestic workers and others who lived and worked substantially as they had done before the Industrial Revolution, but under far greater pressure. The earliest trade unions were almost invariably those of printers, hatters, tailors and the like. The nucleus of leadership of Chartism in a city like Leeds, and this was typical, consisted of a joiner turned handloom weaver, a couple of journeyman printers, a bookseller, a wool comber. The men who adopted Mr. Owen's cooperative doctrines were in their majority such artisans, mechanics, and hand workers. The earliest German working-class communists were traveling journeymen, craftsmen, tailors, joiners, printers. The men who rose against the bourgeoisie in the Paris of 1848 were still the inhabitants of the old artisan Faubourg Saint-Antoine, and not yet, as in the Commune of 1871, those of proletarian Belleville. Insofar as the advance of industry destroyed these very fortresses of working-class consciousness, it fatally undermined the strength of these early labor movements. Between 1820 and 1850, for instance, the British movement created a dense network of institutions for working-class self-education and political education, the Mechanics' Institutes, Owenite Halls of Science and others. By 1850 there were, not counting the more obviously political of these, 700 of them in Britain, 151 merely in the county of Yorkshire with 400 newsrooms. 27 But they were already declining, and within a few decades most would be either dead or somnolent. There was only one exception. In Britain alone the new proletarians had already begun to organize and even to produce their own leaders, John Doherty, the Irish Owenite cotton spinner, Tommy Hepburn, and Martin Jude, the miners. Not only the skilled artisans and the depressed domestic workers formed the battalions of Chartism, the factory workers were its fighters, and sometimes its leaders, too. But outside Britain the factory operatives and the miners were still in the main sufferers rather than agents. Not until the latter part of the century were they to take a hand themselves in the shaping of their fate. The labor movement was an organization of self-defense, of protest, of revolution. But for the laboring poor it was more than a tool of struggle, it was also a way of life. The liberal bourgeoisie offered them nothing. History took them away from the traditional life which conservatives offered vainly to maintain or to restore. Neither had much to do with the sort of life into which they were increasingly drawn. But the movement had, or rather, the way of life which they hammered out for themselves, collective, communal, combative, idealist and isolated, implied the movement, for struggle was its very essence. And in return the movement gave it coherence and purpose. The liberal myth supposed that unions were composed of feckless laborers instigated by conscienceless agitators, but in reality the feckless were generally the least unionized, the most intelligent and competent workers the most firm in their support for union. The most highly developed examples of such worlds of labor in this period were probably still those of the old domestic industries. There was the community of the Lion silk workers, the ever-rebellious Knits who rose in 1831 and again in 1834, and who, in Michelet's phrase, because this world would not do, made themselves another in the humid obscurity of their alleys, a moral paradise of sweet dreams and visions. 28 There were communities such as those of the Scottish linen weavers with their Republican and Jacobin Puritanism, their Swedenborgian heresies, their tradesmen's library, savings bank, mechanics institute, library and scientific club, their drawing academy, missionary meetings, temperance leagues, and infant schools, their florist society and literary magazine, the Dunfermline Gasometer, 8 and of course their Chartism. Class consciousness, militancy, hatred, and contempt for the oppressor belonged to this life as much as the looms on which men wove. They owed nothing to the rich except their wages. What they had in life was their own collective creation. But this silent process of self-organization was not confined to workers of this older type. It is reflected in the Union, often based on the local primitive Methodist community, in the Northumberland and Durham mines. It is reflected in the dense concentration of workers' mutual and friendly societies in the new industrial areas, especially Lancashire. 9 Above all, it is reflected in the serried thousands of men, women, and children who streamed with torches onto the moors for Chartist demonstrations from the smaller industrial towns of Lancashire, in the rapidity with which the new Rochdale cooperative shops spread in the latter 1840s. And yet, as we look back upon this period, there is a great and evident discrepancy between the force of the laboring poor, which the rich feared, the specter of communism which haunted them, and their actual organized force, let alone that of the new industrial proletariat. The public expression of their protest was, in the literal sense, a movement rather than an organization. What linked even the most massive and comprehensive of their political manifestations, Chartism, 1838-48, together was little more than a handful of traditional and radical slogans, a few powerful orators and journalists who became the voices of the poor, like Feargus O'Connor, 1794-1855, a few newspapers like the Northern Star. It was the common fate of being against the rich and the great which the old militants have recalled. We had a dog called Rodney. My grandmother disliked the name because she had a curious sort of notion that Admiral Rodney, having been elevated to the peerage, had been hostile to the people. The old lady, too, was careful to explain to me that Cobbett and Cobden were two different persons, that Cobbett was the hero, and that Cobden was just a middle-class advocate. One of the pictures that I longest remember, it stood alongside samplers and stenciled drawings not far from a china statuette of George Washington, was a portrait of John Frost. A line at the top of the picture indicated that it belonged to a series called the Portrait Gallery of People's Friends. Above the head was a laurel wreath, while below was a representation of Mr. Frost appealing to justice on behalf of ragged and wretched outcasts. The most constant of our visitors was a crippled shoemaker, who made his appearance every Sunday morning as regular as clockwork, with a copy of the Northern Star, damp from the press, for the purpose of hearing some member of our household read out to him and others Feargus' letter. The paper had first to be dried before the fire, and then carefully and evenly cut, so as not to damage a single line of the almost sacred production. This done, Larry, placidly smoking a cutty pipe, which he occasionally thrust into the grate, settled himself to listen with all the rapture of a devotee in a tabernacle to the message of the great Feargus 30. There was little leadership or coordination. The most ambitious attempt to turn a movement into an organization, the General Union of 1834-5, broke down miserably and rapidly. At most in Britain as on the continent there was the spontaneous solidarity of the local laboring community, the men who, like the Lion silk workers, died as hard as they lived. What held this movement together was hunger, wretchedness, hatred, and hope. And what defeated it, in Chartist Britain as on the revolutionary continent of 1848, was that the poor were hungry, numerous, and desperate enough to rise, but lacked the organization and maturity which could have made their rebellion more than a momentary danger to the social order. By 1848 the movement of the laboring poor had yet to develop its equivalent to the Jacobinism of the revolutionary middle class of 1789-94. Chapter 12. Ideology, Religion. Give me a people where boiling passions and worldly greed are calmed by faith, hope and charity, a people which sees this earth as a pilgrimage and the other life as its true fatherland, a people taught to admire and revere in Christian heroism its very poverty and its very sufferings, a people that loves and adores in Jesus Christ the firstborn of all the oppressed, and in his cross the instrument of universal salvation. Give me, I say, a people formed in this mold, and socialism will not merely be easily defeated, but impossible to be thought of. Civilta Cattolica 1. But when Napoleon began his advance, they, the Moluccan heretic peasants, believed that he was that lion of the valley of Jehoshaphat, who, as their old hymns tell, is destined to overthrow the false Tsar and to restore the throne of the true white Tsar. And so the Mologans of Tambov province chose a deputation among themselves, which was to go to meet him and greet him, dressed in white raiment. Haxthausen, study an Uber. Ruslan 2. What men think about the world is one thing, the terms in which they think about it, another. For most of history and over most of the world, China being perhaps the main exception, the terms in which all but a handful of educated and emancipated men thought about the world were those of traditional religion, so much so that there are countries in which the word Christian is simply a synonym for peasant or even man. At some stage before 1848 this ceased to be so in parts of Europe, though not yet outside the area transformed by the two revolutions. Religion, from being something like the sky, from which no man can escape and which contains all that is above the earth, became something like a bank of clouds, a large but limited and changing feature of the human firmament. Of all the ideological changes this is by far the most profound, though its practical consequences were more ambiguous and undetermined than was then supposed. At all events, it is the most unprecedented. What was unprecedented, of course, was the secularization of the masses. A gentlemanly religious indifference combined with the punctilious exercise of ritual duties, to set an example to the lower orders, had long been familiar among emancipated noblemen though ladies, like all their sex, remained far more pious. Polite and educated men might be technically believers in a supreme being, though one which had no function except existing and certainly did not interfere with human activities or require any form of worship except a gracious acknowledgement. But their views on traditional religion were contemptuous and often frankly hostile, and their views would have been no different had they been ready to declare themselves frank atheists. Sire, the great mathematician Laplace is reported to have told Napoleon, when asked where God fitted into his celestial mechanics, "I have no need of such an hypothesis." Frank atheism was still comparatively rare, but among the enlightened scholars, writers, and gentlemen who set the intellectual fashions of the later 18th century, frank Christianity was even rarer. If there was a flourishing religion among the late 18th century elite, it was rationalist, illuminist, and anti-clerical Freemasonry. This widespread de-Christianization of males in the polite and educated classes dated back to the late 17th or early 18th centuries, and its public effects had been startling and beneficial. The mere fact that trials for witchcraft, which had plagued Western and Central Europe for several centuries, now followed trials for heresy and autos de fe into limbo, would be enough to justify it. However, in the earlier 18th century it hardly affected the lower or even the middle ranks. The peasantry remained totally beyond the range of any ideological language which did not speak with the tongues of the Virgin, the saints, and Holy Writ, not to mention the more ancient gods and spirits which still hid beneath a slightly Christianized facade. There were stirrings of irreligious thought among those craftsmen who would formerly have been drawn to heresy. The cobblers, most persistent of working-class intellectuals, who had produced mystics like Jacob Boehme, seemed to have begun to have their doubts about any deity. At all events in Vienna they were the only group of craftsmen to sympathize with the Jacobins, because it was said that these did not believe in God. However, these were as yet tiny ripples. The great mass of unskilled and miscellaneous poverty in the cities remained, except perhaps for a few North European towns like Paris and London, profoundly pious or superstitious. But even among the middle ranks overt hostility to religion was not popular, though the ideology of a rationalist progressive-minded, Anti-traditional Enlightenment fitted excellently into the scheme of things of a rising middle class. Its associations were with aristocracy and immorality, which itself belonged to a noble society. And indeed the earliest really free thinkers, the libertines of the mid-17th century, lived up to the popular connotation of their name. Molière's Don Juan portrays not merely their combination of atheism and sexual freedom, but the respectable bourgeois horror of it. There were good reasons for the paradox, particularly obvious in the 17th century, that the intellectually most daring thinkers, who thereby anticipated much of later middle-class ideology, e.g. Bacon and Hobbes, were as individuals associated with the old and corrupt society. The armies of the rising middle class needed the discipline and organization of a strong and single-minded morality for their battles. Theoretically, agnosticism or atheism is perfectly compatible with this, and certainly Christianity unnecessary for it, and the philosophers of the 18th century were never tired of demonstrating that a natural morality, of which they found illustrations among the noble savages, and the high personal standards of the individual freethinker were better than Christianity. But in practice the tried advantages of the old type of religion and the terrible risks of abandoning any supernatural sanction of morality were immense, not only for the laboring poor, who were generally held to be too ignorant and stupid to do without some sort of socially useful superstition, but for the middle class itself. The post-revolutionary generations in France are full of attempts to create a bourgeois non-Christian morality equivalent to the Christian, by a Rousseauist cult of the supreme being, Robespierre in 1794, by various pseudo-religious constructed on rationalist non-Christian foundations, but still maintaining the apparatus of ritual and cults, the Saint-Simonians, and Comte's religion of humanity. Eventually the attempt to maintain the externals of old religious cults was abandoned, but not the attempt to establish a formal lay morality, based on various moral concepts such as solidarite, and above all on a lay counterpart to the priesthood, the school teachers. The French instituteur, poor, selfless, imbuing his pupils in each village with the Roman morality of revolution and republic, the official antagonist to the village cure, did not triumph until the Third Republic, which also solved the political problems of establishing bourgeois stability on the foundations of social revolution, at all events for 70 years. But he is already implicit in Condorcet's law of 1792, which established that the persons in charge of instruction in primary classes shall be called instituteurs, echoing Cicero and Sallust, who spoke of founding the commonwealth, instituere civitatem, and founding morality of commonwealths, instituere civitatem mores. Point 4. The bourgeoisie thus remained divided in its ideology between a minority of increasingly frank freethinkers and a majority of the pious, Protestant, Jewish, and Catholic. However, the new historic fact was that of the two the freethinking sector was immeasurably more dynamic and effective. Though in purely quantitative terms religion remained immensely strong and, as we shall see, grew stronger, it was no longer, to use a biological analogy, dominant but recessive, and has remained so to this day within the world transformed by the dual revolution. There is little doubt that the great bulk of the citizens of the new USA were believers of one sort or another, mostly Protestant, but the Constitution of the Republic is, and in spite of all efforts to change it has remained, one of agnosticism. There is no doubt whatever that among the British middle classes of our period the Protestant Pietists greatly and increasingly outnumbered the minority of agnostic radicals. But a Bentham molded the actual institutions of their age far more than a Wilberforce. The most obvious proof of this decisive victory of secular over religious ideology is also its most important result. With the American and French revolutions, major political and social transformations were secularized. The issues of the Dutch and English revolutions of the 16th and 17th centuries had still been discussed and fought out in the traditional language of Christianity, orthodox, schismatic or heretical. In the ideologies of the American and French, for the first time in European history, Christianity is irrelevant. The language, the symbolism, the costume of 1789 are purely non-Christian, if we leave aside a few popular archaic efforts to create cults of saints and martyrs, analogous to the old ones, out of dead sans-culotte heroes. It was, in fact, Roman. At the same time, the secularism of the Revolution demonstrates the remarkable political hegemony of the liberal middle class, which imposed its particular ideological forms on a much vaster movement of the masses. If the intellectual leadership of the French Revolution had come only very slightly from the masses who actually made it, it is inconceivable that its ideology should not have shown more signs of traditionalism than it did. Bourgeois triumph thus imbued the French Revolution with the agnostic or secular moral ideology of the 18th century Enlightenment, and since the idiom of that revolution became the general language of all subsequent social revolutionary movements, it transmitted the secularism to them also. With a few unimportant exceptions, notably among intellectuals like the Saint-Simonians and among a few archaic Christian communist sectarians like the Taylor-Whiteling, 1808–1871, the ideology of the new working class and socialist movements of the 19th century was secularist from the start. Thomas Paine, whose ideas expressed the radical democratic aspirations of small artisans and pauperized craftsmen, is as famous for having written the first book to demonstrate in popular language that the Bible is not the Word of God, The Age of Reason, 1794, as for his Rights of Man, 1791. The mechanics of the 1820s followed Robert Owen not only for his analysis of capitalism, but for his unbelief, and, long after the collapse of Owenism, their halls of science spread rationalist propaganda through the cities. There have been and are religious socialists, and a very large number of men who, while religious, are also socialists. But the predominant ideology of modern labor and socialist movements, insofar as they claim one, is based on 18th century rationalism. This is all the more surprising as we have seen the masses to have remained predominantly religious, and as the natural revolutionary idiom of masses brought up in a traditional Christian society is one of rebellion, social heresy, millennialism, and the like, the Bible being a highly incendiary document. However, the prevalent secularism of the new labor and socialist movements was based on the equally novel and more fundamental fact of the prevalent religious indifference of the new proletariat. By modern standards, the working classes and urban masses which grew up in the period of the Industrial Revolution were no doubt rather strongly influenced by religion. By the standards of the first half of the 19th century, there was no precedent for their remoteness from, ignorance of, and indifference to, organized religion. Observers of all political tendencies agreed about this. The British religious census of 1851 demonstrated it to the horror of contemporaries. Much of this remoteness was due to the utter failure of the traditional established churches to cope with agglomerations, the great cities and the new industrial settlements, and with social classes, the proletariat, which were foreign to their routines and experience. By 1851 there were church places available for only 34% of the inhabitants of Sheffield, only 31.2% of those in Liverpool and Manchester, only 29% of those in Birmingham. The problems of being a parish priest in an agricultural village were no guide to the cure of souls in an industrial town or urban slum. The established churches therefore neglected these new communities and classes, thus leaving them, especially in Catholic and Lutheran countries, almost entirely to the secular faith of the new labor movements, which were eventually towards the end of the 19th century to capture them. Where they had not by 1848 done so to any great extent, the incentive to recapture them from infidelity was not strong. The Protestant sects were more successful, at all events in the countries such as Britain, in which such sectarianism was a well-established religio-political phenomenon. Nevertheless, there is much evidence that even the sects succeeded best where the social environment was nearest to that of the traditional small town or village community, as among the farm laborers, miners, and fishermen. Moreover, among the industrial laboring classes the sects were never more than a minority. The working class as a group was undoubtedly less touched by organized religion than any previous body of the poor in world history. The general trend of the period from 1789 to 1848 was therefore one of emphatic secularization. Science found itself in increasingly open conflict with the scriptures, as it ventured into evolutionary fields, Cf. Chapter 15. Historical scholarship, applied to the Bible in unprecedented doses, particularly from the 1830s by the professors of Tübingen, dissolved the single text inspired, if not written, by the Lord into a collection of historical documents from various periods, with all the defects of human documentation. Lachmann's Novum Testamentum, 1842-1852, denied that the Gospels were eyewitness accounts and doubted whether Jesus Christ had intended to found a new religion. David Strauss's controversial Life of Jesus, 1835, eliminated the supernatural element from his subject's biography. By 1848, educated Europe was almost ripe for the shock of Charles Darwin. The trend was reinforced by the direct attack of numerous political regimes on the property and legal privileges of the established churches and their clergy or other ritual persons, and the increasing tendency for governments or other secular agencies to take over functions hitherto left largely to religious ones, especially in Roman Catholic countries' education and social welfare. Between 1789 and 1848, monasteries were dissolved and their property sold from Naples to Nicaragua. Outside Europe, of course, conquering whites launched direct attacks upon the religion of their subjects or victims, either like the British administrators in India who stamped out the burning of widows, suttee, and the ritual murder sect of the Thugs in the 1830s as convinced champions of enlightenment against superstition, or merely because they hardly knew what effect their measures would have on their victims. 2. In purely numerical terms, it is evident that all religions, unless actually contracting, were likely to expand with the rise in population. Yet two types showed a particular aptitude for expansion in our period: Islam and sectarian Protestantism. This expansionism was all the more striking as it contrasted with the marked failure of other Christian religions, both Catholic and Protestant, to expand, in spite of a sharp increase in missionary activity outside Europe, increasingly backed by the military, political, and economic force of European penetration. In fact, the Revolutionary and Napoleonic decades saw the beginning of systematic Protestant missionary activity mostly by Anglo-Saxons. The Baptist Missionary Society, 1792, the Interdenominational London Missionary Society, 1795, the Evangelical Church Missionary Society, 1799, the British and Foreign Bible Society, 1804, were followed by the American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions, 1810, by the American Baptists, 1814, Wesleyans, 1813-18, the American Bible Society, 1816, the Church of Scotland, 1824, the United Presbyterians, 1835, the American Methodist Episcopalians, 1819, and the rest. Continental Protestants, in spite of some pioneering by the Netherlands Missionary Society, 1797, and the Basel Missionaries, 1815, developed somewhat later, the Berlin and Rhenish Societies in the 1820s, the Swedish, Leipzig and Bremen Societies in the 30s, the Norwegian in 1842. Roman Catholicism, whose missions were stagnant and neglected, revived even later. The reasons for this outpouring of Bibles and trade over the heathen belong both to the religious, social, and economic histories of Europe and America. Here we need merely note that by 1848 its results were still negligible, except in some Pacific islands like Hawaii. A few footholds had been gained on the coast in Sierra Leone, whither anti-slavery agitation attracted attention in the 1790s, and in Liberia, formed as a state of liberated American slaves in the 1820s. Around the fringes of European settlement in South Africa, foreign missionaries, but not the established local Church of England and Dutch Reformed Church, had begun to convert Africans in some quantities. But when David Livingstone, the famous missionary and explorer, sailed for Africa in 1840, the original inhabitants of that continent were still virtually untouched by Christianity in any shape. As against this, Islam was continuing that silent, piecemeal and irreversible expansion unbacked by organized missionary endeavor or forcible conversion, which is so characteristic of that religion. It expanded both eastwards, in Indonesia and northwestern China, and westwards from the Sudan towards Senegal and, to a much smaller extent, from the shores of the Indian Ocean inland. When traditional societies change something so fundamental as their religion, it is clear that they must be facing major new problems. The Muslim traders, who virtually monopolized the commerce of inner Africa with the outside world and multiplied with it, helped to bring Islam to the notice of new peoples. The slave trade, which broke down communal life, made it attractive, for Islam is a powerful means of reintegrating social structures. 4 At the same time, the Mohammedan religion appealed to the semi-feudal and military societies of the Sudan, and its sense of independence, militancy, and superiority made it a useful counterweight to slavery. Muslim Negroes made bad slaves, the Hausa, and other Sudanese, who had been imported into Bahia, Brazil, revolted 9 times between 1807 and the Great Rising of 1835 until, in effect, they were mostly killed or deported back to Africa. The slavers learned to avoid imports from these areas, which had only recently been open to the trade. 5. While the element of resistance to the whites was clearly very small in African Islam, where there were as yet hardly any, it was by tradition crucial in Southeast Asia. Their Islam, once again pioneered by traders, had long advanced against local cults and the declining Hinduism of the Spice Islands, largely as a means of more effective resistance against the Portuguese and the Dutch, as a kind of pre-nationalism, though also as a popular counterweight to the Hinduized princes. 6 As these princes increasingly turned into narrowly circumscribed dependents or agents of the Dutch, Islam sunk its roots more deeply into the population. In turn, the Dutch learned that the Indonesian princes could, by allying with the religious teachers, unleash a general popular rising, as in the Java War of the Prince of Yogyakarta, 1825–1830. They were consequently time and again driven back to a policy of close alliance with the local rulers, or indirect rule. Meanwhile, the growth of trade and shipping forged closer links between Southeast Asian Muslim and Mecca, served to increase the number of pilgrims, to make Indonesian Islam more orthodox, and even to open it to the militant and revivalist influence of Arabian Wahhabism. Within Islam, the movements of reform and revival, which in this period gave the religion much of its penetrative power, can also be seen as reflecting the impact of European expansion and the crisis of the old Mohammedan societies, notably of the Turkish and Persian empires, and perhaps also of the growing crisis of the Chinese Empire. The puritanical Wahhabites had arisen in Arabia in the mid-18th century. By 1814 they had conquered Arabia and were ready to conquer Syria, until halted by the combined force of the westernizing Muhammad Ali of Egypt and Western arms, though their teachings spread eastwards into Persia, Afghanistan, and India. Inspired by Wahhabism, an Algerian holy man, Sidi Mohammed ben Ali el-Sanusi, developed a similar movement which from the 1840s spread from Tripoli into the Sahara Desert. In Algeria, Abd el-Kader, in the Caucasus Shamil, developed religio-political movements of resistance to the French and Russians respectively, see Chapter 7, and anticipated a pan-Islamism which sought not merely a return to the original purity of the Prophet but also to absorb Western innovations. In Persia, an even more obviously nationalist and revolutionary heterodoxy, the Bab movement of Ali Muhammad, arose in the 1840s. It tended, among other things, to return to certain ancient practices of Persian Zoroastrianism and demanded the unveiling of women. The ferment and expansion of Islam was such that in terms of purely religious history, we can perhaps best describe the period from 1789 to 1848 as that of a world Islamic revival. No equivalent mass movements developed in any other non-Christian religion, though by the end of the period we are on the verge of a great Chinese Taiping rebellion, which has many characteristics of such a one. Small religious reform movements of the Evolus were founded in British India, notably Ram Mohan Roy's, 1772–1833, Brahmo Samaj. In the United States, the defeated Indian tribes began to develop religio-social prophetic movements of resistance to the whites, such as that which inspired the war of the largest recorded confederation of the Plains Indians under Tecumseh in the first decade of the century, and Handsome Lake's Religion, 1799, designed to preserve the Iroquois way of life against disruption by white American society. It is to the credit of Thomas Jefferson, a man of rare enlightenment, that he gave this prophet, who adopted some Christian and especially Quaker elements, his official blessing. However, the direct contact between an advanced capitalist civilization and animist peoples was still too rare to produce many of those prophetic and millennial movements which have become so typical of the 20th century. The expansionist movement of Protestant sectarianism differs from that of Islam in that it was almost entirely confined to the countries of developed capitalist civilization. Its extent cannot be measured, for some movements of this kind, for instance German Pietism or English evangelicalism, remained within the framework of their respective established state churches. However, its size is not in doubt. In 1851 roughly half the Protestant worshippers in England and Wales attended religious services other than those of the established church. This extraordinary triumph of the sects was the result, in the main, of religious developments since 1790, or more precisely since the last years of the Napoleonic Wars. Thus in 1790 the Wesleyan Methodists had only 59,000 communicant members in the UK, in 1850 they and their various offshoots had something like 10 times that number. 7 In the United States a very similar process of mass conversion multiplied the number of Baptists, Methodists, and to a lesser extent Presbyterians at the relative expense of the formerly dominant churches. By 1850 almost 3/4 of all churches in the USA belonged to these three denominations. 8 The disruption of established churches, the secession and rise of sects, also marks the religious history of this period in Scotland, the Great Disruption of 1843, the Netherlands, Norway and other countries. The reasons for the geographical and social limits of Protestant sectarianism are evident. Roman Catholic countries provided no scope for and tradition of public sects. There the equivalent break with the established church or the dominant religion was more likely to take the form of mass de-Christianization, especially among the men, than of schism. 2. Conversely, the Protestant anti-clericalism of the Anglo-Saxon countries was often the exact counterpart of the atheist anti-clericalism of continental ones. Religious revivalism was likely to take the form of some new emotional cult, some miracle-working saint or pilgrimage within the accepted framework of the Roman Catholic religion. One or two such saints of our period have come to wider notice, e.g. the Cure d'Ars, 1786–1859, in France. The Orthodox Christianity of Eastern Europe lent itself more readily to sectarianism, and in Russia the growing disruption of a backward society had since the later 17th century produced a crop of sects. Several, in particular the self-castrating Skoptsi, the Doukhobors of the Ukraine and the Mologons, were the products of the later 18th century and the Napoleonic period, old believers dated from the 17th century. However, in general the classes to which such sectarianism made the greatest appeal, small craftsmen, traders, commercial farmers and other precursors of the bourgeoisie, or conscious peasant revolutionaries, were still not numerous enough to produce a sectarian movement of vast size. In the Protestant countries the situation was different. Here the impact of the commercial and individualist society was strongest, at all events in Britain and the USA, while the sectarian tradition was already well established. Its exclusiveness and insistence on the individual communication between man and God, as well as its moral austerity, made it attractive to, or a school for, rising entrepreneurs and small businessmen. Its gaunt, implacable, theology of hell and damnation and of an austere personal salvation made it attractive to men who lived harsh lives in a harsh environment, to frontiersmen and seamen, to small individual cultivators and miners, to exploited craftsmen. The sect could easily turn into a democratic, egalitarian assembly of the faithful without social or religious hierarchy, and thus appealed to the common man. Its hostility to elaborate ritual and learned doctrine encouraged amateur prophecy and preaching. The persistent tradition of millenarianism lent itself to a primitive expression of social rebellion. Finally, its association with emotionally overpowering personal conversion opened the way for a mass religious revivalism of hysterical intensity, in which men and women could find a welcome release from the stresses of a society which provided no equivalent outlets for mass emotion, and destroyed those which had existed in the past. Revivalism did more than anything else to propagate the sects. Thus it was the intensely emotional, irrationalist, personal salvationism of John Wesley, 1703 to 1791, and his Methodists which provided the impetus for the Renaissance and expansion of Protestant dissent, at any rate in Britain. For this reason the new sects and trends were initially apolitical or even, like the Wesleyans, strongly conservative, for they turned away from the evil outside world to personal salvation or to the life of the self-contained group, which often meant that they rejected the possibility of any collective alteration of its secular arrangements. Their political energies generally went into moral and religious campaigns like those which multiplied foreign missions, anti-slavery, and temperance agitations. The politically active and radical sectarians in the period of the American and French revolutions belonged rather to the older, drier, and more tranquil dissenting and Puritan communities which had survived from the 17th century, stagnant or even evolving towards an intellectualist deism under the influence of 18th century rationalism, Presbyterians, Congregationalists, Unitarians, Quakers. The new Methodist type of sectarianism was anti-revolutionary, and the immunity of Britain to revolution in our period has even mistakenly been ascribed to their growing influence. However, the social character of the new sects militate against their theological withdrawal from the world. They spread most readily among those who stood between the rich and powerful on one side, the masses of the traditional society on the other, i.e. among those who were about to rise into the middle class, those about to decline into a new proletariat, and the indiscriminate mass of small and independent men in between. The fundamental political orientation of all these inclined them towards a Jacobinical or Jeffersonian radicalism, or at least, a moderate middle-class liberalism. Nonconformism in Britain, the prevalent Protestant churches in the USA, therefore tended to take their place as political forces on the left, though among the British Methodists the Toryism of their founder was overcome only in the course of the half-century of secessions and internal crises which ended in 1848. Only among the very poor, or the very shaken, did the original rejection of the existing world continue. But there was often a primitive revolutionary rejection, taking the form of the millenarian prediction of the end of the world, which the tribulations of the post-Napoleonic period appeared, in line with the apocalypse, to foreshadow. The Irvingites in Britain announced it for 1835 and 1838, William Miller, the founder of the Seventh-day Adventists in the USA, predicted it for 1843 and 1844, by which time 50,000 were said to follow him and 3,000 preachers to back him. In the areas where small stable individualist farming and petty trading were under the immediate impact of the growth of a dynamic capitalist economy, such as in upstate New York, this millenarian ferment was particularly powerful. Its most dramatic product was the sect of the Latter-day Saints, the Mormons, founded by the prophet Joseph Smith, who received his revelation near Palmyra, NY, in the 1820s, and led his people in an exodus towards some remote Zion which eventually brought them into the deserts of Utah. These were also the groups among whom the collective hysteria of the mass revival meeting made the greatest appeal, whether because it relieved the harshness and drabness of their lives, when no other entertainment offers. Religious revivals will sometimes take its place, a lady observed of the girls in the Essex Mills, 9, or whether its collective religious union created a temporary community of disparate individuals. In its modern form, revivalism was the product of the American frontier. The Great Awakening began around 1800 in the Appalachians with gigantic camp meetings, the one at Cane Ridge, Kentucky, 1801, united between 10 and 20,000 people under 40 preachers, and a degree of sustained orgiastic hysteria difficult to conceive. Men and women jerked, danced to exhaustion, fell into trances by the thousands, spoke with tongues or barked like dogs. Remoteness, a harsh natural or social environment, or a combination of all these, encouraged such revivalism, which traveling preachers imported into Europe, thus producing a proletarian democratic secession from the Wesleyans, the so-called primitive Methodists, after 1808, who spread particularly among British North Country miners and small hill farmers, among North Sea fishermen, farm laborers, and the depressed domestic workers of the sweated industries in the Midlands. Such bouts of religious hysteria occurred periodically. Throughout our period in South Wales they broke out in 1807 to 9, 1828 to 30, 1839 to 42, 1849 and 185,910 and account for the major increases in the numerical strength of the sects. They cannot be ascribed to any single precipitating cause. Some coincided with periods of acute tension and unrest. All but one of the periods of ultra-rapid Wesleyan expansion in our period did so, but sometimes also with rapid recovery after a depression, and occasionally they were precipitated by social calamities like the cholera epidemics, which produced analogous religious phenomena in other Christian countries. 3. In purely religious terms we must therefore see our period as one in which increasing secularization and, in Europe, religious indifference battled with revivals of religion in its most uncompromising, irrationalist, and emotionally compulsive forms. If Tom Paine stands at one extreme, William Miller the Adventist stands at the other. The frankly atheist mechanical materialism of the German philosopher Feuerbach, 1804–1872, in the 1830s confronted the anti-intellectualist young men of the Oxford movement who defended the literal accuracy of the early medieval lives of the saints. But this return to militant, literal, old-fashioned religion had three aspects. For the masses it was, in the main, a method of coping with the increasingly bleak and inhuman oppressive society of middle-class liberalism, in Marx's phrase, but he was not the only one to use such words. It was the heart of a heartless world, as it is the spirit of spiritless conditions, the opium of the people. 11 More than this, it attempted to create social and sometimes educational and political institutions in an environment which provided none, and among politically undeveloped people it gave primitive expression to their discontents and aspirations. Its literalism, emotionalism, and superstition protested both against the entire society in which rational calculation dominated and against the upper classes who deformed religion in their own image. For the middle classes rising out of such masses, religion could be a powerful moral prop, a justification of their social existence against the united contempt and hatred of traditional society, and an engine of their expansion. It liberated them from the fetters of that society, if they were sectarians. It gave their prophets a moral title greater than that of mere rational self-interest, it legitimized their harshness towards the oppressed, it united with trade to bring civilization to the heathen and sales to business. For the monarchies and aristocracies, and indeed for all who rested on top of the social pyramid, it provided social stability. They had learned from the French Revolution that the Church was the strongest prop of the throne. Pious and illiterate peoples like the South Italians, the Spaniards, the Tyrolese, and the Russians had leaped to arms to defend their church and ruler against foreigners, infidels and revolutionaries, blessed and in some instances led by their priests. Pious and illiterate peoples would live content in the poverty to which God had called them under the rulers which Providence had given them, simple, moral, orderly and immune from the subversive effects of reason. For conservative governments after 1815 and what continental European governments were not, the encouragement of religious sentiments and churches was as indispensable a part of policy as the organization of police offices, and censorships. For the priest, the policeman, and the censor were now the three main props of reaction against revolution. For most established governments it was enough that Jacobinism threatened thrones and the churches preserved them. However, for a group of romantic intellectuals and ideologists the alliance between throne and altar had a more profound significance. It preserved an old, organic, living society against the corrosion of reason and liberalism, and the individual found it a more adequate expression of his tragic predicament than any provided by the rationalists. In France and England such justifications of the alliance between throne and altar had no great political importance. Neither did the Romantic search for a tragic and personal religion. The most important explorer of these profundities of the human heart, the Dane Søren Kierkegaard, 1813–1855, came from a small country and attracted very little contemporary attention. His fame is entirely posthumous. However, in the German states and in Russia, the strongholds of monarchist reaction, Romantic reactionary intellectuals played some part in politics as civil servants, drafters of manifestos and programs, and where monarchs were themselves inclined to mental imbalance, like Alexander I of Russia and Frederick William IV of Prussia, as private advisors. On the whole, however, the Friedrich Gentzes and Adam Müllers were minor figures, and their religious medievalism, which Metternich himself distrusted, was merely a slight traditionalist flourish to announce the policemen and the censors on whom their kings relied. The force of the Holy Alliance of Russia, Austria, and Prussia, which was to keep Europe in order after 1815, rested not on its titular crusading mysticism, but on the simple decision to put down any and every subversive movement by Russian, Prussian, or Austrian arms. Moreover, genuinely conservative governments were inclined to distrust all intellectuals and ideologists, even reactionary ones, for, once the principle of thinking rather than obeying was accepted, the end was in sight. As Friedrich Gentz, Metternich's secretary, wrote in 1819 to Adam Müller, "I continue to defend the proposition, in order that the press may not be abused, nothing whatever shall be printed in the next years. Period. If this principle were to be applied as a binding rule, a very few rare exceptions being authorized by a very clearly superior tribunal, we should within a brief time find our way back to God and truth." 12. And yet, if the anti-liberal ideologists were of small political importance, their flight from the horrors of liberalism into a truly godly and organic past was of considerable religious interest, for it produced a marked revival of Roman Catholicism among sensitive young men of the upper classes. For was not Protestantism itself the direct precursor of individualism, rationalism, and liberalism? If a truly religious society alone would heal the sickness of the 19th century, was it not the only truly Christian society of the Catholic Middle Ages? 3. As usual, Gentz expressed the attraction of Catholicism with a clarity unsuited to the subject. Protestantism is the first, the true, the only source of all the vast evils under which we groan today. Had it merely confined itself to reasoning, we might have been able and obliged to tolerate it, for a tendency to argue is rooted in human nature. However, once governments agreed to accept Protestantism as a permitted form of religion, an expression of Christianity, a right of man, once they granted it a place in the state besides, or even on the ruins of, the only true church, the religious, moral and political order of the world was immediately dissolved. The entire French Revolution, and the even worse revolution which is about to break over Germany, have sprung from this same source. 13. Groups of exalted young men thus flung themselves from the horrors of the intellect into the welcoming arms of Rome, embracing celibacy, the self-torture of asceticism, the writings of the Fathers, or merely the warm and aesthetically satisfying ritual of the Church with a passionate abandon. They came, as was to be expected, mostly from Protestant countries. The German Romantics were in general Prussians. The Oxford movement of the 1830s is the most familiar phenomenon of this kind to the Anglo-Saxon reader, though it is characteristically British inasmuch as only some of the young zealots who thus expressed the spirit of the most obscurantist and reactionary of universities, actually joined the Roman Church, notably the talented J. H. Newman, 1801–1890. The rest found a compromise resting place as ritualists within the Anglican Church, which they claimed to be a true Catholic Church, and attempted, to the horror of low and broad churchmen, to garnish with vestments, incense, and other popish abominations. The new converts were a puzzle to the traditionally Catholic noble and gentle families, who took their religion as a family badge, and to the mass of Irish immigrant laborers who increasingly formed the bulk of British Catholicism, nor was their noble zeal wholly appreciated by the careful and realistic ecclesiastical officials of the Vatican. But since they came from excellent families, and the conversion of the upper classes might well herald the conversion of the lower, they were welcomed as a heartening sign of the Church's power to conquer. Yet even within organized religion, at least within the Roman Catholic, Protestant and Jewish kind, the sappers and miners of liberalism were at work. In the Roman Church their chief field of action was France, and their most important figure, Hugues Félicite Robert de Lamennais, 1782–1854, who moved successively from romantic conservatism to a revolutionary idealization of the people which brought him close to socialism. Lamennais' Paroles d'Uncroyant, 1834, created uproar among governments, who scarcely expected to be stabbed in the back with so reliable a weapon of the status quo defense as Catholicism, and he was soon condemned by Rome. Liberal Catholicism, however, survived in France, always a country receptive to trends in the Church slightly at variance with those in Rome. In Italy also the powerful revolutionary current of the 1830s and 1840s pulled some Catholic thinkers into its eddies, such as Rosmini and Gioberti, 1801–52, the champion of the liberal Italy united by the Pope. However, the main body of the Church was militantly and increasingly anti-liberal. Protestant minorities and sects naturally stood far closer to liberalism, at any rate in politics. To be a French Huguenot virtually meant to be at the very least a moderate liberal. Guizot, Louis Philippe's prime minister, was one. Protestant state churches like the Anglican and the Lutheran were politically more conservative, but their theologies were rather less resistant to the corrosion of biblical scholarship and rationalist inquiry. The Jews, of course, were exposed to the full force of the liberal current. After all, they owed their political and social emancipation entirely to it. Cultural assimilation was the goal of all emancipated Jews. The most extreme among the évolus abandoned their old religion for Christian conformity or agnosticism, like the father of Karl Marx or the poet Heinrich Heine, who discovered, however, that Jews do not cease to be Jews, at least for the outside world, when they stop going to the synagogue. The less extreme developed an attenuated liberal form of Judaism. Only in the small towns did the Torah and Talmud-dominated form of the ghetto continue virtually unchanged. Chapter 13. Ideology, Secular. Mr. Bentham turns wooden utensils in a lathe for exercise, and fancies he can turn men in the same manner. He has no great fondness for poetry, and can hardly extract a moral out of Shakespeare. His house is warmed and lighted by steam. He is one of those who prefer the artificial to the natural in most things, and think the mind of man omnipotent. He has a great contempt for out-of-door prospects, for green fields and trees, and is forever referring everything to utility. W. Hazlitt, The Spirit of the Age, 1825. The Communists disdain to conceal their views and aims. They openly declare that their ends can be attained only by the forcible overthrow of all existing conditions. Let the ruling classes tremble at a communist revolution. The proletarians have nothing to lose but their chains. They have a world to win. Working men of all countries, unite. K. Marx and F. Engels, Manifesto of the Communist Party, 1848. I. Quantity must still make us give pride of place in the world of 1789 to 1848 to religious ideology, quality to secular. With a very few exceptions, all the thinkers of importance in our period spoke the secular language, whatever their private religious beliefs. Much of what they thought, and what ordinary people took for granted without much self-conscious thought, will be discussed under the more specific headings of science and the arts. Some has already been discussed. Here we shall concentrate on what was after all the major theme which arose out of the dual revolution, the nature of society and the way it was going or ought to go. On this key problem there were two major divisions of opinion, those who accepted the way the world was going and those who did not, in other words those who believed in progress and the others. For in a sense there was only one Weltanschauung of major significance, and a number of other views which, whatever their merits, were at bottom chiefly negative critiques of it, the triumphant, rationalist, humanist enlightenment of the 18th century. Its champions believed firmly, and correctly, that human history was an ascent, rather than a decline or an undulating movement about a level trend. They could observe that man's scientific knowledge and technical control over nature increased daily. They believed that human society and individual man could be perfected by the same application of reason, and were destined to be so perfected by history. On these points bourgeois liberals and revolutionary proletarian socialists were at one. Up to 1789 the most powerful and advanced formulation of this ideology of progress had been classical bourgeois liberalism. Indeed, its fundamental system had been so firmly elaborated in the 17th and 18th centuries that its discussion hardly belongs to this volume. It was a narrow, lucid, and sharp-edged philosophy which found its purest exponents, as we might expect, in Britain and France. It was rigorously rationalist and secular, that is to say convinced of the ability of men in principle to understand all and to solve all questions by the use of reason, and the tendency of irrational behavior and institutions, among which traditionalism and all religion other than the rational, to obscure rather than to enlighten. Philosophically it tended towards materialism, or empiricism, as befitted an ideology which drew its force and methods from science, in this instance chiefly the mathematics and physics of the 17th century scientific revolution. Its general assumptions about the world and man were marked by a pervasive individualism, which owed more to the introspection of middle-class individuals or the observation of their behavior than to the a priori principles on which it claimed to be based, and which was expressed in a psychology, though the word was not yet in existence in 1789, that echoed 17th-century mechanics, the so-called associationist school. In brief, for classical liberalism, the human world consisted of self-contained individual atoms with certain built-in passions and drives, each seeking above all to maximize his satisfactions and minimize his dissatisfactions, equal in this to all others and naturally recognizing no limits or rights of interference with his urges. In other words, each man was naturally possessed of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, as the American Declaration of Independence put it, though the most logical liberal thinkers preferred not to put this in the language of natural rights. In the course of pursuing this self-interest, each individual in this anarchy of equal competitors, found it advantageous or unavoidable to enter into certain relations with other individuals, and this complex of useful arrangements which were often expressed in the frankly commercial terminology of contract constituted society and social or political groups. Of course such arrangements and associations implied some diminution of man's naturally unlimited liberty to do what he liked, one of the tasks of politics being to reduce such interference to the practicable minimum. Except perhaps for such irreducible sexual groups as parents and their children, the man of classical liberalism, whose literary symbol was Robinson Crusoe, was a social animal only insofar as he coexisted in large numbers. Social aims were therefore the arithmetical sum of individual aims. Happiness, a term which caused its definers almost as much trouble as its pursuers, was each individual's supreme object. The greatest happiness of the greatest number, was plainly the aim of society. In fact, pure utilitarianism, which frankly reduced all human relations entirely to the pattern just sketched, was confined to very tactless philosophers like the great Thomas Hobbes in the 17th century or very confident champions of the middle class like the school of British thinkers and publicists associated with the names of Jeremy Bentham, 1748-1832, James Mill, 1773-1836, and above all the classical political economists. For two reasons. In the first place, an ideology which so completely reduced all except the rational calculation of self-interest to nonsense on stilts, to use Bentham's phrase, conflicted with some powerful instincts of the middle-class behavior it aimed to advance. Point 2. Thus it could be shown that rational self-interest might well justify considerably greater interference in the individual's natural liberty to do as he wished and to keep what he earned, than was at all agreeable. Thomas Hobbes, whose works the British utilitarians piously collected and published, had actually shown that it precluded any a priori limits on state power, and the Benthamites themselves championed bureaucratic state management when they thought it secured the greatest happiness of the greatest number as readily as laissez-faire. Consequently, those seeking to safeguard private property, enterprise, and individual freedom often preferred to give it the metaphysical sanction of a natural right rather than the vulnerable one of utility. Moreover, a philosophy which so completely eliminated morality and duty by reducing them to rational calculation, might well weaken that sense of the eternal fitness of things among the ignorant poor on which social stability rested. Utilitarianism, for reasons such as these, therefore never monopolized middle-class liberal ideology. It provided the sharpest of radical axes with which to chop down traditional institutions which could not answer the triumphant questions: is it rational? Is it useful? Does it contribute to the greatest happiness of the greatest number? But it was strong enough neither to inspire a revolution nor to safeguard against one. The philosophically feeble John Locke rather than the superb Thomas Hobbes remained the favorite thinker of vulgar liberalism, for he at least put private property beyond the range of interference and attack as the most basic of natural rights. And the French revolutionaries found it best to put their demand for free enterprise, tout citoyen est libre d'employer ses bras, son industrie et ses capitaux comme it jug bon et utile à lui-même. Il put fabriquer ce qu'il we plate et comme il we plate, one into the form of a general natural right to liberty, l'exercice de droits naturels de chaque homme et de bornes qu'elles qui assurent auxiliary autres membres de la société la jouissance de mêmes droits. Point 2. In its political thought, classical liberalism thus swerved from the daring and rigor which made it so powerful a revolutionary force. In its economic thought, however, it was less inhibited, partly because middle-class confidence in the triumph of capitalism was much greater than confidence in the political supremacy of the bourgeoisie over absolutism or the ignorant mob, partly because the classical assumptions about the nature and natural state of men undoubtedly fitted the special situation of the market much better than the situation of humanity in general. Consequently, classical political economy forms, with Thomas Hobbes, the most impressive intellectual monument to liberal ideology. Its great period is slightly earlier than that with which this volume deals. The publication of Adam Smith's 1723-90, Wealth of Nations in 1776 marks its beginning, that of David Ricardo's 1792-1823, Principles of Political Economy in 1817 its peak, and 1830 the beginning of its decline or transformation. However, its vulgarized version continued to gain adherents among businessmen throughout our period. The social argument of Adam Smith's political economy was both elegant and comforting. It is true that humanity consisted essentially of sovereign individuals of a certain psychological constitution pursuing their self-interest in competition with one another. But it could be shown that these activities, when left to operate so far as possible unchecked, produced not only a natural social order, as distinct from the artificial ones imposed by aristocratic vested interest, obscurantism, tradition, or ignorant meddling, but the most rapid possible increase in the wealth of nations, i.e. the comfort and well-being, and therefore the happiness, of all men. The basis of this natural order was the social division of labor. It could be scientifically proved that the existence of a class of capitalists owning the means of production benefited all, including the class of laborers hiring themselves out to its members, just as it could be scientifically proved that the interests of both Britain and Jamaica were best served by the one producing manufactured goods and the other raw sugar. For the increase in the wealth of nations proceeded by the operations of property-owning private enterprise and the accumulation of capital, and it could be shown that any other method of securing it must slow it down or bring it to a stop. Moreover, the economically very unequal society which resulted inevitably from the operations of human nature, was not incompatible with the natural equality of all men or with justice. For quite apart from securing to even the poorest a better life than he would otherwise have had, it was based on the most equal of all relationships, the exchange of equivalents in the market. As a modern scholar has put it, nobody was dependent on the benevolence of others, for everything that one got from anybody, one gave an equivalent in exchange. Moreover, the free play of natural forces would be destructive of all positions that were not built upon contributions to the common good. 3. Progress was therefore as natural as capitalism. Remove the artificial obstacles to it which the past had erected, and it must inevitably take place, and it was evident that the progress of production went hand in hand with that of the arts, the sciences, and civilization in general. Let it not be supposed that the men who held such views were mere special pleaders for the vested interest of businessmen. They were men who believed, with considerable historical justification at this period, that the way forward for humanity was through capitalism. The power of this Panglossian view rested not merely on what was believed to be the unanswerable ability to prove its economic theorems by a deductive reasoning, but on the evident progress of 18th-century capitalism and civilization. Conversely, it began to falter not merely because Ricardo discovered contradictions within the system which Smith had overlooked, but because the actual economic and social results of capitalism proved to be less happy than had been forecast. Political economy in the first half of the 19th century became the dismal rather than the rosy science. Naturally, it might still be held that the misery of the poor who, as Malthus argued in the famous essay on population, 1798, were condemned to linger on the verge of starvation, or who, as Ricardo argued, suffered from the introduction of machinery, still constituted the greatest happiness of the greatest number, which merely happened to be much less than one might have hoped. But such facts, as well as the marked difficulties in capitalist expansion in the period from about 1810 to the 1840s, damped optimism and stimulated critical inquiry, especially into distribution as against the production, which had chiefly preoccupied the generation of Smith. David Ricardo's Political Economy, a masterpiece of deductive rigor, thus introduced considerable elements of discord into the natural harmony on which the earlier economists had put their money. It even stressed, rather more than Smith had done, certain factors which might be expected to bring the engine of economic progress to a stop by attenuating the supply of its essential fuel, such as a tendency for the rate of profit to decline. What is more, he provided the basic general labor theory of value which only needed to be given a twist to be turned into a potent argument against capitalism. Nevertheless, his technical mastery as a thinker, and his passionate support for the practical objects which most British businessmen advocated, free trade and hostility to landlords, helped to give classical political economy an even firmer place in liberal ideology than before. For practical purposes, the shock troops of British middle-class reform in the post-Napoleonic period were armed with a combination of Benthamite utilitarianism and Ricardian economics. In turn, the massive achievements of Smith and Ricardo, backed by those of British industry and trade, turned political economy into a largely British science, reducing the French economists, who had at the very least shared the lead in the 18th century, to the lesser role of predecessors or auxiliaries, and the non-classical economists to a scattering of snipers. Moreover, they made it an essential symbol of liberal advance. Brazil instituted a chair in the subject in 1808, long before France, occupied by a popularizer of Adam Smith, J.B. Say, the leading French economist, and the utilitarian anarchist William Godwin. The Argentine had hardly become independent, when in 1823 the new University of Buenos Aires began to teach political economy on the basis of the already translated Ricardo and James Mill, but not before Cuba, which had its first chair as early as 1818. The fact that the actual economic behavior of the Latin American rulers caused the hair of European financiers and economists to rise in horror, made no difference to their attachment to economic orthodoxy. In politics, as we have seen, the liberal ideology was neither as coherent nor as consistent. Theoretically, it remained divided between utilitarianism and adaptations of the age-old doctrines of natural law and natural right, with the latter prevailing. In its practical program, it remained torn between a belief in popular government, i.e. majority rule, which had logic on its side and also reflected the fact that what actually made revolutions and put the effective political pressure behind reform was not middle-class argument but the mobilization of the masses for and the more prevalent belief in government by a propertied elite, between radicalism and Whiggism, to use the British terms. For if government really were popular, and if the majority really ruled, i.e. if minority interests were sacrificed to it, as was logically inevitable, Could the actual majority, the most numerous and poorest classes, be relied upon to safeguard freedom and to carry out the dictates of reason which coincided, as was obvious, with the program of middle-class liberals? Before the French Revolution, the main cause for alarm in this respect was the ignorance and superstition of the laboring poor, who were only too often under the sway of priest and king. The revolution itself introduced the additional hazard of a left-wing, anti-capitalist program, such as was implicit, and some have argued explicit, in certain aspects of the Jacobin dictatorship. Moderate Whigs abroad observed this danger early. Edmund Burke, whose economic ideology was one of pure Adam Smithianism, retreated in his politics into a frankly irrationalist belief in the virtues of tradition, continuity, and slow organic growth, which have ever since provided the theoretical mainstay of conservatism. Practical liberals on the continent shied away from political democracy, preferring a constitutional monarchy with property suffrage, or at a pinch, any old-fashioned absolutism which guaranteed their interests. After 1793-4, only an extremely discontented, or else an extremely self-confident bourgeoisie, such as that of Britain, was prepared with James Mill to trust its own capacity to retain the support of the laboring poor permanently even in a democratic republic. The social discontents, revolutionary movements and socialist ideologies of the post-Napoleonic period intensified this dilemma, and the 1830 revolution made it acute. Liberalism and democracy appeared to be adversaries rather than allies. The triple slogan of the French Revolution, liberty, equality, fraternity, to express a contradiction rather than a combination. Not unnaturally this appeared most obvious in the home of revolution, France. Alexis de Tocqueville, 1805-59, who devoted a remarkably acute intellect to the analysis of the inherent tendencies of American democracy, 1835, and later to those of the French Revolution, has survived best among the moderate liberal critics of democracy of this period, or rather he has proved particularly congenial to moderate liberals in the Western world since 1945. Perhaps not unnaturally in view of his dictum, from the 18th century there flow, as from a common source, two rivers. One carries men to free institutions, the other to absolute power. 6 In Britain too, James Mill's sturdy confidence in a bourgeois-led democracy contrasts markedly with his son John Stuart Mill's, 1806-73, anxiety to safeguard the rights of minorities against majorities, which dominates that generous but worried thinkers on liberty, 1859. 2. While the liberal ideology thus lost its original confident swoop, even the inevitability or desirability of progress began to be doubted by some liberals. A new ideology, socialism, reformulated the old 18th century verities. Reason, science, and progress were its firm foundation. What distinguished the socialists of our period from the champions of a perfect society of common ownership who periodically break into literature throughout recorded history, was the unqualified acceptance of the Industrial Revolution which created the very possibility of modern socialism. Count Claude de Saint-Simon, 1760-1825, who is by tradition reckoned as the pioneer utopian socialist, though his thought actually occupies a rather more ambiguous position, was first and foremost the apostle of industrialism and industrialists, two words of Saint-Simonian coinage. His disciples became socialists, adventurous technologists, financiers, and industrialists, or both in succession. Saint-Simonianism thus occupies a peculiar place in the history of both capitalist and anti-capitalist development. Robert Owen, 1771-1858, in Britain was himself a highly successful pioneer of the cotton industry, and drew his confidence in the possibility of a better society not merely from his firm belief in human perfectibility through society, but also from the visible creation of a society of potential plenty by the Industrial Revolution. Frederick Engels, though reluctantly, was also in the cotton business. None of the new socialists wished to turn the clock of social evolution back, though many of their followers did. Even Charles Fourier, 1772-1837, the least sanguine of the socialist founding fathers about industrialism, argued that the solution lay beyond rather than behind it. Moreover, the very arguments of classical liberalism could and were readily turned against the capitalist society which they had helped to build. Happiness was indeed, as Saint just said, a new idea in Europe. 7 But nothing was easier than to observe that the greatest happiness of the greatest number, which was clearly not being achieved, was that of the laboring poor. Nor was it difficult, as William Godwin, Robert Owen, Thomas Hodgkin and other admirers of Bentham did, to separate the pursuit of happiness from the assumptions of a selfish individualism. The primary and necessary object of all existence is to be happy, wrote Owen 8. But happiness cannot be obtained individually, it is useless to expect isolated happiness, all must partake of it or the few will never enjoy it. More to the point, classical political economy in its Ricardian form could be turned against capitalism, a fact which led middle-class economists after 1830 to view Ricardo with alarm, or even to regard him, with the American Carey, 1793 to 1879, as the source of inspiration for agitators and disruptors of society. If, as political economy argued, labor was the source of all value, then why did the bulk of its producers live on the edge of destitution? Because, as Ricardo showed, though he felt uncomfortable about drawing the conclusions of his theory, the capitalist appropriated in the form of profit the surplus which the worker produced over and above what he received back as wages. The fact that the landlords also appropriated a part of this surplus did not fundamentally affect the matter. In fact, the capitalist exploited the worker. It only remained to do without capitalists and thus to abolish exploitation. A group of Ricardian labor economists soon arose in Britain to make the analysis and point the moral. If capitalism had actually achieved what had been expected of it in the optimistic days of political economy, such criticisms would have lacked resonance. Contrary to what is often supposed, among the poor there are few revolutions of rising standards. But in the formative period of socialism, i.e. between the publication of Robert Owen's New View of Society, 1813-14, 9 and the Communist Manifesto, 1848, depression, falling money wages, heavy technological unemployment and doubts about the future expansive prospects of the economy were only too obtrusive. V critics could therefore fix not merely on the injustice of the economy, but on the defects of its operation, its internal contradictions. Eyes sharpened by antipathy thus detected the built-in cyclical fluctuations or crises of capitalism, Sismondi, Wade, Engels, which its supporters overlooked, and indeed whose possibility a law associated with the name of J.B. Say, 1767-1832, denied. They could hardly fail to notice that the increasingly uneven distribution of national incomes in this period, the rich getting richer and the poor poorer, was not an accident, but the product of the operations of the system. In brief, they could show not merely that capitalism was unjust, but that it appeared to work badly and, insofar as it worked, to produce the opposite results to those predicted by its champions. So far the new socialists merely made their case by pushing the arguments of classical Franco-British liberalism beyond the point where bourgeois liberals were prepared to go. Nor did the new society they advocated necessarily leave the traditional ground of the classical humanist and liberal ideal. A world in which all were happy, and every individual fully and freely realized his or her potentialities, in which freedom reigned and government that was coercion had disappeared, was the ultimate aim of both liberals and socialists. What distinguishes the various members of the ideological family descended from humanism and the Enlightenment, liberal, socialist, communist or anarchist, is not the gentle anarchy which is the utopia of all of them, but the methods of achieving it. At this point, however, socialism parted company with the classical liberal tradition. In the first place it broke radically with the liberal assumption that society was a mere aggregate or combination of its individual atoms, and that its motive force was their self-interest and competition. In doing so the socialists returned to the oldest of all human ideological traditions, the belief that man is naturally a communal being. Men naturally live together and help one another. Society was not a necessary but regrettable diminution of man's unlimited natural right to do as he liked, but the setting of his life, happiness, and individuality. The Smithian idea that the exchange of equivalents in the market somehow assured social justice, struck them as either incomprehensible or immoral. The bulk of the common people held this view even when they could not express it. Many critics of capitalism reacted against the obvious dehumanization of bourgeois society, the technical term alienation, which Hegelians and the early Marx used, reflects the age-old concept of society as man's home rather than as the mere locus of the unattached individual's activities, by blaming the entire course of civilization, rationalism, science, and technology. The new socialists, unlike revolutionaries of the older craftsman type like the poet William Blake and Jean-Jacques Rousseau, were careful not to do so. But they shared not only the traditional ideal of society as man's home, but the age-old concept that before the institution of class society and property men had somehow lived in harmony, a concept which Rousseau expressed by idealizing primitive man, and less sophisticated radical pamphleteers by the myth of the once free and brotherly people conquered by alien rulers, the Saxons by the Normans, the Gauls by the Teutons. Genius, said Fourier, must rediscover the paths of that primitive happiness and adapt it to the conditions of modern industry. 10. Primitive communism reached out across the centuries or the oceans to provide a model for the communism of the future. In the second place, socialism adopted a form of argument which, if not outside the range of the classical liberal tradition, had not been greatly stressed within it, the evolutionary and historical. For the classical liberals, and indeed the earliest modern socialists, their proposals were natural and rational, as distinct from the artificial and irrational society which ignorance and tyranny had hitherto imposed on the world. Now that the progress of enlightenment had shown men what was rational, all that remained to be done was to sweep away the obstacles which prevented common sense from having its way. Indeed, the utopian socialists, the Saint-Simonians, Owen, Fourier, and the rest, tended to be so firmly convinced that the truth had only to be proclaimed to be instantly adopted by all men of education and sense, that initially they confined their efforts to realize socialism to a propaganda addressed in the first place to the influential classes. The workers, though they would undoubtedly benefit, were unfortunately an ignorant and backward group, and to the construction of, as it were, pilot plants of socialism, communist colonies and cooperative enterprises, mostly situated in the open spaces of America, where no traditions of historic backwardness stood in the way of men's advance. Owen's New Harmony was in Indiana. The USA contained some 34 imported or homegrown Fourieristic phalanxes, and numerous colonies inspired by the Christian Communist Cabet and others. The Saint-Simonians, less given to communal experiments, never ceased their search for an enlightened despot who might carry out their proposals, and for some time believed they had found him in the improbable figure of Muhammad Ali, the ruler of Egypt. There was an element of historic evolution in this classical rationalist case for the good society, for an ideology of progress implies one of evolution, possibly of inevitable evolution through stages of historical development. But it was not until Karl Marx, 1818–83, transferred the center of gravity of the argument for socialism from its rationality or desirability to its historic inevitability that socialism acquired its most formidable intellectual weapon, against which polemical defenses are still being erected. Marx derived this line of argument from a combination of the Franco-British and the German ideological traditions, English political economy, French socialism, and German philosophy. For Marx, human society had inevitably broken primitive communism into classes, inevitably evolved through a succession of class societies, each in spite of its injustices in its time progressive, each containing the internal contradictions which at a certain point made it an obstacle to further progress and generating the forces for its supersession. Capitalism was the last of these, and Marx, so far from merely attacking it, used all his world-shaking eloquence to trumpet forth its historic achievements. But capitalism could be shown by means of political economy to possess internal contradictions which inevitably made it at a certain point a bar to further progress and would plunge it into a crisis from which it could not emerge. Capitalism, moreover, as could also be shown by political economy, inevitably created its own grave diggers, the proletariat whose numbers and discontent must grow while the concentration of economic power in fewer and fewer hands made it more vulnerable to overthrow. Proletarian revolution must therefore inevitably overthrow it. But it could also be shown that the social system which corresponded to the interests of the working class was socialism or communism. As capitalism had prevailed, not simply because it was more rational than feudalism, but because of the social force of the bourgeoisie, so socialism would prevail because of the inevitable victory of the workers. It was foolish to suppose that it was an eternal ideal, which men could have realized had they been intelligent enough in Louis XIV's day. It was the child of capitalism. It could not even have been formulated in an adequate manner before the transformation of society which created the conditions for it. But once the conditions were there, the victory was certain, for mankind always sets itself only such tasks as it can solve. Point 11. 3. Compared to these relatively coherent ideologies of progress, those of resistance to progress hardly deserve the name of systems of thought. They were rather attitudes lacking a common intellectual method, and relying on the acuteness of their insight into the weaknesses of bourgeois society and the unshakable conviction that there was more in life than liberalism allowed for. Consequently, they require relatively little attention. The chief burden of their critique was that liberalism destroyed the social order or community which man had hitherto regarded as essential to life, replacing it by the intolerable anarchy of the competition of all against all, every man for himself and the devil take the hindmost, and the dehumanization of the market. On this point conservative and revolutionary anti-progressives, or the representative of rich and poor, tended to agree even with the socialists, a convergence which was very marked among the Romantics, see chapter 14, and produced such odd compendia as Tory democracy or feudal socialism. Conservatives tended to identify the ideal social order or as near to the ideal as was practicable, for the social ambitions of the comfortable are always more modest than those of the poor with whatever regime was threatened by the dual revolution, or with some specific state of the past, e.g. medieval feudalism. They also, naturally, stressed the element of order in it, for it was this which safeguarded those on the upper steps of the social hierarchy against those on the lower. Revolutionaries, as we have seen, thought rather of some remoter golden time in the past when things had gone well with the people, for no present society is ever really satisfactory for the poor. Also, they stressed the mutual help and community feeling of such an age rather than its order. Nevertheless, both agreed that in important respects the old regime had been or was better than the new. In it God made them high and lowly and ordered their estate, which pleased conservatives, but he also imposed duties, however light and badly carried out, on the high. Men were unequally human, but they were not commodities valued according to the market. Above all, they lived together, in tight networks of social and personal relationships, guided by the clear map of custom, social institutions, and obligation. Doubtless Metternich's secretary Gents and the British radical demagogue and journalist William Cobbett, 1762–1835, had a very different medieval ideal in mind, but both equally attacked the Reformation which had, they held, introduced the principles of bourgeois society. And even Frederick Engels, the firmest of the believers in progress, painted a notably idyllic picture of the old 18th century society which the Industrial Revolution had disrupted. Having no coherent theory of evolution, the anti-progressive thinkers found it hard to decide what had gone wrong. Their favorite culprit was reason, or more specifically 18th century rationalism, which sought foolishly and impiously to meddle with matters too complex for human understanding and organization. Societies could not be planned like machines. It were better to forget, once for all, wrote Burke, the encyclopedia and the whole body of economists, and to revert to those old rules and principles which have hitherto made princes great and nations happy. 12 Instinct, tradition, religious faith, human nature, true as opposed to false reason, were marshaled, depending on the intellectual bent of the thinker, against systematic rationalism. But above all, its conqueror was to be history. For if conservative thinkers had no sense of historical progress, They had a very acute sense of the difference between societies formed and stabilized naturally and gradually by history as against those established suddenly by artifice. If they could not explain how historical clothes were tailored, and indeed denied that they were, they could explain admirably how they were made comfortable by long wear. The most serious intellectual effort of the anti-progressive ideology went into historical analysis and the rehabilitation of the past, the investigation of continuity as against revolution. Its most important exponents were therefore not the freakish French émigrés like de Bonald, 1753–1840, and Joseph de Maistre, 1753–1821, who sought to rehabilitate a dead past, often by rationalist arguments verging on the lunatic, even if their object was to establish the virtues of irrationalism, but men like Edmund Burke in England and the German historical school of jurists who legitimized a still existing old regime in terms of its historic continuities. 4. It remains to consider a group of ideologies poised oddly between the progressive and the anti-progressive, or in social terms, between the industrial bourgeois and proletarian on one side, the aristocratic, mercantile classes and the feudal masses on the other. Their most important bearers were the radical little men of Western Europe and the United States and the modest middle classes of Central and Southern Europe, comfortably but not wholly satisfactorily ensconced in the framework of an aristocratic and monarchical society. Both in some ways believed in progress. Neither was prepared to follow it to its logical liberal or socialist conclusions, the former because these would have doomed the small craftsmen, shopkeepers, farmers, and businessmen to be transformed either into capitalists or laborers, the latter because they were too weak and after the experience of the Jacobin dictatorship too frightened, to challenge the power of their princes, whose officials in many cases they were. The views of both these groups therefore combine liberal, and in the first case implicitly socialist, components with anti-liberal, progressive with anti-progressive ones. Moreover, this essential complexity and contradictoriness allowed them to see more deeply into the nature of society than either liberal progressives or anti-progressives. It forced them into dialectics. The most important thinker, or rather intuitive genius, of this first group of petty bourgeois radicals was already dead in 1789, Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Poised between pure individualism and the conviction that man is only himself in a community, between the ideal of the state based on reason and the suspicion of reason as against feeling, between the recognition that progress was inevitable and the certainty that it destroyed the harmony of natural primitive man, he expressed his own personal dilemma as well as that of classes which could neither accept the liberal certainties of factory owners nor the socialist ones of proletarians. The views of this disagreeable, neurotic, but, alas, great man need not concern us in detail, for there was no specific Rousseauist school of thought or, except for Robespierre and the Jacobins of the year 2, of politics. His intellectual influence was pervasive and strong, especially in Germany and among the Romantics, but it was not that of a system but of an attitude and a passion. His influence among plebeian and petty bourgeois radicals was also immense, but perhaps only among the most woolly-minded, such as Mazzini and nationalists of his sort, was it predominant. In general it fused with much more orthodox adaptations of 18th-century rationalism, such as those of Thomas Jefferson, 1743–1826, and Thomas Paine, 1737–1809. Recent academic fashions have tended to misunderstand him profoundly. They have ridiculed the tradition which bracketed him with Voltaire and the encyclopedists as a pioneer of the Enlightenment and the Revolution, because he was their critic. But those who were influenced by him then regarded him as part of the Enlightenment, and those who reprinted his works in small radical workshops in the early 19th century automatically did so in company with Voltaire, d'Holbach, and the rest. Recent liberal critics have attacked him as the ancestor of totalitarianism on the left. But in fact he exercised no influence at all on the main tradition of modern communism and Marxism. His typical followers have been throughout our period and since, petty bourgeois radicals of the Jacobin, Jeffersonian, and Mazzini type, believers in democracy, nationalism, and a state of small independence with equal distribution of property and some welfare activities. In our period he was believed to stand above all for equality, for freedom against tyranny and exploitation. Man is born free but everywhere he is in chains, for democracy against oligarchy, for the simple natural man unspoiled by the sophistications of the rich and educated, and for feeling against cold calculation. The second group, which can perhaps best be called that of German philosophy, was far more complex. Moreover, since its members had neither the power to overthrow their societies nor the economic resources to make an industrial revolution, they tended to concentrate on the construction of elaborate general systems of thought. There were few classical liberals in Germany. Wilhelm von Humboldt, 1767–1835, the brother of the great scientist, is the most notable. Among German middle and upper-class intellectuals, a belief in the inevitability of progress and in the benefits of scientific and economic advance, combined with a belief in the virtues of an enlightened paternal or bureaucratic administration and a sense of responsibility among the upper orders, was perhaps the most common attitude, well suited to a class containing so many civil servants and state-employed professors. The great Goethe, himself minister and privy councillor of a petty state, illustrates this attitude well. 13 Middle-class demands, often philosophically formulated as the inevitable working out of the tendencies of history carried out by an enlightened state, these represented German moderate liberalism best. The fact that German states at their best had always taken a lively and efficient initiative in the organization of economic and educational progress, and that complete laissez-faire was not a particularly advantageous policy for German businessmen, did not diminish the appeal of this attitude. However, though we can thus assimilate the practical outlook of the German middle-class thinkers, allowing for the peculiarities of their historic position, to that of their opposite numbers in other countries, it is not certain that we can in this way explain the very marked coolness towards classical liberalism in its pure form which runs through much German thought. The liberal commonplaces, philosophical materialism or empiricism, Newton, Cartesian analysis, and the rest made most German thinkers acutely uncomfortable. Mysticism, symbolism, and vast generalizations about organic wholes visibly attracted them. Possibly a nationalist reaction against the French culture which predominated in the earlier 18th century helped to intensify this Teutonism of German thought. More likely the persistence of the intellectual atmosphere of the last age in which Germany had been economically, intellectually, and to some extent politically, predominant accounts for it, for the decline of the period between the Reformation and the later 18th century had preserved the archaism of the German intellectual tradition just as it preserved unchanged the 16th century look of small German towns. At all events, the fundamental atmosphere of German thought, whether in philosophy, science, or the arts, differed markedly from the main tradition of the 18th century in Western Europe. 7 At a time when the classical 18th century view was approaching its limits, this gave German thought some advantage, and helps to explain its increasing intellectual influence in the 19th century. Its most monumental expression was German classical philosophy, a body of thought created between 1760 and 1830 together with classical German literature, and in close connection with it. It must not be forgotten that the poet Goethe was a scientist and natural philosopher of distinction, and the poet Schiller not only a professor of history but a distinguished author of philosophical treatises. Immanuel Kant, 1724–1804, and Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, 1770–1831, are its two great luminaries. After 1830, the process of disintegration which we have already seen in action at the same time within classical political economy, the intellectual flower of 18th century rationalism, also occurred within German philosophy. Its products were the young Hegelians and eventually Marxism. German classical philosophy was, it must always be remembered, a thoroughly bourgeois phenomenon. All its leading figures, Kant, Hegel, Fichte, Schelling, hailed the French Revolution and indeed remained loyal to it for a considerable time. Hegel championed Napoleon as late as the Battle of Jena, 1806. The Enlightenment was the framework of Kant's typically 18th century thought, and the starting point of Hegel's. The philosophy of both was profoundly impregnated with the idea of progress. Kant's first great achievement was to suggest a hypothesis of the origin and development of the solar system, while Hegel's entire philosophy is one of evolution, or, in social terms, historicity and necessary progress. Thus, while Hegel from the very beginning disliked the extreme left wing of the French Revolution and eventually became utterly conservative, he never for a moment doubted the historic necessity of that revolution as the foundation of bourgeois society. Moreover, unlike most subsequent academic philosophers, Kant, Fichte, and notably Hegel studied some economics, the physiocrats in Fichte's case, the British in Kant and Hegel's, and there is reason to believe that Kant and the young Hegel would have regarded themselves as persuaded by Adam Smith. 14. This bourgeois bent of German philosophy is in one respect more obvious in Kant, who remained all his life a man of the liberal left. Among his last writings, 1795, is a noble plea for universal peace through a world federation of republics which would renounce war, but in another more obscure than in Hegel. For in Kant's thought, confined in the bare and modest professor's lodgings in remote Prussian Königsberg, the social content which is so specific in British and French thought is reduced to an austere, if sublime, abstraction, particularly the moral abstraction of the will. 9 Hegel's thought is, as all readers are painfully aware, abstract enough. Yet it is, at least initially, far clearer that his abstractions are attempts to come to terms with society, bourgeois society, and indeed in his analysis of labor as the fundamental factor in humanity, man makes tools because he is a reasonable being, and this is the first expression of his will, as he said in his lectures of 1805-6, 15. Hegel wielded, in an abstract manner, the same tools as the classical liberal economists, and incidentally provided one of the foundations for Marx. Nevertheless, from the very beginning German philosophy differed from classic liberalism in important respects, more notably in Hegel than in Kant. In the first place, it was deliberately idealist, rejecting the materialism or empiricism of the classical tradition. In the second place, while the basic unit of Kant's philosophy is the individual, even if in the form of the individual conscience, Hegel's starting point is the collective, i.e. the community, which he admittedly sees disintegrating into individuals under the impact of historical development. And indeed Hegel's famous dialectic, the theory of progress, in whatever field, through the never-ending resolution of contradictions, may well have received its initial stimulus from this profound consciousness of the contradiction between individual and collective. Moreover, from the very beginning their position on the margins of the area of wholehearted bourgeois liberal advance, and perhaps their inability completely to participate in it, made German thinkers much more aware of its limits and contradictions. No doubt it was inevitable, but did it not bring huge losses as well as huge gains? Must it not in turn be superseded? We therefore find classical, but especially Hegelian, philosophy runs oddly parallel with Rousseau's dilemma-ridden view of the world, though, unlike him, the philosophers made titanic efforts to include their contradictions in single, all-embracing, intellectually coherent systems. Rousseau, incidentally, had an immense emotional influence on Immanuel Kant, who is said to have broken his invariable habit of taking a regular afternoon constitutional only twice, once for the fall of the Bastille and once for several days for the reading of Émile. In practice, the disappointed philosophical revolutionaries faced the problem of reconciliation with reality, which in Hegel's case took the form, after years of hesitation he remained in two minds about Prussia until after the fall of Napoleon and, like Goethe, took no interest in the wars of liberation of an idealization of the Prussian state. In theory, the transitoriness of the historically doomed society was built into their philosophy. There was no absolute truth. The development of the historic process itself, which took place through the dialectic of contradiction and was apprehended by a dialectical method, or so at least the young Hegelians of the 1830s concluded, ready to follow the logic of German classical philosophy beyond the point at which their great teacher himself wished to halt, for he was anxious, somewhat illogically, to end history with the cognition of the absolute idea, as after 1830 they were ready to re-enter the road of revolution which their elders had either abandoned or, like Goethe, never chosen to walk. But the issue of revolution in 1830-48 was no longer the simple conquest of middle-class liberal power. and the intellectual revolutionary who emerged from the disintegration of classical German philosophy was not a Girondin or a philosophic radical, but Karl Marx. Thus the period of the dual revolution saw both the triumph and the most elaborate formulation of the middle-class liberal and petty bourgeois radical ideologies, and their disintegration under the impact of the states and societies they had themselves set out to create, or at least to welcome. 1830, which marks the revival of the major West European revolutionary movement after the quiescence of the Waterloo period, also marks the beginning of their crisis. They were to survive it, though in a diminished form. No classical liberal economist of the later period had the stature of Smith or Ricardo, certainly not J.S. Mill, who became the representative British liberal economist philosopher from the 1840s. No classical German philosopher was to have Kant's and Hegel's scope or power, and the Girondins and Jacobins of France in 1830, 1848 and after are pygmies compared to their ancestors of 1789 to 94. For that matter, the Matzinas of the mid-19th century cannot compare with the Jean-Jacques Rousseaus of the 18th. But the great tradition, the mainstream of intellectual development since the Renaissance, did not die, it was transformed into its opposite. Marx was, in stature and approach, the heir of classical economists and philosophers. But the society whose prophet and architect he hoped to become, was a very different one from theirs. Chapter 14. The Arts. There is always a fashionable taste, a taste for driving the mail, a taste for acting Hamlet, a taste for philosophical lectures, a taste for the marvelous, a taste for the simple, a taste for the brilliant, a taste for the somber, a taste for the tender, a taste for the grim, a taste for banditti, a taste for ghosts, a taste for the devil, a taste for French dancers and Italian singers, and German whiskers and tragedies, a taste for enjoying the country in November and wintering in London till the end of the dog days, a taste for making shoes, a taste for picturesque tours, a taste for taste itself, or for essays on taste. The Hon. Mrs. Pinmoney in T. L. Peacock, Melincourt, 1816. In proportion to the wealth of the country, how few in Great Britain are the buildings of any note, how little is the absorption of capital in museums, pictures, gems, curiosities, palaces, theatres, or other unreproductive objects. This, which is the main foundation of the greatness of the country, is often stated by foreign travelers, and by some of our own periodical writers, as a proof of our inferiority. S. Lang, Notes of a Traveler on the Social and Political State of France, Prussia, Switzerland, Italy, and Other Parts of Europe, 18,421. The first thing which strikes anyone who attempts to survey the development of the arts in this period of dual revolution is their extraordinary flourishing state. A half-century which includes Beethoven and Schubert, the mature and old Goethe, the young Dickens, Dostoevsky, Verdi and Wagner, the last of Mozart and all or most of Goya, Pushkin and Balzac, not to mention a regiment of men who would be giants in any other company, can stand comparison with any other period of similar length in the world's history. Much of this extraordinary record is due to the revival and expansion of the arts appealing to a literate public in practically all European countries which possess them. Rather than weary the reader with a long catalogue of names, it may be best to illustrate the width and depth of this cultural revival by taking occasional cross-sections through our period. Thus in 1798 to 1801 the citizen with an appetite for novelty in the arts could enjoy the lyrical ballads of Wordsworth and Coleridge in English, several works by Goethe, Schiller, Jean-Paul, and Novalis in German, while listening to Haydn's Creation and Seasons and Beethoven's First Symphony and First String Quartets. In these years J. L. David completed his portrait of Madame Riekemeyer and Goya his portrait of the family of King Charles IV. In 1824-6 he or she could have read several new novels by Walter Scott in English, Leopardi's poems and Manzoni's Promessi Sposi in Italian, Victor Hugo's and Alfred de Vigny's poems in French and, if suitably situated, the early parts of Pushkin's Eugene Onegin in Russian, and newly edited Norse sagas. Beethoven's Choral Symphony, Schubert's Death and the Maiden, Chopin's first work, Weber's Oberon, date from these years as do Delacroix's painting of the Massacre at Chios and Constable's The Haywain. 10 years later, 1834-6, literature produced Gogol's Inspector General and Pushkin's Queen of Spades. In France, Balzac's Père Goriot and works by Musset, Hugo, Théophile Gautier, Vigny, Lamartine and Alexander Dumas the Elder. In Germany, works by Buchner, Grab, and Heine. In Austria by Grillparzer and Nestroy. In Denmark by Hans Andersen. In Poland Mickiewicz Pantadeus. In Finland the fundamental edition of the national epic Kalevala. In Britain poetry by Browning and Wordsworth. Music provided operas by Bellini and Donizetti in Italy, by Chopin in Poland, by Glinka in Russia, Constable painted in England, Caspar David Friedrich in Germany. A year or two on either side of this triennium brings us within reach of Dickens's Pickwick Papers, of Carlyle's French Revolution, of Goethe's Faust Part II, of poems by Platen, Eschendorf, and Maurik in Germany, of important contributions to Flemish and Hungarian literature as well as of further publications by the chief French, Polish and Russian writers, of Schumann's David's Bündlertanz and Berlioz's Requiem in music. Two things are evident from these casual samplings. The first is the extraordinarily wide spread of artistic achievement among the nations. This was new. In the first half of the 19th century, Russian literature and music suddenly emerged as a world force, as, in a very much more modest way, did the literature of the USA with Fenimore Cooper, 1787-1851, Edgar Allan Poe, 1809-49, and Herman Melville, 1819-91. So did Polish and Hungarian literature and music, and, at least in the form of the publication of folk song, fairy tale, and epic, the literature of the North and the Balkans. Moreover, in several of these newly minted literate cultures, achievement was immediate and unsurpassed. Pushkin, 1799-1837, for instance, remains the classic Russian poet. Mickiewicz, 1798-1855, the greatest Polish. Péter Ifi, 1823-49, the Hungarian national poet. The second evident fact is the exceptional development of certain arts and genres. Literature is a case in point, and within literature the novel. Probably no half-century contains a greater concentration of immortal novelists, Stendhal and Balzac in France, Jane Austen, Dickens, Thackeray, and the Brontes in England, Gogol and the young Dostoevsky and Turgenev in Russia. Tolstoy's first writing appeared in the 1850s. Music is perhaps an even more striking case. The standard concert repertoire still rests largely on the composers active in this period, Mozart and Haydn, though these belong really to an earlier age, Beethoven and Schubert, Mendelssohn, Schumann, Chopin and Liszt. The classic period of instrumental music was mainly one of German and Austrian achievement, but one genre, opera, flourished more widely and perhaps more successfully than any other, with Rossini, Donizetti, Bellini, and the young Verdi in Italy, with Weber and the young Wagner, not to mention the last two operas of Mozart, in Germany, Glinka in Russia and several lesser figures in France. The record of the visual arts, on the other hand, is less brilliant, with the partial exception of painting. Admittedly, Spain produced in Francisco Goya y Lucians, 1746-1828, one of its intermittent great artists, and one of the handful of supreme painters of all time. It may be argued that British painting, with J.M.W. Turner, 1775-1851, and John Constable, 1776-1837, reached a peak of achievement and originality somewhat higher than in the 18th century, and was certainly more internationally influential than ever before or since. It may also be held that French painting, with J.L. David, 1748-1825, J.L. Géricault, 1791-1824, J.D. Ingres, 1780-1867, F.E. Delacroix 1790-1863, Honore Daumier, 1808-79, and the young Gustave Courbet, 1819-77, was as eminent as it has ever been in its distinguished history. On the other hand, Italian painting virtually came to the end of its centuries-old glory. German painting came nowhere near the unique triumphs of German literature or music, or its own 16th century. Sculpture in all countries was markedly less distinguished than in the 18th century, and so, in spite of some notable achievements in Germany and Russia, was architecture. Indeed, the greatest architectural achievements of the period were undoubtedly the work of engineers. What determines the flowering or wilting of the arts at any period is still very obscure. However, there is no doubt that between 1789 and 1848 the answer must be sought first and foremost in the impact of the dual revolution. If a single misleading sentence is to sum up the relations of artist and society in this era, we might say that the French Revolution inspired him by its example, the Industrial Revolution by its horror, and the bourgeois society, which emerged from both, transformed his very existence and modes of creation. That artists were in this period directly inspired by and involved in public affairs is not in doubt. Mozart wrote a propagandist opera for the highly political Freemasonry, The Magic Flute, in 1790, Beethoven dedicated the Eroica to Napoleon as the heir of the French Revolution, Goethe was at least a working statesman and civil servant. Dickens wrote novels to attack social abuses. Dostoevsky was to be sentenced to death in 1849 for revolutionary activities. Wagner and Goya went into political exile, Pushkin was punished for being involved with the Decembrists, and Balzac's entire Human Comedy is a monument of social awareness. Never has it been less true to describe creative artists as uncommitted. Those who were, the gentle decorators of Rococo palaces and boudoirs or the suppliers of collectors' pieces for visiting English milords, were precisely the ones whose art wilted away. How many of us remember that Fragonard survived the revolution by 17 years? Even the apparently least political of arts, music, had the strongest political associations. This was perhaps the only period in history when operas were written as, or taken to be, political manifestos and triggered off revolutions. Point 2. The link between public affairs and the arts is particularly strong in the countries where national consciousness and movements of national liberation or unification were developing, cf. Chapter 7. It is plainly no accident that the revival or birth of national literate cultures in Germany, Russia, Poland, Hungary, the Scandinavian countries and elsewhere should coincide with and indeed should often be the first manifestation of the assertion of the cultural supremacy of the vernacular language and of the native people, against a cosmopolitan aristocratic culture often employing a foreign language. Naturally enough, such nationalism found its most obvious cultural expression in literature and in music, both public arts, which could, moreover, draw on the powerful creative heritage of the common people language and folk song. It is equally understandable that the arts traditionally dependent on commissions from the established ruling classes, courts and governments, architecture and sculpture and to a lesser extent painting, reflected these national revivals less. Point 3. Italian opera flourished as never before as a popular rather than a court art. Italian painting and architecture died. Of course, it must not be forgotten that these new national cultures were confined to a minority of the literate and the middle or upper classes. Except perhaps for Italian opera and the reproducible forms of graphic art, and a few shorter poems or songs, none of the great artistic achievements of this period were within reach of the illiterate or the poor, and most inhabitants of Europe were almost certainly unaware of them, until mass national or political movements turned them into collective symbols. Literature, of course, would have the widest circulation, though mainly among the growing new middle classes, who provided a particularly grateful market, especially among their unemployed womenfolk, for novels and long narrative poetry. Successful authors have rarely enjoyed greater relative prosperity. Byron received £2,600 for the first 3 cantos of Childe Harold. The stage, though socially much more restricted, also reached a public of thousands. Instrumental music did less well, outside bourgeois countries like England and France and culture-starved ones like the Americas where large public concerts were well established. Hence several continental composers and virtuosos had their eye firmly on the lucrative, if otherwise undiscriminating English market. Elsewhere court employment, the subscription concert, maintained by a limited local patriciate or private and amateur performance, still held the field. Painting, of course, was destined for the individual purchaser and disappeared from sight after its original display at public exhibitions for sale or private dealers, though such public exhibitions were now well established. The museums and art galleries which were founded or opened to the public in this period, e.g. the Louvre and the British National Gallery, founded in 1826, displayed the art of the past rather than the present. The etching, print, and lithograph, on the other hand, was ubiquitous, because it was cheap and began to penetrate the newspapers. Architecture, of course, continued to work mainly, except for a certain amount of speculative building of private dwellings, on individual or public commission. 2. But even the arts of a small minority in society can still echo the thunder of the earthquakes which shake all humanity. The literature and arts of our period did so, and the result was Romanticism. As a style, a school, an era in the arts, nothing is harder to define or even to describe in terms of formal analysis, not even classicism, against which Romanticism claimed to raise the banner of revolt. The Romantics themselves hardly help us, for though their own descriptions of what they were after were firm and decided, they were also often quite devoid of rational content. For Victor Hugo, Romanticism set out to do what nature does, to blend with nature's creations, while at the same time not mixing them all together, shadow and light, the grotesque and the sublime, in other words the body and the soul, the animal with the spiritual. 2 For Charles Nodier, this last resort of the human heart, tired of ordinary feelings, is what is called the romantic genre, strange poetry, quite appropriate to the moral condition of society, to the needs of surfeited generations, who cry for sensation at any cost. 3 Novelists thought Romanticism meant giving a higher meaning to what is customary, an infinite look to the finite. 4 Hegel held that the essence of romantic art lies in the artistic objects being free, concrete, and the spiritual idea in its very essence, all this revealed to the inner rather than the outer eye. 5 Little illumination is to be derived from such statements, which is to be expected, for the Romantics preferred dim and flickering or diffused lights to clear ones. And yet, though it eludes the classifier, who finds its origins and conclusion dissolve as he tries to pin dates on them, and its criteria turn into shapeless generalities as soon as he tries to define them, nobody seriously doubts the existence of Romanticism or our capacity to recognize it. In the narrow sense, it emerged as a self-conscious and militant trend in the arts, in Britain, France, and Germany around 1800, at the end of the decade of the French Revolution, and over a much wider area of Europe and North America after Waterloo. It was preceded before the revolutions, again chiefly in France and Germany, by what has been called the pre-Romanticism of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and the storm and stress of the young German poets. Probably the revolutionary era of 1830 to 48 saw its greatest European vogue. In a wider sense, it dominates several of the creative arts of Europe from the French Revolution onwards. In this sense, the romantic elements in a composer like Beethoven, a painter like Goya, a poet like Goethe, a novelist like Balzac, are crucial parts of their greatness, as they are not in, let us say, Haydn or Mozart, Fragonard or Reynolds, Matthias Claudius or Coderlos de Latios, all of whom survived into our period, though none of these men could be described entirely as romantics or would have described themselves as such. 4 In a yet wider sense, the approach to art and artists, characteristic of Romanticism, became the standard approach of 19th-century middle-class society, and still retains much of its influence. However, though it is by no means clear what Romanticism stood for, it is quite evident what it was against: the middle. Whatever its content, it was an extremist creed. Romantic artists or thinkers in the narrower sense are found on the extreme left, like the poet Shelley, on the extreme right, like Chateaubriand and Novalis, leaping from left to right like Wordsworth, Coleridge, and numerous disappointed supporters of the French Revolution, leaping from royalism to the extreme left like Victor Hugo, but hardly ever among the moderates or Whig liberals in the rationalist center, which indeed was the stronghold of classicism. "I have no respect for the Whigs," said the old Tory Wordsworth, but I have a great deal of the Chartist in me. 6 It would be too much to call it an anti-bourgeois creed, for the revolutionary and conquistador element in young classes still about to storm heaven fascinated the Romantics also. Napoleon became one of their myth heroes, like Satan, Shakespeare, the wandering Jew and other trespassers beyond the ordinary limits of life. The demonic element in capitalist accumulation, the limitless and uninterrupted pursuit of more, beyond the calculation of rationality or purpose, need or the extremes of luxury, haunted them. Some of their most characteristic heroes, Faustus and Don Juan, share this unappeasable greed with the business buccaneers of Balzac's novels. And yet the romantic element remained subordinate, even in the phase of bourgeois revolution. Rousseau provided some of the accessories of the French Revolution, but he dominated it only in the one period in which it went beyond bourgeois liberalism, that of Robespierre. And even so, its basic costume was Roman, rationalist, and neoclassic. David was its painter, reason its supreme being. Romanticism is therefore not simply classifiable as an anti-bourgeois movement. Indeed, in the pre-Romanticism of the decades before the French Revolution, many of its characteristic slogans had been used for the glorification of the middle class, whose true and simple, not to say mawkish, feeling had been favorably contrasted with the stiff upper lip of a corrupt society, and whose spontaneous reliance on nature was destined, it was believed, to sweep aside the artifice of court and clericalism. However, once bourgeois society had in fact triumphed in the French and industrial revolutions, Romanticism unquestionably became its instinctive enemy and can be justly described as such. No doubt much of its passionate, confused, but profound, revulsion against bourgeois society was due to the vested interest of the two groups which provided its shock troops, socially displaced young men and professional artists. There had never been a period for young artists, living or dying, like the Romantic. The lyrical ballads, 1798, were the work of men in their 20s. Byron became famous overnight at 24, an age at which Shelley was famous and Keats was almost in his grave. Hugo's poetic career began when he was 20, Musset's at 23. Schubert wrote Erlkönig at the age of 18 and was dead at 31, Delacroix painted The Massacre of Chios at 25, Peter Effi published his poems at 21. An unmade reputation or an unproduced masterpiece by 30 is a rarity among the Romantics. Youth, especially intellectual or student youth, was their natural habitat. It was in this period that the Quartier Latin of Paris became, for the first time since the Middle Ages, not merely a place where the Sorbonne was, but a cultural, and political, concept. The contrast between a world theoretically wide open to talent and in practice, with cosmic injustice, monopolized by soulless bureaucrats and pot-bellied Philistines, cried to the heavens. The shades of the prison house marriage, respectable career, absorption into Philistinism surrounded them, and birds of night in the shape of their elders predicted, only too often with accuracy, their inevitable sentence, as registrator Heerbrand in E.T.A. Hoffmann's Goldener Top predicts, smiling cunningly and mysteriously, the appalling future of a court counselor for the poetic student Anselmus. Byron was clear-headed enough to foresee that only an early death was likely to save him from a respectable old age, and A.W. Schlegel proved him right. There is, of course, nothing universal in this revolt of the young against their elders. It was itself a reflection of the society created by the double revolution. Yet the specific historic form of this alienation certainly colored a great part of Romanticism. So, to an even greater extent, did the alienation of the artist who reacted to it by turning himself into the genius, one of the most characteristic inventions of the Romantic era. Where the social function of the artist is clear, his relation to the public direct, the question what he is to say and how to say it answered by tradition, morality, reason, or some other accepted standard, an artist may be a genius, but rarely behaves like one. The few who anticipate the 19th century pattern of Michelangelo, Caravaggio, or Salvatore Rosa stand out from the army of men with the standards of professional craftsmen and entertainers, the John Sebastian Bachs, Handels, Haydns, and Mozarts, the Fragonards and Gainsboroughs of the pre-revolutionary age. Where something like the old social situation persisted after the double revolution, the artist continued as a non-genius, though very likely a vain one. Architects and engineers on specific orders continued to produce structures of obvious use which imposed clearly understood forms. It is significant that the great majority of the characteristic, and virtually all the most famous, buildings of the period from 1790 to 1848 are neoclassical, like the Madeleine, the British Museum, St. Isaac's Cathedral in Leningrad, Nash's London, Skinkle's Berlin, or functional like the marvelous bridges, canals, railway constructions, factories and greenhouses of that age of technical beauty. However, quite apart from their styles, the architects and engineers of that age behaved as professionals and not as geniuses. Again, in genuinely popular forms of art such as the opera in Italy or, on a socially higher level, the novel in England, composers and writers continued to work as entertainers who regarded the supremacy of the box office as a natural condition of their art, rather than as a conspiracy against their muse. Rossini would no more have expected to produce an uncommercial opera than the young Dickens an unsurrealizable novel, or today the librettist of a modern musical a text which is performed as originally drafted. This may also help to explain why Italian opera at this time was quite unromantic, in spite of its natural vulgarian fondness for blood, thunder, and strong situations. The real problem was that of the artist cut off from a recognizable function, patron, or public, and left to cast his soul as a commodity upon a blind market, to be bought or not, or to work within a system of patronage which would generally have been economically untenable even if the French Revolution had not established its human indignity. The artist therefore stood alone, shouting into the night, uncertain even of an echo. It was only natural that he should turn himself into the genius, who created only what was within him, regardless of the world and in defiance of a public whose only right was to accept him on his own terms or not at all. At best he expected to be understood, like Stendhal, by the chosen few or some undefined posterity. At worst he would produce unplayable dramas, like Grab, or even Goethe's Faust Part 2, or compositions for unrealistically gigantic orchestras like Berlioz, or else he would go mad like Hölderlin, Grab, de Nerval and several others. In fact, the misunderstood genius was sometimes amply rewarded by princes accustomed to the vagaries of mistresses or to the value of prestige expenditure, or by an enriched bourgeoisie anxious to maintain a tenuous contact with the higher things of life. Franz Liszt, 1811–86, never starved in the proverbial romantic garret. Few have ever succeeded in realizing their megalomaniac fantasies as Richard Wagner was to do. However, between the 1789 and the 1848 revolutions, princes were only too often suspicious of the non-operatic arts and the bourgeoisie engaged in accumulation rather than spending. Geniuses were therefore in general not only misunderstood but also poor. And most of them were revolutionary. Youth and genius misunderstood would have produced the Romantics' revulsion against the Philistine, the fashion of baiting and shocking the bourgeois, the liaison with demi-monde and bohème, both terms which acquired their present connotation in the Romantic period, or the taste for madness or for things normally censored by respectable institutions and standard. But this was only a small part of Romanticism. Mario Praz's Encyclopedia of Erotic Extremism is no more the Romantic Agony 7 than a discussion of skulls and ghosts in Elizabethan symbolism is a critique of Hamlet. Behind the sectional dissatisfaction of the Romantics as young men, even occasionally as young women, this was the first period in which continental women artists appear in their own right in any quantitative, and as artists, there lay a more general dissatisfaction with the kind of society emerging out of the double revolution. Precise social analysis was never the Romantic forte, and indeed they distrusted the confident mechanical materialist reasoning of the 18th century, symbolized by Newton, the bugbear of both William Blake and Goethe, which they rightly saw as one of the chief tools with which bourgeois society had been built. Consequently, we shall not expect them to provide a reasoned critique of bourgeois society, though something like such a critique wrapped in the mystical cloak of nature philosophy and walking amid the swirling clouds of metaphysics did develop within a broadly romantic framework, and contributed, among other achievements, to the philosophy of Hegel. See above pages 250, 2. Something like it also developed, in visionary flashes constantly close to eccentricity, or even madness, among early utopian socialists in France. The early Saint-Simonians, though not their leader, and especially Fourier, can hardly be described as other than romantics. The most lasting results of these romantic critiques were the concept of human alienation, which was to play a crucial part in Marx, and the intimation of the perfect society of the future. However, the most effective and powerful critique of bourgeois society was to come not from those who rejected it, and with it the traditions of classic 17th-century science and rationalism, in toto and a priori, but from those who pushed the traditions of its classical thought to their anti-bourgeois conclusions. Robert Owen's socialism had not the slightest element of romanticism in it. Its components were entirely those of 18th-century rationalism and that most bourgeois of sciences, political economy. Saint-Simon himself is best regarded as a prolongation of the Enlightenment. It is significant that the young Marx, trained in the German, i.e. primarily romantic, tradition, became a Marxist only when combined with the French socialist critique and the wholly non-romantic theory of English political economy. And it was political economy which provided the core of his mature thought. 3. It is never wise to neglect the heart's reasons which reason knows nothing of. As thinkers within the terms of reference laid down by the economists and physicists, the poets were outclassed, but they saw not only more deeply but also sometimes more clearly. Few men saw the social earthquake caused by machine and factory earlier than William Blake in the 1790s, who had yet little except a few London steam mills and brick kilns to go by. With a few exceptions, our best treatments of the problem of urbanization come from the imaginative writers whose often apparently quite unrealistic observations have been shown to be a reliable indicator of the actual urban evolution of Paris. 8 Carlyle is a more confused but a more profound guide to England in 1840 than the diligent statistician and compiler J.R. McCulloch, and if J.S. Mill is a better one than other utilitarians, it is because a personal crisis made him alone among them. Aware of the value of the German and Romantic critiques of society, of Goethe and Coleridge. The Romantic critique of the world, though ill-defined, was not therefore negligible. The longing that haunted it was for the lost unity of man and nature. The bourgeois world was a profoundly and deliberately asocial one. It has pitilessly torn asunder the motley feudal ties that bound man to his natural superiors, and has left no other nexus between man and man than naked self-interest, than callous cash payment. It has drowned the most heavenly ecstasies of religious fervor, of chivalrous enthusiasm, of Philistine sentimentalism, in the icy water of egotistical calculation. It has resolved personal worth into exchange value, and in place of the numberless infeasible freedoms, has set up that single, unconscionable freedom: free trade. The voice is that of the Communist Manifesto, but it speaks for all romanticism also. Such a world might make men wealthy and comfortable, though as a matter of fact it seemed evident that it also made others a much greater number hungry and miserable, but it left their souls naked and alone. It left them homeless and lost in the universe as alienated beings. It left them cut off by a revolutionary chasm in world history from even the most obvious answer to alienation, the decision never to leave the old home. The poets of German Romanticism thought they knew better than anyone that salvation lay only in the simple modest working life that went on in those idyllic pre-industrial little towns that dotted the dream landscapes, which they described more irresistibly than they have ever been described by anyone. And yet their young men must leave to pursue the by definition endless quest for the blue flower, or merely to roam forever, homesick and singing Eschendorf lyrics or Schubert songs. The Wanderer's Song is their signature tune, nostalgia their companion. Novalis even defined philosophy in terms of it. 9. 3 sources assuaged this thirst for the lost harmony of man in the world: the Middle Ages, primitive man, or, what could amount to the same thing, exoticism, and the folk, and the French Revolution. The first attracted chiefly the romanticism of reaction. The stable ordered society of feudal age, the slow organic product of the ages, colored with heraldry, surrounded by the shadowy mystery of fairy tale forests and canopied by the unquestioned Christian heavens, was the obvious lost paradise of the conservative opponents of bourgeois society, whose tastes for piety, loyalty, and a minimum of literacy among the lower orders the French Revolution had only sharpened. With local modifications, it was the ideal which Burke threw into the teeth of the rationalist Bastille stormers in his Reflections on the French Revolution, 1790. However, it found its classical expression in Germany, a country which in this period acquired something not far from a monopoly of the medieval dream, perhaps because the tidy Gemütlichkeit which appeared to reign beneath those Rhine castles and Black Forest eaves lent itself more readily to idealization than the filth and cruelty of more genuinely medieval countries. 7 At all events, medievalism was a far stronger component of German Romanticism than of any other, and radiated outwards from Germany, whether in the form of romantic opera or ballet, Weber's Frieschütz or Giselle, of Grimm's fairy tales, of historicist theories, or of Germanically inspired writers like Coleridge or Carlyle. However, in the more general form of a Gothic revival, medievalism was the badge of the conservative and especially the religious anti-bourgeois everywhere. Chateaubriand exalted the Gothic in his Génie du Christianisme, 1802, against the Revolution. The upholders of the Church of England favoured it against the rationalists and nonconformists whose buildings remained classical. The architect Pugin and the ultra-reactionary and Catholicizing Oxford movement of the 1830s were Gothicists to the core. Meanwhile, from the misty remoteness of Scotland, long a country in which to set archaic dreams like the invented poems of Ossian, the conservative Walter Scott supplied Europe with yet another set of medieval images in his historical novels. The fact that the best of his novels dealt with fairly recent periods of history was widely overlooked. Beside this preponderance of conservative medievalism, which the reactionary governments after 1815 sought to translate into ramshackle justifications of absolutism, cf. above p. 230, left-wing medievalism is unimportant. In England it existed mainly as a current in the popular radical movement which tended to see the period before the Reformation as a golden age of the labourer and the Reformation as the first great step towards capitalism. In France it was very much more important, for there its emphasis was not on feudal hierarchy and Catholic order, but on the eternal, suffering, turbulent, creative people, the French nation always reasserting its identity and mission. Jules Michelet, the poet as historian, was the greatest of such revolutionary democratic medievalists. Victor Hugo's Hunchback of Notre Dame, the best-known product of the preoccupation. Closely allied with medievalism, especially through its preoccupation with traditions of mystical religiosity, was the pursuit of even more ancient and profound mysteries and sources of irrational wisdom in the Orient, the Romantic, but also the conservative, realms of Kublai Khan or the Brahmins. Admittedly, the discoverer of Sanskrit, Sir William Jones, was a straightforward Whiggish radical who hailed the American and French revolutions as an enlightened gentleman should, but the bulk of the amateurs of the East and writers of pseudo-Persian poems, out of whose enthusiasm much of modern Orientalism emerged, belonged to the anti-Jacobin tendency. Characteristically, Brahmin India was their spiritual goal, rather than the irreligious and rational Chinese Empire, which had preoccupied the exotic imaginations of the 18th century Enlightenment. 4. The dream of the lost harmony of primitive man has a much longer and more complex history. It has been overwhelmingly a revolutionary dream, whether in the form of the golden age of communism, of the equality when Adam delved and Eve span, the free Anglo-Saxon not yet enslaved by the Norman conquest, or the noble savage showing up the deficiencies of a corrupt society. Consequently, romantic primitivism lent itself more readily to left-wing rebellion, except where it served merely as an escape from bourgeois society, as in the exoticism of a Gautier or Merimee who discovered the noble savage as a tourist site in Spain in the 1830s, or where historic continuity made the primitive someone exemplifying conservatism. This was notably the case of the folk. It was accepted among romantics of all shades that the folk, i.e. normally the pre-industrial peasant or craftsman, exemplified the uncorrupted virtues and that its language, song, story, and custom was the true repository of the soul of the people. To return to that simplicity and virtue was the aim of the Wordsworth of lyrical ballads, to be accepted into the corpus of folk song and fairy tale, the ambition achieved by several artists of many a Teutonic poet and composer. The vast movement for the collection of folk song, the publication of ancient epic, the lexicography of living language, was closely connected with Romanticism, the very word folklore, 1846, an invention of the period. Scots minstrelsy of the Scottish border, 1803, Arnhem and Brentano's Dinaben Wunderhorn, 1806, Grimm's Fairy Tales, 1812, Moore's Irish Melodies, 1807-34, Dobrowski's History of the Bohemian Language, 1818, Vuk Karajic's Serb Dictionary, 1818, and Serbian Folk Song, 1823-33, Tegner's Frithjof Saga in Sweden, 1825, Lenrut's Kalevala edition in Finland, 1835, Grimm's German Mythology, 1835, Asbjornsen and Moe's Norwegian Folk Tales, 1842-71, are so many monuments to it. The folk could be revolutionary concept, especially among oppressed peoples about to discover or reassert their national identity, particularly those which lacked a native middle class or aristocracy. There the first dictionary, grammar, or collection of folk song was an event of major political importance, a first declaration of independence. On the other hand, for those who were struck more by the folk's simple virtues of contentment, ignorance, and piety, the deep wisdom of its trust in Pope, King, or Tsar, the cult of the primitive at home lent itself to a conservative interpretation. It exemplified the unity of innocence, myth, and age-old tradition, which the bourgeois society was every day destroying. 8 The capitalist and the rationalist were the enemies against whom king, squire, and peasant must maintain their hallowed union. The primitive existed in every village, but he existed as an even more revolutionary concept in the assumed golden communistic age of the past, and as the free noble savage abroad, especially as the Red Indian. From Rousseau, who held it up as the ideal of free social man, to the socialists, primitive society was a sort of model for utopia. Marx's triple divisions of history, primitive communism, class society, communism, on a higher level echoes, though it also transforms, this tradition. The ideal of primitivism was not specially romantic. Indeed, some of its most ardent champions were in the 18th century Illuminist tradition. The Romantic quest took its explorers into the great deserts of Arabia and North Africa, among Delacroix and Fromentin's warriors and odalisques, with Byron through the Mediterranean world, or with Lermontov to the Caucasus, where natural man in the shape of the Cossack fought natural man in the shape of the tribesman amid chasms and cataracts, rather than to the innocent social and erotic utopia of Tahiti. But it also took them to America, where primitive man was fighting and doomed, a situation which brought him closer to the mood of the Romantics. The Indian poems of the Austro-Hungarian Lenaw cry out against the red man's expulsion. If the Mohican had not been the last of his tribe, would he have become quite so powerful a symbol in European culture? Naturally, the noble savage played an immeasurably more important part in American Romanticism than in European. Melville's Moby Dick, 1851, is his greatest monument, but in the leather-stocking novels of Fenimore Cooper he captured the Old World, as the conservative Chateaubriand's Natchez had never been able to do. Middle Ages, folk, and noble savage were ideals anchored firmly to the past. Only revolution, the springtime of peoples, pointed exclusively to the future, and yet even the most utopian found it comforting to appeal to a precedent for the unprecedented. This was not easily possible until a second generation of Romanticism had produced a crop of young men for whom the French Revolution and Napoleon were facts of history and not a painful chapter of autobiography. 1789 had been hailed by virtually every artist and intellectual of Europe, but though some were able to maintain their enthusiasm through war, terror, bourgeois corruption, and empire, theirs was not an easy or communicable dream. Even in Britain, where the first generation of Romanticism, that of Blake, Wordsworth, Coleridge, Southey, Campbell, and Hazlitt, had been wholly Jacobin. The disillusioned and the neoconservative prevailed by 1805. In France and Germany, indeed, the word romantic had been virtually invented as an anti-revolutionary slogan by the conservative anti-bourgeois of the later 1790s, very often disillusioned former leftists, which accounts for the fact that a number of thinkers and artists in these countries who would by modern standards be reckoned fairly obvious romantics are traditionally excluded from this classification. However, by the later years of the Napoleonic Wars, new generations of young men began to grow up for whom only the great liberating flame of the revolution was visible across the years, the ashes of its excesses and corruptions having dropped out of sight, and after Napoleon's exile even that unsympathetic character could become a semi-mythical phoenix and liberator. And as Europe advanced year by year more deeply into the low featureless plains of reaction, censorship, and mediocrity and the pestilential swamps of poverty, unhappiness and oppression, the image of the liberating revolution became ever more luminous. The second generation of British romantics, that of Byron, 1788–1824, the unpolitical but fellow-travelling Keats, 1795–1821, and above all Shelley, 1792–1822, was the first thus to combine romanticism and active revolutionism. The disappointments of the French Revolution, unforgotten by most of their elders, paled beside the visible horrors of the capitalist transformation in their own country. On the continent, the junction between romantic art and revolution was anticipated in the 1820s, but only made fully in and after the French Revolution of 1830. This is also true of what may perhaps be called the romantic vision of revolution and the romantic style of being a revolutionary, whose most familiar expression is Delacroix's painting of Liberty on the Barricades, 1831. Here saturnine young men in beards and top hats, shirt-sleeved workers, tribunes of the people in flowing locks under sombrero-like hats, surrounded by tricolores and Phrygian bonnets, recreate the revolution of 1793, not the moderate one of 1789, but the glory of the year 2, raising its barricades in every city of the continent. Admittedly, the romantic revolutionary was not entirely new. His immediate ancestor and predecessor was the member of the Italianate and Masonic revolutionary secret society, the Carbonaro or Philhellene, whose inspiration came directly from surviving old Jacobins or Babovists like Buonarrota. This is the typical revolutionary struggle of the Restoration period, all dashing young men in guards or hussar uniforms leaving operas, soirees, assignments with duchesses or highly ritualized lodge meetings to make a military coup or place themselves at the head of a struggling nation, in fact, the Byronic pattern. However, not only was this revolutionary fashion much more directly inspired by 18th-century modes of thought, and perhaps socially more exclusive than the later one, it still lacked a crucial element of the romantic revolutionary vision of 1830–48, the barricades, the masses, the new and desperate proletariat, that element which Daumier's lithograph of the massacre in the Rue Transnonain, 1834, with its murdered nondescript worker, added to the romantic imagery. The most striking consequence of this junction of romanticism with vision of a new and higher French Revolution was the overwhelming victory of political art between 1830 and 1848. There has rarely been a period when even the least ideological artists were more universally partisan, often regarding service to politics as their primary duty. Romanticism, cried Victor Hugo in the preface to Hernani, that manifesto of rebellion, 1830, is liberalism in literature. 11 writers, wrote the poet Alfred de Musset, 1810–57, whose natural talent, like that of the composer Chopin, 1810–49, or the introspective Austro-Hungarian poet Lenau, 1802–50, was for the private rather than the public voice, had a predilection to speak in their prefaces about the future, about social progress, humanity, and civilization. 12 Several artists became political figures, and that not only in countries in the throes of national liberation, where all artists tended to be prophets or national symbols, Chopin, Liszt and even the young Verdi among the musicians, Mickiewicz, who saw himself in a messianic role, Potoffi and Manzoni among the poets of Poland, Hungary and Italy respectively. The painter Daumier worked chiefly as a political cartoonist. The poet Uhland, the brothers Grimm, were liberal politicians. The volcanic boy genius George Ticknor, 1810-37, an active revolutionary, Heinrich Heine, 1797-1856, a close personal friend of Karl Marx, an ambiguous but powerful voice of the extreme left. 9 Literature and journalism fused, most notably in France and Germany and Italy. In another age a Lamennais or a Jules Michelet in France, a Carlyle or Ruskin in Britain, might have been poets or novelists with some views on public affairs. In this one they were publicists, prophets, philosophers, or historians carried by a poetic afflatus. For that matter, the lava of poetic imagery accompanies the eruption of Marx's youthful intellect to an extent unusual among either philosophers or economists. Even the gentle Tennyson and his Cambridge friends threw their hearts behind the international brigade which went to support liberals against clericals in Spain. The characteristic aesthetic theories developed and dominant during this period ratified this unity of art and social commitment. The Saint-Simonians of France on one hand, the brilliant revolutionary Russian intellectuals of the 40s on the other, even evolved the views which later became standard in Marxist movements under such names as socialist realism. 13 A noble but not overpoweringly successful ideal deriving both from the austere virtue of Jacobinism, and that romantic faith in the power of the spirit which made Shelley call the poets the unacknowledged legislators of the world. Art for art's sake, though already formulated, mostly by conservatives or dilettantes, could not as yet compete with art for humanity's sake, or for the nation's or the proletariat's sake. Not until the 1848 revolutions destroyed the romantic hopes of the great rebirth of man, did self-contained aestheticism come into its own. The evolution of such 48ers as Baudelaire and Flaubert illustrates this political as well as aesthetic change, and Flaubert's sentimental education remains its best literary record. Only in countries like Russia, in which the dissolution of 1848 had not occurred, if only because 1848 had not occurred, did the arts continue to remain socially committed or preoccupied as before. V. Romanticism is the fashion in art as in life most characteristic of the period of dual revolution, but by no means the only one. Indeed, since it dominated neither the cultures of the aristocracy, nor those of the middle classes and even less of the laboring poor, its actual quantitative importance at the time was small. The arts which depended on the patronage or the mass support of the moneyed classes tolerated Romanticism best where its ideological characteristics were least obvious, as in music. The arts which depended on the support of the poor were hardly of great interest to the Romantic artist, though in fact the entertainment of the poor penny dreadfuls and broadsheets, circuses, sideshows, traveling theaters, and the like were a source of much inspiration to the Romantics, and in turn popular showmen reinforced their own stock of emotion-stirring properties, transformation scenes, fairies, last words of murderers, brigands, etc. with suitable goods from the Romantic warehouses. The fundamental style of aristocratic life and art remained rooted in the 18th century, though considerably vulgarized by an infusion of sometimes ennobled nouveau riches, as notably in the Napoleonic Empire style, which was of quite remarkable ugliness and pretentiousness, and the British Regency style. A comparison of 18th century and post-Napoleonic uniforms the form of art which most directly expressed the instincts of the officers and gentlemen responsible for their design will make this clear. The triumphant supremacy of Britain made the English nobleman the pattern of international aristocratic culture, or rather unculture, for the interests of the dandy clean-shaven, impassive, and refulgent were supposed to be confined to horses, dogs, carriages, prize-fighters, gaming, gentlemanly dissipation and his own person. Such heroic extremism fired even the Romantics, who fancied dandyism themselves, but probably it fired young ladies of lesser ranks even more, and set them dreaming, in Gautier's words. Sir Edward was so splendidly the Englishman of her dreams. The Englishman freshly shaved, pink, shining, groomed and polished, facing the first rays of the morning sun in an already perfect white cravat, the Englishman of waterproof and mackintosh. Was he not the very crown of civilization? I shall have English silverware, she thought, and Wedgwood china. There will be carpets all over the house and powdered footmen, and I shall take the air by the side of my husband driving our four-in-hand through Hyde Park. Tame spotted deer will play on the green lawn of my country house, and perhaps also a few blonde and rosy children. Children look so well on the front seat of a barouche, beside a pedigree King Charles Spaniel, 14. It was perhaps an inspiring vision, but not a romantic one, any more than the picture of royal or imperial majesties graciously attending opera or ball, surmounting expanses of jeweled, but strictly well-born, gallantry and beauty. Middle and lower middle class culture was no more romantic. Its keynote was soberness and modesty. Only among the great bankers and speculators, or the very first generation of industrial millionaires, who never or no longer needed to plow much of their profits back into the business, did the opulent pseudo-baroque of the latter 19th century begin to show itself, and then only in the few countries in which the old monarchies or aristocrats no longer dominated society entirely. The Rothschilds, monarchs in their own right, already showed off like princes. 15 The ordinary bourgeois did not. Puritanism, evangelical or Catholic pietism encouraged moderation, thrift, a comfortable Spartanism and an unparalleled moral self-satisfaction in Britain, the USA, Germany, and Huguenot France. The moral tradition of 18th-century Illuminism and Freemasonry did the same for the more emancipated or anti-religious. Except in the pursuit of profit and logic, middle-class life was a life of controlled emotion and deliberate restriction of scope. The very large section of the middle classes who, on the continent, were not in business at all but in government service, whether as officials, teachers, professors, or in some cases pastors, lacked even the expanding frontier of capital accumulation, and so did the modest provincial bourgeois who knew that the small-town wealth, which was the limit of his achievement, was not very impressive by the standards of the real wealth and power of his age. In fact, middle-class life was unromantic, and its pattern still largely governed by 18th-century fashion. This is perfectly evident in the middle-class home, which was after all the center of middle-class culture. The style of the post-Napoleonic bourgeois house or street derives straight from, and often directly continues, 18th-century classicism or Rococo. Late Georgian building continued in Britain until the 1840s, and elsewhere the architectural break, introduced mostly by an artistically disastrous rediscovery of the Renaissance, came even later. The prevailing style of interior decoration and domestic life, best called Biedermeier after its most perfect expression, the German one, was a sort of domestic classicism warmed by intimacy of emotion and virginal dreaming, Innerlichkeit, Gemütlichkeit, which owed something to Romanticism or rather to the pre-Romanticism of the late 18th century but reduced even this debt to the dimensions of the modest bourgeois playing quartets on a Sunday afternoon in his living room. Biedermeier produced one of the most beautifully habitable styles of furnishing ever devised, all plain white curtains against matte walls, bare floors, solid but mostly elegant chairs and bureaus, pianos, mineral cabinets, and vases full of flowers, but it was essentially a late classical style. It is perhaps most nobly exemplified in Goethe's house in Weimar. It, or something like it, was the setting of life for the heroines of Jane Austen's, 1775–1817, novels, for the evangelical rigors and enjoyments of the Clapham sect, for the high-minded Bostonian bourgeoisie or provincial French readers of the Journal des Débats. Romanticism entered middle-class culture, perhaps mostly through the rise in daydreaming among the female members of the bourgeois family. To show off the breadwinner's capacity to keep them in bored leisure was one of their main social functions, a cherished slavery their ideal fate. At all events bourgeois girls, like non-bourgeois ones, such as the odalisques and nymphs which anti-romantic painters like Ingres, 1780–1867, brought out of the romantic into the bourgeois context, increasingly conformed to the same fragile, egg-faced, smooth hair and ringlet type, the tender flower in shawl and bonnet so characteristic of the 1840s fashion. It was a long way from that crouching lioness, Goya's Duchess of Alba, or the emancipated Neo-Grecian girls in white muslin whom the French Revolution had scattered across the salons, or the self-possessed Regency ladies and courtesans like Lady Leven or Harriet Wilson, as unromantic as they were unbourgeois. Bourgeois girls might play domesticated romantic music like Chopin's or Schumann's, 1810–56. Biedermeier might encourage a kind of romantic lyricism, like that of E. Schendorf, 1788–1857, or Edouard Maric, 1804–75, in which cosmic passion was transmuted into nostalgia, or passive longing. The active entrepreneur might even, while on a business trip, enjoy a mountain pass as the most romantic sight I had ever beheld, relax at home by sketching the castle of Udolpho, or even, like John Cragg of Liverpool, being a man of artistic taste as well as an iron founder, introduce cast iron into Gothic architecture. 16 But on the whole, bourgeois culture was not romantic. The very exhilaration of technical progress precluded orthodox romanticism, at any rate in the centers of industrial advance. A man like James Nasmyth, the inventor of the steam hammer, 1808–90, was anything but a barbarian, if only because he was the son of a Jacobin painter, the father of landscape painting in Scotland, brought up among artists and intellectuals, a lover of the picturesque and the ancient, and with all the good Scotsman's thorough and wide education. Yet what more natural than that the painter's son should become a mechanic, or that on a youthful walking tour with his father the Devon Iron Works should interest him more than any other sight. For him, as for the polite 18th-century Edinburgh citizens among whom he grew up, things were sublime but not irrational. Rouen contains simply a magnificent cathedral and the church of St. Ouen, so exquisite in its beauty, together with the refined Gothic architectural remains scattered about that interesting and picturesque city. The picturesque was splendid, yet he could not but note, on his enthusiastic holidays, that it was a product of neglect. Beauty was splendid, but surely, what was wrong with modern architecture was that the purpose of the building is regarded as a secondary consideration. I was reluctant to tear myself away from Pisa, he wrote, but what interested me most in the cathedral was the two bronze lamps suspended at the end of the nave, which suggested to the mind of Galileo the invention of the pendulum. 17 Such men were neither barbarians nor Philistines, but their world was a great deal closer to Voltaire's or Josiah Wedgwood's than to John Ruskin's. The great toolmaker Henry Maudslay no doubt felt much more at home, when in Berlin, with his friends Humboldt, the king of liberal scientists, and the neoclassic architect Schinkel, than he would have done with the great but cloudy Hegel. In any case, in the centers of advancing bourgeois society, the arts as a whole took second place to science. The educated British or American manufacturer or engineer might appreciate them, especially in moments of family relaxation and holiday, but his real cultural efforts would be directed towards the diffusion and advancement of knowledge, his own, in such bodies as the British Association for the Advancement of Science, or the People's, through the Society for the Diffusion of Useful Knowledge, and similar organizations. It is characteristic that the typical product of the 18th century Enlightenment, the encyclopedia, flourished as never before, still retaining, as in the famous Meyer's Conversationslexikon of the Germans, a product of the 1830s, much of its militant political liberalism. Byron made a great deal of money out of his poems, but the publisher Constable in 1812 paid Dugald Stewart £1,000 for a preface on the progress of philosophy to introduce the supplement to the Encyclopaedia Britannica. 18 And even when the bourgeoisie was romantic, its dreams were those of technology. The young men fired by St. Simon became the planners of Suez canals, of Titanic railway networks linking all parts of the globe, of Faustian finance, beyond the natural range of interest of the calm and rationalist Rothschilds, who knew that plenty of money was to be made with a minimum of speculative soaring by conservative means. 19 Science and technology were the muses of the bourgeoisie, and they celebrated its triumph. The railway, in the great, and alas now destroyed, neoclassical portico of Euston Station. 6. Meanwhile, outside the radius of literacy, the culture of the common people continued. In the non-urban and non-industrial parts of the world it changed little. The songs and feasts of the 1840s, the costumes, designs, and colors of people's decorative arts, the pattern of their customs, remained very much what they had been in 1789. Industry and the growing city began to destroy it. No man could live in a factory town as he had in the village, and the entire complex of culture necessarily fell to pieces with the collapse of the social framework which held it together and gave it shape. Where a song belongs to plowing, it cannot be sung when men do not plow. If it is sung, it ceases to be a folk song and becomes something else. The nostalgia of the emigrant maintained the old customs and songs in the exile of the city, and perhaps even intensified their attraction, for they palliated the pain of uprooting. But outside cities and mills the dual revolution had transformed, or more accurately devastated, only patches of the old rural life, notably in parts of Ireland and Britain, to the point where the old ways of living became impossible. Indeed, even in industry social transformation had not gone far enough before the 1840s to destroy the older culture completely, all the more so as in Western Europe crafts and manufactures had had several centuries in which to develop a, as it were, semi-industrial pattern of culture. In the countryside miners and weavers expressed their hope and protest in traditional folk song, and the Industrial Revolution merely added to their number and sharpened their experience. The factory needed no work songs, but various activities incidental to economic development did, and developed them in the old way. The capstan chanty of the seamen on the great sailing ships belongs to this golden age of industrial folk song in the first half of the 19th century, like the ballads of the Greenland whalers, the ballad of the coal owner and the pitman's wife, and the lament of the weaver. 20 In the pre-industrial towns, communities of craftsmen and domestic workers evolved a literate, intense culture in which Protestant sectarianism combined or competed with Jacobin radicalism as a stimulus to self-education, Bunyan and John Calvin with Tom Paine and Robert Owen. Libraries, chapels, and institutes, gardens and cages in which the artisan fancier bred his artificially exaggerated flowers, pigeons, and dogs, filled these self-reliant and militant communities of skilled men. Norwich in England was famous not merely for its atheistical and republican spirit, but is still famous for its canaries. But the adaptation of older folk song to industrial life did not, except in the United States of America, survive the impact of the age of railways and iron, and the communities of the old skilled men, like the Dunfermline of the old linen weavers, did not survive the advance of the factory and the machine. After 1840 they fell into ruin. As yet nothing much replaced the older culture. In Britain, for instance, the new pattern of a wholly industrial life did not fully emerge until the 1870s and 1880s. The period from the crisis of the old traditional ways of life until then was therefore in many ways the bleakest part of what was for the laboring poor an exceedingly bleak age. Nor did the great cities develop a pattern of popular culture necessarily commercial rather than, as in the smaller communities, self-made in our period. It is true that the great city, especially the great capital city, already contained important institutions which supplied the cultural needs of the poor, or the little people, though often characteristically enough also of the aristocracy. These, however, were in the main developments of the 18th century, whose contribution to the evolution of the popular arts has been often overlooked. The popular suburban theatre in Vienna, the dialect theatre in the Italian cities, the popular, as distinct from court, opera, the commedia dell'arte and traveling mime show, the boxing or race meeting, or the democratized version of the Spanish bullfights were products of the 18th century, the illustrated broadsheet and chapbook of an even earlier period. The genuinely new forms of urban entertainment in the big city were byproducts of the tavern or drink shop, which became an increasing source of secular comfort for the laboring poor in their social disorganization, and the last urban rampart of custom and traditional ceremonial, preserved and intensified by journeyman guilds, trade unions, and ritualized friendly societies. The music hall and dance hall were to emerge from the tavern, but by 1848 it had not yet emerged far, even in Britain, though its emergence was already noted in the 1830s. 22 The other new forms of big city urban entertainment grew out of the fair, always accompanied by its quota of itinerant entertainers. In the big city it became permanently fixed, and even in the 1840s the mixture of sideshows, theaters, hawkers, pickpockets, and barrowboys on certain boulevards provided the romantic intellectuals of Paris with inspiration and the populace with pleasure. Popular taste also determined the shape and decoration of those relatively few individualized commodities which industry produced primarily for the market of the poor, the jugs which commemorate the triumph of the Reform Bill, the great iron bridge over the River Ware, or those magnificent three masters which sailed the Atlantic, the popular prints in which revolutionary sentiment, patriotism, or famous crimes were immortalized, and such few articles of furnishing and clothing as the urban poor could afford. But on the whole the city, and especially the new industrial city, remained a gaunt place, whose few amenities, open spaces, holidays were gradually diminished by the creeping blight of building, the fumes which poisoned all natural life, and the compulsion of unceasing labor, reinforced in suitable cases by the austere Sabbatarian discipline imposed by the middle classes. Only the new gaslight and the displays of commerce in the main streets here and there anticipated the vivid colors of night in the modern town. But the creation of the modern big city and the modern urban ways of popular life had to await the second half of the 19th century. In the first destruction prevailed, or was at best held at bay. Chapter 15. Science. Let us never forget that long before we did, the sciences and philosophy fought against the tyrants. Their constant efforts have made the revolution. As free and grateful men, we ought to establish them among us and cherish them forever. For the sciences and philosophy will maintain the liberty which we have conquered. A member of the convention 1. Questions of science, remarked Goethe, are very frequently career questions. A single discovery may make a man famous and lay the foundation of his fortunes as a citizen. Every newly observed phenomenon is a discovery, every discovery is property. Touch a man's property and his passions are immediately aroused. Conversations with Eckermann, December 21, 1823. To draw a parallelism between the arts and the sciences is always dangerous, for the relationships between either and the society in which they flourish is quite different. Yet the sciences too in their way reflected the dual revolution, partly because it made specific new demands on them, partly because it opened new possibilities for them and faced them with new problems, partly because its very existence suggested new patterns of thought. I do not wish to imply that the evolution of the sciences between 1789 and 1848 can be analyzed exclusively in terms of the movements in the society round them. Most human activities have their internal logic, which determines at least part of their movement. The planet Neptune was discovered in 1846, not because anything outside astronomy encouraged its discovery, but because Bavard's tables in 1821 demonstrated that the orbit of the planet Uranus, discovered in 1781, showed unexpected deviations from the calculations, because by the later 1830s these deviations had become larger and were tentatively ascribed to disturbances by some unknown celestial body, and because various astronomers set about to calculate the position of that body. Nevertheless, even the most passionate believer in the unsullied purity of pure science is aware that scientific thought may at least be influenced by matters outside the specific field of a discipline, if only because scientists, even the most unworldly of mathematicians, live in a wider world. The progress of science is not a simple linear advance, each stage marking the solution of problems previously implicit or explicit in it, and in turn posing new problems. It also proceeds by the discovery of new problems, of new ways of looking at old ones, of new ways of tackling or solving old ones, of entirely new fields of inquiry, or new theoretical and practical tools of inquiry. And here there is ample scope for stimulation or the shaping of thought by outside factors. If in fact most sciences in our period had advanced in a simple linear way, as was the case with astronomy, which remained substantially within its Newtonian framework, this might not be very important. But, as we shall see, our period was one of radically new departures in some fields of thought, as in mathematics, of the awakening of hitherto dormant sciences, as in chemistry, of the virtual creation of new sciences, as in geology, and of the injection of revolutionary new ideas into others, as in the social and biological sciences. As it happened, of all the outside forces shaping scientific development, the direct demands made on scientists by government or industry were among the least important. The French Revolution mobilized them, placing the geometer and engineer Lazare Carnot in charge of the Jacobin war effort, the mathematician and physicist Monge, Minister of the Navy in 1792-3, and a team of mathematicians and chemists in charge of war production, as it had earlier charged the chemist and economist Lavoisier with the preparation of an estimate of the national income. It was perhaps the first occasion in modern or any other history when the trained scientist as such entered government, but this was of greater importance to government than to science. In Britain, major industries of our period were cotton, textiles, coal, iron, railways, and shipping. The skills which revolutionized these were those of empirical men. The hero of the British Railway Revolution was George Stephenson, a scientific illiterate, but a man who could smell what would make a machine go, a super craftsman rather than a technologist. The attempts of scientists like Babbage to make themselves useful to the railways, or of scientific engineers like Brunel to establish them on rational rather than merely empirical foundations, came to nothing. On the other hand, science benefited tremendously from the striking encouragement of scientific and technical education and the somewhat less striking support for research, which arose during our period. Here the influence of the dual revolution is quite clear. The French Revolution transformed the scientific and technical education of its country, chiefly by setting up the École Polytechnique, 1795, intended as a school for technicians of all sorts, and the first sketch of the École Normale Supérieure, 1794, which was firmly established as part of a general reform of secondary and higher education by Napoleon. It also revived the drooping Royal Academy, 1795, and created, in the National Museum of Natural History, 1794, the first genuine center for research outside the physical sciences. The world supremacy of French science during most of our period was almost certainly due to these major foundations, notably to the Polytechnique, a turbulent center of Jacobinism and liberalism throughout the post-Napoleonic period, and an incomparable breeder of great mathematicians and theoretical physicists. The Polytechnique found imitators in Prague, Vienna, and Stockholm, in St. Petersburg and Copenhagen, all over Germany and Belgium, in Zurich and Massachusetts, but not in England. The shock of the French Revolution also jolted Prussia out of its educational lethargy, and the new University of Berlin, 1806-10, founded as part of the Prussian revival, became the model for most German universities, which in turn were to create the pattern of academic institutions all over the world. Once again, no such reforms took place in Britain, where the political revolution neither won nor conquered. But the immense wealth of the country, which made private laboratories such as those of Henry Cavendish and James Joule possible, and the general pressure of intelligent middle-class persons for scientific and technical education, achieved comparable results. Count Rumford, a peripatetic Illuminist adventurer, founded the Royal Institution in 1799. Its fame among laymen was chiefly based on its famous public lectures, but its real importance lay in the unique scope for experimental science it provided for Humphrey Davy and Michael Faraday. It was in fact an early example of the research laboratory. Bodies for the encouragement of science, like the Birmingham Lunar Society and the Manchester Literary and Philosophical Society, mobilized the support of industrialists in the provinces. John Dalton, the founder of the atomic theory, came out of the latter. The Benthamite radicals in London founded, or rather took over and diverted, the London Mechanics Institution, the present Birkbeck College, as a school for technicians, London University as an alternative to the somnolence of Oxford and Cambridge, and the British Association for the Advancement of Science, 1831, as an alternative to the aristocratic torpor of the degenerate Royal Society. These were not foundations intended to foster the pure pursuit of knowledge for its own sake, which is perhaps why specific research establishments were slow to make their appearance. Even in Germany, the first university research laboratory for chemistry, Liebig's in Gießen, was not set up until 1825. Its inspiration was French, needless to say. There were institutions to provide technicians as in France and Britain, teachers, as in France and Germany, or to inculcate youth with a spirit of service to their country. The revolutionary age therefore swelled the number of scientists and scholars and the output of science. What is more, it saw the geographical universe of science widen in two ways. In the first place, the very process of trade and exploration opened new ranges of the world to scientific study, and stimulated thought about them. One of the greatest of the scientific minds of our period, Alexander von Humboldt, 1769–1859, made his contributions primarily thus, as an indefatigable traveler, observer, and theorist in the fields of geography, ethnography and natural history, though his noble synthesis of all knowledge, the Cosmos, 1845–59, cannot be confined within the limits of particular disciplines. In the second place, the universe of science widened to embrace countries and peoples which had hitherto made only the smallest contributions to it. The list of the great scientists of, say, 1750 contains few except Frenchmen, Britons, Germans, Italians, and Swiss. But the shortest list of the major mathematicians of the first half of the 19th century contains Henrik Abel from Norway, János Bolyai from Hungary, and Nikolai Lobachevsky from the even more remote city of Kazan. Here again science appears to reflect the rise of national cultures outside Western Europe, which is so striking a product of the revolutionary age. This national element in the expansion of the sciences was in turn reflected in the decline of the cosmopolitanism that had been so characteristic of the small scientific communities of the 17th and 18th centuries. The age of the itinerant international celebrity who moved, like Euler, from Basel to St. Petersburg, thence to Berlin, and back to the court of Catherine the Great, passed with the old regimes. Henceforth the scientist stayed within his linguistic area, except for shorter visits, communicating with his colleagues through the medium of the learned journals, which are so typical a product of this period, the Proceedings of the Royal Society, 1831, the Comptes Rendus de l'Académie des Sciences, 1837, the Proceedings of the American Philosophical Society, 1838, or the new specialist journals such as Krell's Journal für Reine und Angewandte Mathematik or the Annales de Chimie et de Physique, 1797. 2. Before we can judge the nature of the impact of the dual revolution on the sciences, it is as well to survey briefly what happened to them. On the whole, the classical physical sciences were not revolutionized. That is to say, they remained substantially within the terms of reference established by Newton, either continuing lines of research already followed in the 18th century or extending earlier fragmentary discoveries and coordinating them into wider theoretical systems. The most important of the new fields thus opened up, and the one with the most immediate technological consequences, was electricity, or rather electromagnetism. 5 main dates, 4 of them in our period, mark its decisive progress: 1786, when Galvani discovered the electric current; 1799, when Volta constructed his battery; 1800, when electrolysis was discovered; 1820, when Ørsted hit upon the connection between electricity and magnetism; and 1831, when Faraday established the relations between all these forces, and incidentally found himself pioneering an approach to physics, in terms of fields rather than mechanical pushing and pulling, which anticipated the modern age. The most important of the new theoretical syntheses was the discovery of the laws of thermodynamics, i.e. of the relations between heat and energy. The revolution which turned astronomy and physics into modern science had occurred in the 17th century, that which created chemistry was in full swing when our period opens. Of all the sciences, this was the most closely and immediately linked with industrial practice, especially with the bleaching and dyeing processes of the textile industry. Moreover, its creators were not only practical men, linked with other practical men, like Dalton in the Manchester Literary and Philosophical Society and Priestley in the Lunar Society of Birmingham, but sometimes political revolutionaries, though moderate ones. Two were victims of the French Revolution: Priestley, at the hands of the Tory mob, for sympathizing excessively with it; the great Lavoisier on the guillotine, for not sympathizing enough, or rather for being a big businessman. Chemistry, like physics, was preeminently a French science. Its virtual founder, Lavoisier, 1743–94, published his fundamental trait Elementaire de Chimie in the year of revolution itself, and the inspiration for the chemical advances, and especially the organization of chemical research, in other countries, even in those which were to become the major centers of chemical research later, like Germany, was primarily French. The major advances before 1789 consisted in bringing some elementary order into the tangle of empirical experiment by elucidating certain fundamental chemical processes such as burning, and some fundamental elements such as oxygen. They also brought precise quantitative measurement and a program of further research into the subject. The crucial concept of an atomic theory, originated by Dalton 1803–10, made it possible to invent the chemical formula, and with it to open up the study of chemical structure. An abundance of new experimental results followed. In the 19th century, chemistry was to be one of the most vigorous of all the sciences, and consequently one which attracted, as does every dynamic subject, a mass of able men. However, the atmosphere and the methods of chemistry remained largely those of the 18th century. Chemistry had, however, one revolutionary implication: the discovery that life can be analyzed in terms of the inorganic sciences. Lavoisier discovered that breathing is a form of combustion of oxygen. Wohler discovered, 1828, that a compound hitherto encountered only in living things, urea, could be synthesized in the laboratory, thus opening up the vast new domain of organic chemistry. Yet, though that great obstacle to progress, the belief that living matter obeyed fundamentally different natural laws from the non-living, was seriously crippled, neither the mechanical nor the chemical approach as yet enabled the biologist to advance very far. His most fundamental advance in this period, Schleiden and Schwann's discovery that all living things were composed of multiplicities of cells, 1838–9, established a sort of equivalent of the atomic theory for biology, but a mature biophysics and biochemistry remained far in the future. A revolution even more profound but, by the nature of the subject, less obvious than in chemistry took place in mathematics. Unlike physics, which remained within the 17th century terms of reference, and chemistry, which fanned out on a broad front through the gap opened in the 18th, mathematics in our period entered an entirely new universe, far beyond the world of the Greeks, which still dominated arithmetic and plane geometry, and that of the 17th century, which dominated analysis. Few except mathematicians will appreciate the profundity of the innovation brought into science by the theory of the functions of complex variables, Gauss, Cauchy, Abel, Jacobi, of the theory of groups, Cauchy, Galois, or of vectors, Hamilton. But even the layman can grasp the bearing of the revolution by which Lobachevsky of Russia, 1826–9, and Bolyai of Hungary, 1831, overthrew that most permanent of intellectual certainties, Euclid's geometry. The entire majestic and unshakable structure of Euclidean logic rests on certain assumptions, one of which, the axiom that parallels never meet, is neither self-evident nor provable. It may today seem elementary to construct an equal logical geometry on some other assumption, for instance, Lobachevsky, Bolyai, that an infinity of parallels to any line L may pass through point P, or, Riemann, that no parallels to line L pass through point P, all the more so as we can construct real-life surfaces to which these rules apply. Thus the Earth, insofar as it is a globe, conforms to Riemannian and not Euclidean assumptions. But to make these assumptions in the early 19th century was an act of intellectual daring comparable to putting the sun instead of the earth into the center of the planetary system. 3. The mathematical revolution passed unperceived except by a few specialists in subjects notorious for their remoteness from everyday life. The revolution in the social sciences, on the other hand, could hardly fail to strike the layman, because it visibly affected him, generally, it was believed, for the worse. The amateur scientists and scholars in Thomas Love Peacock's novels are gently bathed in sympathy or a loving ridicule, not so the economists and propagandists of the steam intellect society. There were, to be precise, two revolutions, whose courses converged to produce Marxism as the most comprehensive synthesis of the social sciences. The first, which continued the brilliant pioneering of the 17th and 18th century rationalists, established the equivalent of physical laws for human populations. Its earliest triumph was the construction of a systematic deductive theory of political economy, which was already far advanced by 1789. The second, which in substance belongs to our period and is closely linked with Romanticism, was the discovery of historical evolution, cf. also above, pages 237-9, 244-5. The daring innovation of the classical rationalists had been to demonstrate that something like logically compulsory laws were applicable to human consciousness and free decision. The laws of political economy were of this sort. The conviction that they were as far beyond liking and disliking as the laws of gravity, with which they were often compared, lent a ruthless certainty to the capitalists of the early 19th century, and tended to imbue their romantic opponents with an equally wild anti-rationalism. In principle the economists were of course right, though they grossly exaggerated the universality of the postulates on which they based their deductions, the capacity of other things to remain equal, and also, sometimes, their own intellectual abilities. If the population of a town doubles and the number of dwellings in it does not rise, then, other things being equal, rents must go up, whether anyone wants them to or not. Propositions of this kind made the force of the systems of deductive reasoning constructed by political economy, mostly in Britain, though also, to a diminishing degree, in the old 18th century centers of the science, France, Italy, and Switzerland. As we have seen, the period from 1776 to 1830 saw it at its most triumphant. See above p. 237. It was supplemented by the first systematic presentation of a theory of demography purporting to establish a mechanical, and virtually inevitable, relationship between the mathematically describable rates of growth of population and of the means of subsistence. T. R. Malthus's essay on population, 1798, was neither as original nor as compelling as its supporters claimed, in the enthusiasm of the discovery that somebody had proved that the poor must always remain poor, and why generosity and benevolence must make them even poorer. Its importance lies not in its intellectual merits, which were moderate, but in the claims it staked for a scientific treatment of so very individual and capricious a group of decisions as the sexual ones, considered as a social phenomenon. The application of mathematical methods to society made another major advance in this period. Here the French-speaking scientists led the way, assisted no doubt by the superb mathematical atmosphere of French education. Thus Adolphe Vitelot of Belgium, in his epoch-making Surlhome, 1835, showed that the statistical distribution of human characteristics obeyed known mathematical laws, from which he deduced, with a confidence since deemed excessive, the possibility of assimilating the social to the physical sciences. The possibility of generalizing statistically about human populations and basing firm predictions on such generalization had long been anticipated by the theorists of probability, Vitelot's point of departure into the social sciences, and by practical men who had to rely on it, such as the insurance companies. But Vitelot and the flourishing contemporary group of statisticians, anthropometrists and social investigators applied these methods to far wider fields and created what is still the major mathematical tool for the investigation of social phenomena. These developments in the social sciences were revolutionary in the way chemistry was, by following through advances already theoretically made. but the social sciences also had an entirely new and original achievement to their credit, which in turn fertilized the biological sciences and even physical ones, such as geology. This was the discovery of history as a process of logical evolution, and not merely as a chronological succession of events. The links of this innovation with the dual revolution are so obvious that they hardly need argument. Thus what came to be called sociology, the word was invented by A. Comte around 1830, sprang directly out of the critique of capitalism. Comte himself, who is normally reckoned its founder, began his career as the private secretary to the pioneer utopian socialist, the Count of Saint-Simon I, and its most formidable contemporary theorist Karl Marx regarded his theory primarily as a tool for changing the world. The creation of history as an academic subject is perhaps the least important aspect of this historization of the social sciences. It is true that an epidemic of history writing overwhelmed Europe in the first half of the 19th century. Rarely have more men sat down to make sense of their world by writing many-volumed accounts of its past, incidentally often for the first time. Karamzin in Russia, 1818-24, Geiger in Sweden, 1832-6, Palaki in Bohemia, 1836-67, are the founding fathers of their respective countries' historiography. In France, the urge to understand the present through the past was particularly strong, and there the revolution itself soon became the subject of intensive and partisan study by Thiers, 1823-1843, Mignot, 1824, Buonarroti, 1828, Lamartine, 1847, and the great Jules Michelet, 1847-53. It was an heroic period of historiography, but little of the work of Guizot, Augustin Thierry, and Michelet in France, of the Dane Niebuhr and the Swiss Sismondi, of Hallam, Lingard, and Carlyle in Britain, and of innumerable German professors, now survives except as historical document, as literature, or occasionally as the record of genius. The most lasting results of this historical awakening were in the field of documentation and historical technique. To collect the relics of the past, written or unwritten, became a universal passion. Perhaps in part it was an attempt to safeguard it against the steam-powered attacks of the present, though nationalism was probably its most important stimulus. In hitherto unawakened nations the historian, the lexicographer, and the folk song collector were often the very founders of national consciousness. And so the French set up their École de Charles, 1821, the English a Public Record Office, 1838, the Germans began to publish the Monumenta Germaniae Historiae, 1826, while the doctrine that history must be based on the scrupulous evaluation of primary records was laid down by the prolific Leopold von Ranke, 1795-1886. Meanwhile, as we have seen, cf. Chapter 14, the linguists and folklorists produced the fundamental dictionaries of their languages and collections of their people's oral traditions. The injection of history into the social sciences had its most immediate effects in law, where Friedrich Karl von Savigny founded the Historical School of Jurisprudence, 1815, in the study of theology, where the application of historical criteria, notably in D. F. Strauss's Leben Jesu, 1835, horrified the fundamentalists, but especially in a wholly new science, philology. This also developed primarily in Germany, which was by far the most vigorous center of diffusion for the historical approach. It is not fortuitous that Karl Marx was a German. The ostensible stimulus for philology was the conquest of non-European societies by Europe. Sir William Jones's pioneer investigations into Sanskrit, 1786, were the result of the British conquest of Bengal. Champollion's decipherment of the hieroglyphs, his main work on the subject, was published in 1824, of Napoleon's expedition to Egypt, Rawlinson's elucidation of cuneiform writing, 1835, reflected the ubiquity of the British colonial officers. but in fact philology was not confined to discovery, description, and classification. In the hands chiefly of great German scholars such as Franz Bock, 1791–1867, and the brothers Grimm, it became the second social science properly so described, that is to say the second which discovered general laws applicable to so apparently capricious a field as human communication. The first was political economy. But unlike the laws of political economy, those of philology were fundamentally historical, or rather evolutionary. Point 2. Their foundation was the discovery that a wide range of languages, the Indo-European, were related to one another, supplemented by the obvious fact that every existing written European language had plainly been transformed in the course of the centuries and was, presumably, still undergoing transformation. The problem was not merely to prove and classify these relationships by means of scientific comparison, a task which was then being widely undertaken, for instance, in comparative anatomy, by Cuvier. It was also, and chiefly, to elucidate their historic evolution from what must have been a common ancestor. Philology was the first science which regarded evolution as its very core. It was of course fortunate because the Bible is relatively silent about the history of language, whereas, as the biologists and geologists knew to their cost, it is only too explicit about the creation and early history of the globe. Consequently, the philologist was less likely to be drenched by the waters of Noah's flood or tripped by the obstacles of Genesis 1 than his unhappy confrere. If anything, the biblical statement "and the whole earth was of one language, and one speech" was on his side. But philology was also fortunate, because of all the social sciences it dealt not directly with human beings, who always resent the suggestion that their actions are determined by anything except their free choice, but with words, which do not. Consequently, it was left free to face what is still the fundamental problem of the historical sciences, how to derive the immense, and apparently often capricious variety of individuals in real life, from the operation of invariant general laws. The pioneer philologists did not in fact advance very far in explaining linguistic change, though Bopp himself already propounded a theory of the origin of grammatical inflections. But they did establish for the Indo-European languages something like a table of genealogy. They made a number of inductive generalizations about the relative rates of change in different linguistic elements, and a few historical generalizations of very wide scope, such as Grimm's law, which showed that all Teutonic languages underwent certain consonantal shifts, and, several centuries later, a section of Teutonic dialects underwent another similar shift. However, throughout these pioneering explorations, they never doubted that the evolution of language was not merely a matter of establishing chronological sequence or recording variation, but ought to be explained by general linguistic laws, analogous to scientific ones. 4. The biologists and geologists were less lucky. For them too history was the major issue, though the study of the earth was, through mining, closely linked with chemistry, and the study of life, through medicine, closely with physiology, and, through the crucial discovery that the chemical elements in living things were the same as those in inorganic nature, with chemistry. But for the geologist in any case the most obvious problems involved history, for instance, how to explain the distribution of land and water, the mountains, and above all the strongly marked strata. If the historical problem of geology was how to explain the evolution of the earth, that of biology was the double one of how to explain the growth of the individual living thing from egg, seed, or spore, and how to explain the evolution of species. Both were linked by the visible evidence of the fossils, of which a particular selection were to be found in each rock stratum and not in others. An English drainage engineer, William Smith, discovered in the 1790s that the historic succession of strata could be most conveniently dated by their characteristic fossils, thus illuminating both sciences through the down-to-earth operations of the Industrial Revolution. The problem had been so obvious that attempts to provide theories of evolution had already been made, notably, for the world of animals, by the stylish but sometimes slapdash zoologist Comte de Buffon, Les Époques de la Nature, 1778. In the decade of the French Revolution these gained ground rapidly. The roomy native James Hutton of Edinburgh, Theory of the Earth, 1795, and the eccentric Erasmus Darwin, who shone in the Birmingham Lunar Society and wrote some of his scientific work in verse, Zoonomia, 1794, put forward fairly complete evolutionary theories of the Earth and of plants and animal species. Laplace, 1796, even brought out an evolutionary theory of the solar system, anticipated by the philosopher Immanuel Kant, and Pierre Cabanis, about the same time, envisaged the very mental faculties of man as the product of his evolutionary history. In 1809 Lamarck of France propounded the first systematic major modern theory of evolution, based on the inheritance of acquired characteristics. None of these theories triumphed. Indeed, they were soon met by the passionate resistance of those, like the Tory Quarterly Review, whose general attachment to the cause of revelation is so decided. 2. What was to happen to Noah's flood? What to the separate creation of the species, not to mention man? What, above all, to social stability? Not only simple priests and less simple politicians were troubled by such reflections. The great Cuvier, himself the founder of the systematic study of fossils, Recherches sur les ossements fossiles, 1812, rejected evolution in the name of providence. Better even to imagine a series of catastrophes in geological history, followed by a series of divine recreations. It was hardly possible to deny geological as distinct from biological change than to tamper with the fixity of Scripture and of Aristotle. The wretched Dr. Lawrence, who answered Lamarck by proposing a Darwin-like theory of evolution by natural selection, was forced by the outcry of the conservatives actually to withdraw his Natural History of Man, 1819, from circulation. He had been unwise enough not only to discuss the evolution of man but also to point out the implications of his ideas for contemporary society. His recantation preserved his job, assured his future career, and a permanent bad conscience, which he assuaged by flattering the courageous radical printers who from time to time pirated his incendiary work. Not until the 1830s, until politics had taken another turn to the left, we might observe, did mature evolutionary theories break through in geology, with the publication of Lyell's famous Principles of Geology, 1830-33, which ended the resistance of the Neptunists, who argued, with the Bible, that all minerals had been precipitated from aqueous solutions which had once covered the earth, cf. Genesis 1:7-9, and the catastrophists, who followed Cuvier's desperate line of argument. In the same decade, Schmerling, researching in Belgium, and Boucher de Perthes, who fortunately preferred his hobby of archaeology to his post as director of customs at Abbeville, forecast an even more alarming development, the actual discovery of those fossils of prehistoric man whose possibility had been hotly denied. 3 But scientific conservatism was still able to reject this horrifying prospect on the grounds of inadequate proof, until the discovery of Neanderthal man in 1856. It had now to be accepted, a. that the causes now in operation had in the course of time transformed the earth from its original state to the present, b. that this had taken a vastly longer time than any calculable from the scriptures, and c. that the succession of geological strata revealed a succession of evolving forms of animals, and therefore implied biological evolution. Significantly enough, those who accepted this most readily, and indeed showed the greatest interest in the problem of evolution, were the self-confident radical laymen of the British middle classes, always excepting the egregious Dr. Andrew Ure, best known for his hymns of praise to the factory system. The scientists were slow to accept science. This is less surprising when we recall that geology was the only science in this period gentlemanly enough, perhaps because it was practiced outdoors, preferably on expensive geological tours, to be seriously pursued in the universities of Oxford and Cambridge. Biological evolution, however, still lagged. Not until well after the defeat of the 1848 revolutions was this explosive subject once again tackled, and even then Charles Darwin handled it with considerable caution and ambiguity, not to say disingenuousness. Even the parallel exploration of evolution through embryology temporarily petered out. Here two early German speculative natural philosophers like Johann Meckel of Halle, 1781–1833, had suggested that during its growth the embryo of an organism recapitulated the evolution of its species. But this biogenetic law, though at first supported by men like Rathke, who discovered that the embryos of birds pass through a stage when they have gill slits, 1829, was rejected by the formidable von Baer of Königsberg and St. Petersburg. Experimental physiology seems to have had a marked attraction for workers in the Slavonic and Baltic areas and this line of thought was not revived until the coming of Darwinism. Meanwhile, evolutionary theories had made striking progress in the study of society. Yet we must not exaggerate this progress. The period of the dual revolution belongs to the prehistory of all social sciences except political economy, linguistics and perhaps statistics. Even its most formidable achievement, Marx and Engels's coherent theory of social evolution, was at this time little more than a brilliant guess, put forward in a superb pamphlet sketch or used as the basis for historical narrative. The firm construction of scientific basis for the study of human society did not take place until the second half of the century. This is so in the fields of social anthropology or ethnography, of prehistory, of sociology, and of psychology. The fact that these fields of study were baptized in our period, or that claims to regard each as a self-contained science with its own special regularities were then first put forward. John Stuart Mill in 1843 was perhaps the first to claim this status firmly for psychology is important. The fact that special ethnological societies were founded in France and England, 1839, 1843, to study the races of man is equally significant, as is the multiplication of social inquiries by statistical means and of statistical societies between 1830 and 1848. But the general instructions to travelers of the French Ethnological Society, which urged them to discover what memories a people has preserved of its origins, what revolutions it has undergone in its language or behavior, moeurs, in its arts, sciences, and wealth, its power or government, by internal causes or foreign invasion, 3 is little more than a program, though indeed a profoundly historical one. Indeed, what is important about the social sciences in our period is less their results, though a considerable amount of descriptive material was accumulated, than their firm materialist bias, expressed in a determination to explain human social differences in terms of the environment, and their equally firm commitment to evolution. For did not Chavins in 1787, at the outset of the science, define ethnology as the history of the progress of peoples towards civilization? 4. One shady byproduct of this early development of the social sciences must, however, be briefly mentioned: the theories of race. The existence of different races, or rather colors, of men had been much discussed in the 18th century, when the problem of a single or multiple creation of man also exercised the reflective mind. The line between the monogenists and the polygenists was not a simple one. The first group united believers in evolution and human equality, with men relieved to find that on this point at least science did not conflict with scripture, the pre-Darwinians Pritchard and Lawrence with Cuvier. The second, admittedly, included not only bona fide scientists, but also racialists from the American slave South. These discussions of race produced a lively outburst of anthropometry, mostly based on the collection, classification, and measurement of skulls, a practice also encouraged by the strange contemporary hobby of phrenology, which attempted to read character from the configuration of the skull. In Britain and France phrenological societies were founded, 1823, 1832, though the subject soon dropped out of science again. At the same time, a mixture of nationalism, radicalism, history, and field observation introduced the equally dangerous topic of permanent national or racial characteristics in society. In the 1820s, the brothers Thierry, pioneer French historians and revolutionaries, had launched themselves into the study of the Norman conquest and of the Gauls, which is still reflected in the proverbial first sentence of French school readers, nos ancêtre les Gaulois, and on the blue packets of the Gauloise cigarette. As good radicals, they held that the French people were descended from the Gauls, the aristocrats from the Teutons who conquered them, an argument later used for conservative purposes by upper-class racialists like the Count of Gobineau. The belief that specific racial stock survived, an idea taken up with understandable zeal by a Welsh naturalist W. Edwards, for the Celts fitted admirably into an age when men purported to discover the romantic and mysterious individuality of their nations, to claim messianic missions for them if revolutionary, or to ascribe their wealth and power to innate superiority. They showed no tendency to ascribe poverty and oppression to innate inferiority. But in mitigation, it must be said that the worst abuses of racial theories occurred after the end of our period. V. How are we to explain these scientific developments? How, in particular, are we to link them with the other historical changes of the dual revolution? That there are links of the most obvious kind is evident. The theoretical problems of the steam engine led the brilliant Sadi Carnot in 1824 to the most fundamental physical insight of the 19th century, the two laws of thermodynamics, reflex ions sur la puissance motrice du feu, though this was not the only approach to the problem. The great advance of geology and paleontology plainly owed much to the zeal with which industrial engineers and builders hacked at the earth, and the great importance of mining. Not for nothing did Britain become the geological country par excellence, setting up a National Geological Survey in 1836. The survey of mineral resources provided chemists with innumerable inorganic compounds to analyze. Mining, ceramics, metallurgy, textiles, the new industries of gas lighting and chemicals, and agriculture stimulated their labors. And the enthusiasm of the solid British bourgeois radical and aristocratic Whig, not merely for applied research but for daring advances in knowledge from which established science itself recoiled, is sufficient proof that the scientific progress of our period cannot be separated from the stimulus of the Industrial Revolution. Similarly, the scientific implications of the French Revolution are obvious in the frank or concealed hostility to science with which political conservatives or moderates met what they regarded as the natural consequences of 18th-century materialist and rationalist subversion. Napoleon's defeat brought a wave of obscurantism. Mathematics were the chains of human thought, cried the slippery Lamartine, I breathe, and they are broken. The struggle between a combative pro-scientific and anti-clerical left, which has, in its rare moments of victory, built most of the institutions which allow French scientists to function, and an anti-scientific right, which has done its best to starve them, has continued ever since. This does not imply that scientists in France or elsewhere were at this period particularly revolutionary. Some were, like the golden boy of Évariste Galois, who dashed to the barricades in 1830, was persecuted as a rebel, and killed in a duel provoked by political bullies at the age of 21 in 1832. Generations of mathematicians have fed on the profound ideas he wrote down feverishly in what he knew to be his last night on earth. Some were frank reactionaries, like the legitimist Cauchy, though for obvious reasons the tradition of the École Polytechnique, which he adorned, was militantly anti-royalist. Probably most scientists would have reckoned themselves to be left of center in the post-Napoleonic period, and some, especially in new nations or hitherto unpolitical communities, were forced into positions of political leadership, notably historians, linguists, and others with obvious connections with national movements. Palaki became the chief spokesman of the Czechs in 1848. The 7 professors of Göttingen who signed a letter of protest in 1837 found themselves national figures 6, and the Frankfurt Parliament in the German 1848 revolution was notoriously an assembly of professors as well as other civil servants. On the other hand, compared with the artists and philosophers, the scientists, and especially the natural ones, showed only a very low degree of political consciousness, unless their subject actually required it. Outside the Catholic countries, for instance, they showed a capacity for combining science with a tranquil religious orthodoxy which surprises the student of the post-Darwinian era. Such direct derivations explain some things about scientific development between 1789 and 1848, but not much. Clearly, the indirect effects of contemporary events were more important. No one could fail to observe that the world was transformed more radically than ever before in this era. No thinking person could fail to be awed, shaken, and mentally stimulated by these convulsions and transformations. It is hardly surprising that patterns of thought derived from the rapid social changes, the profound revolutions, the systematic replacement of customary or traditional institutions by radical rationalist innovations, should become acceptable. Is it possible to connect this visible emergence of revolution with the readiness of the unworldly mathematicians to break through hitherto operative thought barriers? We cannot tell, though we know that the adoption of revolutionary new lines of thought is normally prevented not by their intrinsic difficulty, but by their conflict with tacit assumptions about what is or is not natural. The very terms irrational number, for numbers like square root 2, or imaginary number, for numbers like square root -1, indicate the nature of the difficulty. Once we decide that they are no more or less rational or real than any others, all is plain sailing. But it may take an age of profound transformation to nerve thinkers to make such decisions, and indeed imaginary or complex variables in mathematics, treated with puzzled caution in the 18th century, only came fully into their own after the Revolution. Leaving aside mathematics, it was only to be expected that patterns drawn from the transformations of society would tempt scientists in fields to which such analogies appeared applicable, for instance to introduce dynamic evolutionary concepts into hitherto static ones. This could either happen directly, or through the intermediary of some other science. Thus the concept of the Industrial Revolution, which is fundamental to history and much of modern economics, was introduced in the 1820s frankly as an analogy to the French Revolution. Charles Darwin derived the mechanism of natural selection by analogy with the model of capitalist competition, which he took from Malthus, The Struggle for Existence. The vogue for catastrophic theories in geology, 1790 to 1830, may also owe something to the familiarity of this generation with violent convulsions of society. Nevertheless, outside the most obviously social sciences, it is unwise to put too much weight on such external influences. The world of thought is to some extent autonomous, its movements are, as it were, on the same historical wavelength as those outside, but they are not mere echoes of them. Thus for instance, the catastrophist theories of geology also owed something to the Protestant, and especially the Calvinist, insistence on the arbitrary omnipotence of the Lord. Such theories were largely a monopoly of Protestant, as distinct from Catholic or agnostic workers. If developments in the field of the sciences parallel those elsewhere, it is not because each of them can be hooked onto a corresponding aspect of economic or political ones in any simple way. Yet the facts are hard to deny. The main currents of general thought in our period have their correspondence in the specialized field of science, and this is what enables us to establish a parallelism between sciences and arts or between both and politico-social attitudes. Thus classicism and romanticism existed in the sciences, and as we have seen each fitted in with a particular approach to human society. The equation of classicism, or in intellectual terms, the rationalist, mechanist Newtonian universe of the Enlightenment, with the milieu of bourgeois liberalism, and of romanticism, or in intellectual terms the so-called natural philosophy, with its opponents, is obviously an oversimplification, and breaks down altogether after 1830. Yet it represents a certain aspect of truth. Until the rise of theories like modern socialism had firmly anchored revolutionary thought in the rationalist past, cf. Chapter 13, such sciences as physics, chemistry, and astronomy marched with Anglo-French bourgeois liberalism. For instance, the plebeian revolutionaries of the year 2 were inspired by Rousseau rather than Voltaire, and suspected Lavoisier, whom they executed, and Laplace not merely because of their connections with the old regime, but for reasons similar to those which led the poet William Blake to excoriate Newton. 7 Conversely, natural history was congenial, for it represented the road to the spontaneity of true and unspoiled nature. The Jacobin dictatorship, which dissolved the French Academy, founded no less than 12 research chairs at the Jardin des Plantes. Similarly it was in Germany, where classical liberalism was weak, cf. Chapter 13, that a rival scientific ideology to the classical was most popular. This was natural philosophy. It is easy to underestimate natural philosophy, because it conflicts so much with what we have rightly come to regard as science. It was speculative and intuitive. It sought for expressions of the world's spirit, or life, of the mysterious organic union of all things with each other, and a good many other things which resisted precise quantitative measurement or Cartesian clarity. Indeed, it was flatly in revolt against mechanical materialism, against Newton, sometimes against reason itself. The great Goethe wasted a considerable amount of his Olympian time trying to disprove Newton's optics, for no better reason than that he did not feel happy about a theory which failed to explain the colors by the interaction of the principles of light and darkness. Such an aberration would cause nothing but pained surprise in the École Polytechnique, where the persistent preference of the Germans for the tangled Kepler, with his load of mysticism, over the lucid perfection of the Principia was incomprehensible. What indeed was one to make of Lorentz Ockens? The action or the life of God consists in eternally manifesting, eternally contemplating itself in unity and duality, externally dividing itself and still remaining one. Polarity is the first force which appears in the world. The law of causality is a law of polarity. Causality is an act of generation. The sex is rooted in the first movement of the world. In everything, therefore, there are two processes, one individualizing, vitalizing, and one universalizing, destructive. 6. What indeed? Bertrand Russell's blank incomprehension of Hegel, who operated in such terms, is a good illustration of the 18th-century rationalists' answer to this rhetorical question. On the other hand, the debt which Marx and Engels frankly acknowledge to natural philosophy aid would warn us that it cannot be regarded as mere verbiage. The point about it is that it worked. It produced not merely scientific effort. Lorenz Oken founded the liberal German Deutsche Naturforscherversammlung and inspired the British Association for the Advancement of Science, but fruitful results. The cell theory in biology, a good deal of morphology, embryology, philology, and much of the historical and evolutionary element in all the sciences, were primarily of romantic inspiration. Admittedly, even in its chosen field of biology, romanticism had eventually to be supplemented by the cool classicism of Claude Bernard, 1813–78, the founder of modern physiology. On the other hand, even in the physico-chemical sciences, which remain the stronghold of classicism, the speculations of the natural philosophers about such mysterious subjects as electricity and magnetism, brought advances. Hans Christian Ørsted of Copenhagen, the disciple of the cloudy Schelling, sought and found the connection between the two when he demonstrated the magnetical effect of electric currents in 1820. Both approaches to science, in effect, mixed. They never quite merged, even in Marx, who was more clearly aware than most of the combined intellectual origins of his thought. On the whole, the Romantic approach served as a stimulus for new ideas and departures, and then once again dropped out of the sciences. But in our period it cannot be neglected. If it cannot be neglected as a purely scientific stimulus, it can be even less neglected by the historian of ideas and opinions, for whom even absurd and false ideas are facts and historical forces. We cannot write off a movement which captured or influenced men of the highest intellectual caliber, such as Goethe, Hegel, and the young Marx. We can merely seek to understand the deep dissatisfaction with the classical 18th-century Anglo-French view of the world, whose titanic achievements in science and in society were undeniable, but whose narrowness and limitations were also increasingly evident in the period of the two revolutions. To be aware of these limits and to seek, often by intuition rather than analysis, the terms in which a more satisfactory picture of the world could be constructed, was not actually to construct it. Nor were the visions of an evolutionary, interconnected, dialectical universe which the natural philosophers expressed, proofs or even adequate formulations. But they reflected real problems, even real problems in the physical sciences, and they anticipated the transformations and extensions of the world of sciences which have produced our modern scientific universe. And in their way they reflected the impact of the dual revolution, which left no aspect of human life unchanged. Chapter 16. Conclusion, towards 1848. Pauperism and proletariat are the suppurating ulcers which have sprung from the organism of the modern states. Can they be healed? The communist doctors propose the complete destruction and annihilation of the existing organism. One thing is certain, if these men gain the power to act, there will be not a political but a social revolution, a war against all property, a complete anarchy. Would this in turn give way to new national states, and on what moral and social foundations? Who shall lift the veil of the future? And what part will be played by Russia? I sit on the shore and wait for the wind, says an old Russian proverb. Haxthausen, Study an Uber. Russland, 1847, 1. We began by surveying the state of the world in 1789. Let us conclude by glancing at it some 50 years later, at the end of the most revolutionary half-century in the history recorded up to that date. It was an age of superlatives. The numerous new compendia of statistics in which this era of counting and calculation sought to record all aspects of the known world could conclude with justice that virtually every measurable quantity was greater, or smaller, than ever before. The known, mapped and intercommunicating area of the world was larger than ever before, its communications unbelievably speedier. The population of the world was greater than ever before, in several cases greater beyond all expectation or previous probability. Cities of vast size multiplied faster than ever before. Industrial production reached astronomic figures. In the 1840s something like 640 million tons of coal were hacked from the interior of the earth. They were exceeded only by the even more extraordinary figures for international commerce, which had multiplied fourfold since 1780 to reach something like 800 millions of pounds sterling's worth, and very much more in the currency of less solid and stable units of currency. Science had never been more triumphant, knowledge had never been more widespread. Over 4,000 newspapers informed the citizens of the world, and the number of books published annually in Britain, France, Germany, and the USA alone ran well into 5 figures. Human invention was climbing more dazzling peaks every year. The Argand lamp, 1782-4, had barely revolutionized artificial lighting. It was the first major advance since the oil lamp and candle, when the gigantic laboratories known as gasworks, sending their products through endless subterranean pipes, began to illuminate the factories and soon after the cities of Europe, London from 1807, Dublin from 1818, Paris from 1819, even remote Sydney in 1841. And already the electric arc light was known. Professor Wheatstone of London was already planning to link England with France by means of a submarine electric telegraph. 48 millions of passengers already used the railways of the United Kingdom in a single year, 1845. Men and women could already be hurdled along 3,000, 1846, before 1850 along over 6,000 miles of line in Great Britain, along 9,000 in the USA. Regular steamship services already linked Europe and America, Europe and the Indies. No doubt these triumphs had their dark side, though these were not so readily to be summarized in statistical tables. How was one to find quantitative expression for the fact, which few would today deny, that the Industrial Revolution created the ugliest world in which man has ever lived, as the grim and stinking, fog-bound back streets of Manchester already testified? Or, by uprooting men and women in unprecedented numbers and depriving them of the certainties of the ages, probably the unhappiest world? Nevertheless, we can forgive the champions of progress in the 1840s their confidence and their determination that commerce may go freely forth, leading civilization with one hand, and peace with the other, to render mankind happier, wiser, better. Sir, said Lord Palmerston, continuing this rosy statement in the blackest of years, 1842, this is the dispensation of Providence too. Nobody could deny that there was poverty of the most shocking kind. Many held that it was even increasing and deepening. And yet, by the all-time criteria which measured the triumphs of industry and science, could even the gloomiest of rational observers maintain that in material terms it was worse than at any time in the past, or even than in unindustrialized countries in the present. He could not. It was sufficiently bitter accusation that the material prosperity of the laboring poor was often no better than in the dark past, and sometimes worse than in periods within living memory. The champions of progress attempted to fend it off with the argument that this was due not to the operations of the new bourgeois society, but on the contrary to the obstacles which the old feudalism, monarchy and aristocracy still placed in the way of perfect free enterprise. The new socialists, on the contrary, held that it was due to the very operations of that system. But both agreed that these were growing pains. The ones held that they would be overcome within the framework of capitalism, the others that they were not likely to be, but both rightly believed that human life faced a prospect of material improvement to equal the advance in man's control over the forces of nature. When we come to analyze the social and political structure of the world in the 1840s, however, we leave the world of superlatives for that of modest qualified statements. The bulk of the world's inhabitants continued to be peasants as before, though there were a few areas, notably Britain, where agriculture was already the occupation of a small minority, and the urban population already on the verge of exceeding the rural, as it did for the first time in the census of 1851. There were proportionately fewer slaves, for the international slave trade had been officially abolished in 1815 and actual slavery in the British colonies in 1834, and in the liberated Spanish and French ones in and after the French Revolution. However, while the West Indies were now, with some non-British exceptions, an area of legally free agriculture, numerically slavery continued to expand in its two great remaining strongholds, Brazil and the southern USA, stimulated by the very progress of industry and commerce which opposed all restraints of goods and persons, and official prohibition made the slave trade more lucrative. The approximate price of a field hand in the American South was $300 in 1795, but between $1,200 and $1,800 in 1860, the number of slaves in the USA rose from 700,000 in 1790 to 2,500,000 in 1840 and 3,200,000 in 1850. They still came from Africa, but were also increasingly bred for sale within the slave-owning area, e.g. in the border states of the USA for sale to the rapidly expanding cotton belt. Moreover, already systems of semi-slavery like the export of indentured labor from India to the sugar islands of the Indian Ocean and the West Indies were developing. Serfdom, or the legal bonding of peasants, had been abolished over a large part of Europe, though this had made little difference to the actual situation of the rural poor in such areas of traditional latifundist cultivation as Sicily or Andalusia. However, serfdom persisted in its chief European strongholds, though after great initial expansion its numbers remained steady in Russia at between 10 and 11 million males after 1811, that is to say it declined in relative terms. 3 Nevertheless, serf agriculture, unlike slave agriculture, was clearly on the decline, its economic disadvantages being increasingly evident, and especially from the 1840s the rebelliousness of the peasantry being increasingly marked. The greatest serf rising was probably that in Austrian Galicia in 1846, the prelude to general emancipation by the 1848 revolution. But even in Russia there were 148 outbreaks of peasant unrest in 1826 to 34, 216 in 1835 to 44, 348 in 1844 to 54, culminating in the 474 outbreaks of the last years preceding the emancipation of 1861.5. At the other end of the social pyramid, the position of the landed aristocrat also changed less than might have been thought, except in countries of direct peasant revolution like France. No doubt there were now countries, France and the USA for instance, where the richest men were no longer landed proprietors, except insofar as they also bought themselves estates as a badge of their entry into the highest class, like the Rothschilds. However, even in Britain in the 1840s the greatest concentrations of wealth were certainly still those of the peerage, and in the southern USA the cotton planters even created for themselves a provincial caricature of aristocratic society, inspired by Walter Scott, chivalry, romance, and other concepts which had little bearing in the Negro slaves on whom they battened and the red-necked Puritan farmers eating their maize and fat pork. Of course this aristocratic firmness concealed a change. Noble incomes increasingly depended on the industry, the stocks and shares, the real estate developments of the despised bourgeoisie. The middle classes, of course, had increased rapidly, but their numbers even so were not overwhelmingly large. In 1801 there had been about 100,000 taxpayers earning above £150 a year in Britain. At the end of our period there may have been about 340,000, say, with large families, 1.5 million persons out of a total population of 21 millions, 1,851.4. Naturally the number of those who sought to follow middle-class standards and ways of life was very much larger. Not all these were very rich. A good guess is that the number of those earning over £5,000 a year was about 4,000, which includes the aristocracy, a figure not too incompatible with that of the presumable employers of the 7,579 domestic coachmen who adorn the British streets. We may assume that the proportion of the middle classes in other countries was not notably higher than this, and indeed was generally rather lower. The working class, including the new proletariat of factory, mine, railway, etc., naturally grew at the fastest rate of all. Nevertheless, except in Britain it could at best be counted in hundreds of thousands rather than millions. Measured against the total population of the world, it was still a numerically negligible, and in any case except once again for Britain and small nuclei elsewhere an unorganized one. Yet, as we have seen, its political importance was already immense, and quite disproportionate to its size or achievements. The political structure of the world was also very considerably transformed by the 1840s, and yet by no means as much as the sanguine, or pessimistic, observer might have anticipated in 1800. Monarchy still remained overwhelmingly the most common mode of governing states, except on the American continent, and even there one of the largest countries, Brazil, was an empire, and another, Mexico, had at least experimented with imperial titles under General Iturbide, Augustine I, from 1822 to 1833. It is true that several European kingdoms, including France, could now be described as constitutional monarchies, but outside a band of such regimes along the eastern edge of the Atlantic, absolute monarchy prevailed everywhere. It is true that there were by the 1840s several new states, the product of revolution, Belgium, Serbia, Greece, and a quiverful of Latin American ones. Yet, though Belgium was an industrial power of importance, admittedly to a large extent because it moved in the wake of its greater French neighborhood, the most important of the revolutionary states was the one which had already existed in 1789, the USA. It enjoyed two immense advantages: the absence of any strong neighbors or rival powers which could, or indeed wanted to, prevent its expansion across the huge continent to the Pacific. The French had actually sold it an area as large as the then USA in the Louisiana Purchase of 1803 and an extraordinarily rapid rate of economic expansion. The former advantage was also shared by Brazil, which, separating peacefully from Portugal, escaped the fragmentation which a generation of revolutionary war brought to most of Spanish America, but its wealth of resources remained virtually unexploited. Still, there had been great changes. Moreover, since about 1830 their momentum was visibly increasing. The revolution of 1830 introduced moderate liberal middle-class constitutions, anti-democratic but equally plainly anti-aristocratic in the chief states of Western Europe. There were no doubt compromises, imposed by the fear of a mass revolution which would go beyond moderate middle-class aspirations. They left the landed classes overrepresented in government, as in Britain, and large sectors of the new and especially the most dynamic industrial middle classes unrepresented, as in France. Yet they were compromises which decisively tilted the political balance towards the middle classes. On all matters that counted the British industrialists got their way after 1832, the capacity to abolish the Corn Laws was well worth the abstention from the more extreme republican and anti-clerical proposals of the utilitarians. There can be no doubt that in Western Europe middle-class liberalism, though not democratic radicalism, was in the ascendant. Its chief opponents, conservatives in Britain, blocs generally rallying round the Catholic Church elsewhere, were on the defensive and knew it. However, even radical democracy had made major advances. After 50 years of hesitation and hostility, the pressure of the frontiersmen and farmers had finally imposed it on the USA under President Andrew Jackson, 1829–37, at roughly the same time as the European Revolution regained its momentum. At the very end of our period, 1847, a civil war between radicals and Catholics in Switzerland brought it to that country. But few among moderate middle-class liberals as yet thought that this system of government, advocated mainly by left-wing revolutionaries, adapted, it seemed, at best for the rude petty producers and traders of mountain or prairie, would one day become the characteristic political framework of capitalism, defended as such against the onslaughts of the very people who were in the 1840s advocating it. Only in international politics had there been an apparently wholesale and virtually unqualified revolution. The world of the 1840s was completely dominated by the European powers, political and economic, supplemented by the growing USA. The Opium War of 1839–42 had demonstrated that the only surviving non-European great power, the Chinese Empire, was helpless in the face of Western military and economic aggression. Nothing, it seemed, could henceforth stand in the way of a few Western gunboats or regiments bringing with them trade and Bibles. And within this general Western domination, Britain was supreme, thanks to her possession of more gunboats, trade, and Bibles than anyone else. So absolute was this British supremacy that it hardly needed political control to operate. There were no other colonial powers left, except by grace of the British, and consequently no rivals. The French Empire was reduced to a few scattered islands and trading posts, though in the process of reviving itself across the Mediterranean in Algeria. The Dutch, restored in Indonesia under the watchful eye of the new British entrepot of Singapore, no longer competed. The Spaniards retained Cuba, the Philippines, and a few vague claims in Africa. The Portuguese colonies were rightly forgotten. British trade dominated the independent Argentine, Brazil, and the southern USA as much as the Spanish colony of Cuba or the British ones in India. British investments had their powerful stake in the northern USA, and indeed wherever economic development took place. Never in the entire history of the world has a single power exercised a world hegemony like that of the British in the middle of the 19th century, for even the greatest empires or hegemonies of the past had been merely regional: the Chinese, the Mohammedan, the Roman. Never since then has any single power succeeded in re-establishing a comparable hegemony, nor indeed is any one likely to in the foreseeable future, for no power has since been able to claim the exclusive status of workshop of the world. Nevertheless, the future decline of Britain was already visible. Intelligent observers even in the 1830s and 1840s, like de Tocqueville and Haxthausen, already predicted that the size and potential resources of the USA and Russia would eventually make them into the twin giants of the world. Within Europe, Germany, as Frederick Engels predicted in 1844, would also soon compete on equal terms. Only France had decisively dropped out of the competition for international hegemony, though this was not yet so evident as to reassure suspicious British and other statesmen. In brief, the world of the 1840s was out of balance. The forces of economic, technical, and social change released in the past half-century were unprecedented, and even to the most superficial observer, irresistible. Their institutional consequences, on the other hand, were as yet modest. It was, for instance, inevitable that sooner or later legal slavery and serfdom, except as relics in remote regions as yet untouched by the new economy, would have to go, as it was inevitable that Britain could not forever remain the only industrialized country. It was inevitable that landed aristocracies and absolute monarchies must retreat in all countries in which a strong bourgeoisie was developing, whatever the political compromises or formulae found for retaining status, influence, and even political power. Moreover, it was inevitable that the injection of political consciousness and permanent political activity among the masses, which was the great legacy of the French Revolution, must sooner or later mean that these masses were allowed to play a formal part in politics. And given the remarkable acceleration of social change since 1830, and the revival of the world revolutionary movement, it was clearly inevitable that changes, whatever their precise institutional nature, could not be long delayed. 7. All this would have been enough to give the men of the 1840s the consciousness of impending change. But not enough to explain, what was widely felt throughout Europe, the consciousness of impending social revolution. It was, significantly enough, not confined to revolutionaries, who expressed it with the greatest elaboration, nor to the ruling classes, whose fear of the massed poor is never far below the surface in times of social change. The poor themselves felt it. The literate strata of the people expressed it. All well-informed people, wrote the American consul from Amsterdam during the hunger of 1847, reporting the sentiments of the German emigrants passing through Holland, express the belief that the present crisis is so deeply interwoven in the events of the present period that it is but the commencement of that great revolution, which they consider sooner or later is to dissolve the present constitution of things. 7. The reason was that the crisis in what remained of the old society appeared to coincide with the crisis of the new. Looking back on the 1840s, it is easy to think that the socialists who predicted the imminent final crisis of capitalism were dreamers confusing their hopes with realistic prospects. For in fact what followed was not the breakdown of capitalism, but its most rapid and unchallenged period of expansion and triumph. Yet in the 1830s and 1840s it was far from evident that the new economy could or would overcome its difficulties, which merely seemed to increase with its power to produce larger and larger quantities of goods by more and more revolutionary methods. Its very theorists were haunted by the prospect of the stationary state, that running down of the motive power which drove the economy forward, and which, unlike the theorists of the 18th century or those of the subsequent period, they believed to be imminent rather than merely in theoretical reserve. Its very champions were in two minds about its future. In France, men who were to be the captains of high finance and heavy industry, the Saint-Simonians, were in the 1830s still undecided as to whether socialism or capitalism was the best way of achieving the triumph of the industrial society. In the USA, men like Horace Greeley, who have become immortal as the prophets of individualist expansion, "Go West, young man" is his phrase, were in the 1840s adherents of utopian socialism, founding and expounding the merits of Fourierist phalanxes, those kibbutz-like communes which fit so badly into what is now thought to be Americanism. The very businessmen were desperate. It may in retrospect seem incomprehensible that Quaker businessmen like John Bright and successful cotton manufacturers of Lancashire, in the midst of their most dynamic period of expansion, should have been prepared to plunge their country into chaos, hunger, and riot by a general political lockout, merely in order to abolish tariffs. 8 Yet in the terrible year of 1841-2 it might well seem to the thoughtful capitalist that industry faced not merely inconvenience and loss, but general strangulation, unless the obstacles to its further expansion were immediately removed. For the mass of the common people the problem was even simpler. As we have seen, their condition in the large cities and manufacturing districts of Western and Central Europe pushed them inevitably towards social revolution. Their hatred of the rich and the great of that bitter world in which they lived, and their dream of a new and better world, gave their desperation eyes and a purpose, even though only some of them, mainly in Britain and France, were conscious of that purpose. Their organization or facility for collective action gave them power. The great awakening of the French Revolution had taught them that common men need not suffer injustices meekly. The nations knew nothing before, and the people thought that kings were gods upon the earth and that they were bound to say that whatever they did was well done. Through this present change it is more difficult to rule the people. 9. This was the specter of communism which haunted Europe, the fear of the proletariat which affected not merely factory owners in Lancashire or northern France but civil servants in rural Germany, priests in Rome and professors everywhere. And with justice. For the revolution which broke out in the first months of 1848 was not a social revolution merely in the sense that it involved and mobilized all social classes. It was in the literal sense the rising of the laboring poor in the cities, especially the capital cities of Western and Central Europe. Theirs, and theirs almost alone, was the force which toppled the old regimes from Palermo to the borders of Russia. When the dust settled on their ruins, workers in France, actually socialist workers, were seen to be standing on them, demanding not merely bread and employment, but a new state and society. While the laboring poor stirred, the increasing weakness and obsolescence of the old regimes of Europe multiplied crises within the world of the rich and influential. In themselves these were not of great moment. Had they occurred at a different time, or in systems which allowed the different sections of the ruling classes to adjust their rivalries peaceably, they would no more have led to revolution than the perennial squabbles of court factions in 18th century Russia led to the fall of Tsarism. In Britain and Belgium, for instance, there was plenty of conflict between agrarians and industrialists, and different sections of each. But it was clearly understood that the transformations of 1830 to 32 had decided the issue of power in favor of the industrialists, that nevertheless the political status quo could only be frozen at the risk of revolution, and that this must be avoided at all costs. Consequently, the bitter struggle between free-trading British industrialists and the agrarian protectionists over the Corn Laws could be waged and won, 1846, in the midst of the Chartist ferment without for a moment jeopardizing the unity of all ruling classes against the threat of universal suffrage. In Belgium, the victory of the Liberals over the Catholics in the 1847 elections detached the industrialists from the ranks of potential revolutionaries, and a carefully judged electoral reform in 1848, which doubled the electorate, removed the discontents of crucial sections of the lower middle class. There was number 1848 revolution, though in terms of actual suffering Belgium, or rather Flanders, was probably worse off than any other part of Western Europe except Ireland. But in absolutist Europe the rigidity of the political regimes in 1815, which had been designed to fend off all change of a liberal or national kind, left even the most moderate of oppositionists no choice other than that of the status quo or revolution. They might not be ready to revolt themselves, but, unless there should be an irreversible social revolution, they would gain nothing unless someone did. The regimes of 1815 had to go sooner or later. They knew it themselves. The consciousness that history was against them sapped their will to resist, as the fact that it was sapped their ability to do so. In 1848 the first faint puff of revolution, often of revolution abroad, blew them away. But unless there was at least such a puff, they would not go. And conversely, the relatively minor frictions within such states, the troubles of rulers with the Prussian and Hungarian diets, the election of a liberal pope in 1846, i.e. one anxious to bring the papacy a few inches nearer to the 19th century, the resentment of a royal mistress in Bavaria, etc., turned into major political vibrations. In theory the France of Louis Philippe should have shared the political flexibility of Britain, Belgium, and the Dutch and Scandinavians. In practice it did not. For though it was clear that the ruling class of France, the bankers, financiers, and one or two large industrialists, represented only a section of the middle class interest, and moreover, one whose economic policy was disliked by the more dynamic industrialist elements as well as by various vested interests, the memory of the Revolution of 1789 stood in the way of reform. For the opposition consisted not merely of the discontented bourgeoisie, but of the politically decisive lower middle class, especially of Paris, which voted against the government in spite of the restricted suffrage in 1846. To widen the franchise might thus let in the potential Jacobins, the radicals who, but for the official ban, would be Republicans. Louis Philippe's premier, the historian Guizot, 1840-48, thus preferred to leave the broadening of the social base of the regime to economic development, which would automatically increase the number of citizens with the property qualification to enter politics. In fact it did so. The electorate rose from 166,000 in 1831 to 241,000 in 1846. But it did not do so sufficiently. Fear of the Jacobin Republic kept the French political structure rigid, and the French political situation increasingly tense. Under British conditions, a public political campaign by means of after-dinner speeches, such as the French opposition launched in 1847, would have been perfectly harmless. Under French conditions it was the prelude to revolution. For, like the other crises in European ruling class politics, it coincided with a social catastrophe, the Great Depression, which swept across the continent from the middle 1840s. Harvests, and especially the potato crop, failed. Entire populations such as those of Ireland, and to a lesser extent Silesia and Flanders, starved. 9 Food prices rose. Industrial depression multiplied unemployment, and the masses of the urban laboring poor were deprived of their modest income at the very moment when their cost of living rocketed. The situation varied from one country to another and within each, and fortunately for the existing regimes the most miserable populations, such as the Irish and Flemish, or some of the provincial factory workers, were also politically among the most immature. The cotton operatives of the Nord department of France, for instance, took out their desperation on the equally desperate Belgian immigrants who flooded into northern France, rather than on the government or even the employers. Moreover, in the most industrialized country, the sharpest edge of discontent had already been taken away by the great industrial and railway building boom of the middle 1840s. 1846–8 were bad years, but not so bad as 1841–2, and what was more, they were merely a sharp dip in what was now visibly an ascending slope of economic prosperity. But, taking Western and Central Europe as a whole, the catastrophe of 1846–8 was universal, and the mood of the masses, always pretty close to subsistence level, tense and impassioned. A European economic cataclysm thus coincided with the visible corrosion of the old regimes. A peasant rising in Galicia in 1846, the election of a liberal pope in the same year, a civil war between radicals and Catholics in Switzerland in late 1847, won by the radicals, one of the perennial Sicilian autonomist insurrections in Palermo in early 1848, they were not merely straws in the wind, they were the first squalls of the gale. Everyone knew it. Rarely has revolution been more universally predicted, though not necessarily for the right countries or the right dates. An entire continent waited, ready by now to pass the news of revolution almost instantly from city to city by means of the electric telegraph. In 1831 Victor Hugo had written that he already heard the dull sound of revolution, still deep down in the earth, pushing out under every kingdom in Europe its subterranean galleries from the central shaft of the mine which is Paris. In 1847 the sound was loud and close. In 1848 the explosion burst. Bibliography. Both the subject and the literature are so vast that even a highly select bibliography would run into many pages. To refer to all subjects which might interest the reader is impossible. Guides to further reading on most subjects have been compiled by the American Historical Association, a guide to historical literature, periodically revised, and for the use of students by some Oxford teachers, a select list of works on Europe and Europe overseas 1715–1815, edited by J. S. Bromley and A. Goodwin, Oxford 1956, and a select list of books on European history 1815–1914, edited by Alan Bullock and A. J. P. Taylor, 1957. The former is better. Books marked * below also contain bibliographies which are recommended. There are several series of general histories covering the period or part of it. The most important is Popple's Et Civilisations, because it includes 2 volumes by Georges Lefebvre which are historical masterpieces. * La Révolution Française, Volume 1, 1789–93 is available in English, 1962, and * Napoleon, 1953. F. Pontil *, Élevel des Nationalités 1815–48, 1960, replaces an earlier volume under the same title by G. Weil, which is still worth consulting. The equivalent American series The Rise of Modern Europe is more discursive and geographically limited. The available volumes are Cranebrenton's *A Decade of Revolution 1789-99, 1934, G. Brune, * Europe and the French Imperium, 1938, and F. B. Arts, * Reaction and Revolution 1814-32, 1934. Bibliographically, the most useful of the series is Clio, which is aimed at students and periodically brought up to date. Note especially the sections summarizing current historical debate. The relevant volumes are, E. Preclin and V. L. Tappy, * Leat siècle, 2 volumes, L. Vilat, La Révolution et l'Empire, 2 volumes, J. Draws, L. Genet and J. Vidalenc, * L'Époque Contemporaine, Volume I, 1815-71. Though old, J. Cooley Schur, Allgemeine Wirtschaftsgeschichte, Volume 2, Neuzeit, republished 1954, is still a good factual summary of economic history, but there are also numerous American college textbooks of approximately equal value, e.g. W. Bowden, M. Karpovich and A. P. Usher, Economic History of Europe since 1750, 1937. J. Schumpeter, Business Cycles I, 1939, is broader than its title suggests. Of general interpretations, as distinct from histories, M. H. Dobb, Studies in the Development of Capitalism, 1946, and K. Polanyi, The Great Transformation, published as Origins of Our Time in England, 1945, as well as Werner Sombert's Older der modern Kapitalismus III, Das Wirtschaftsleben im Zeitalter des Hochkapitalismus, 1928, are recommended. For population, M. Reinhard, Histoire de la population mondiale de 1700 à 1948, 1949, but especially the brief and quite excellent introductory Sicipala's The Economic History of World Population, 1962. For technology, Singer, Holmyard, Hall, and Williams A History of Technology, 4, The Industrial Revolution 1750-1850, 1958, is myopic but useful for reference. W. H. Armitage, A Social History of Engineering, 1961, is a better introduction, and W. T. Odia, The Social History of Lighting, 1958, is both entertaining and suggestive. See also the books on the history of science. For agriculture, the obsolescent but convenient H.C. Esquisse d'une histoire du régime agraire en Europe au 18 et 19 siècles, 1921, has not yet been replaced by anything as handy. There is as yet no good synthesis of the modern research work on farming. For money, Marc Bloch's very brief Esquisse d'une histoire monétaire de l'Europe, 1954, is useful, as is K. Mackenzie, The Banking Systems of Great Britain, France, Germany, and the USA, 1945. For want of a general synthesis are E. Cameron, France, and the Economic Development of Europe 1800 to 1914, 1961, one of the most solid pieces of research to have appeared in recent years, can serve as an introduction to problems of credit and investment, together with the still unsurpassed L. H. Jenks, The Migration of British Capital to 1875, 1927. There is no good general treatment of the Industrial Revolution, in spite of much recent work on economic growth, not often of great interest to the historian. The best comparative conspectus is in the special number of Studi Storici 2, 3-4, Rome 1961, and the more specialized First International Conference of Economic History, Stockholm 1960, Paris Hague 1961. P. Mantu, The Industrial Revolution of the 18th Century, 1906, in spite of its age, remains basic for Britain. There is nothing as good for the period since 1800. W. O. Henderson, Britain and Industrial Europe 1750 to 1870, 1954, describes British influence, and J. Pers, The Industrial Revolution in the Czech Lands, Historica 2, Prague 1960, contains a convenient bibliography for 7 countries. W. O. Henderson, The Industrial Revolution on the Continent, Germany, France, Russia 1800 to 1914, 1961, is aimed at the undergraduate. Among more general discussions, Karl Marx, Capital I remains a marvelous, almost contemporary, treatment, and Gideon, Mechanization Takes Command, 1948, is among other things a profusely illustrated and highly suggestive pioneer work on mass production. A. Goodwin ed., The European Nobility in the 18th Century, 1953, is a comparative study of aristocracies. There is nothing similar on the bourgeoisie. Luckily, the best source of all, the works of the great novelists, notably Balzac, are easily accessible. For the working classes, J. Kosinski, Geschichte der Arbeiter unter dem Kapitalismus, Berlin, to be completed in 38 volumes, is encyclopedic. The best contemporary analysis remains F. Engels, Condition of the Working Class in England in 1844. For the urban subproletariat, L. Chevalier, Classes laborieuses et classes dangereuses à Paris dans le premier moitié du 19e siècle, 1958, is a brilliant synthesis of economic and literary evidence. E. Sereni, Il Capitalismo Net Campaign, 1946, though confined to Italy and a later period, is the most useful introduction to the study of the peasantry. The same author's Storia del Pesaggio Agrario Italiano, 1961, analyzes the changes in landscape made by man's productive activities, drawing most imaginatively on the arts. R. N. Solomon, The History and Social Influence of the Potato, 1949, is admirable on the historical importance of one type of foodstuff, but in spite of recent research the history of material life remains little known, though J. Drummond and A. Wilbraham, The Englishman's Food, 1939, is a pioneer work. J. Chalman, Le Fischer Français 1815-1871, 1957, Georges Duvaux, L'Instituteur, 1957, and Asher Trop, The School Teachers, 1957, are among the rare histories of professions. The novelists still provide by far the best guide to the social changes of capitalism, e.g. John Gate, Annals of the Parish for Scotland. The most stimulating history of science is J. D. Bernal, Science in History, 1954, and S. F. Mason, A History of the Sciences, 1953, is good on natural philosophy. For reference, M. Damas ed., Histoire de la Science, Encyclopédie de la Pléiade 1957. J. D. Bernal, Science and Industry in the 19th Century, 1953, analyzes some examples of their interaction, R. Taiton, The French Revolution and the Progress of Science, in S. Lilly ed., Essays in the Social History of Science Copenhagen 1953, may be the least inaccessible of several monographs. C. C. Gillespie, Genesis and Geology, 1951, is entertaining and illustrates the difficulties between science and religion. On Education, G. Duvaux, OPCIT, and Brian Simon, Studies in the History of Education 1780-1870, 1960, will help to compensate for the absence of a good modern comparative study. On the press there is G. Weil, L.E. Journal, 1934. There are numerous histories of economic thought, for the subject is much taught. E. Roll, A History of Economic Thought, various editions, is a good introduction. J. B. Berry, The Idea of Progress, 1920, is still useful. E. Halavy, The Growth of Philosophic Radicalism, 1938, is an ancient but unshaken monument. L. Marcuse, Reason and Revolution, Hegel and the Rise of Social Theory, 1941, is excellent, and G. D. H. Cole, A History of Socialist Thought I, 1780-1850, a judicious survey. Frank Manuel, The New World of Henry St. Simon, 1956, is the most recent study of that elusive but important figure. Augusta Cornus Karl Marx und Friedrich Engels, Leben und Werk I, 1818-44, Berlin 1954, in progress, appears definitive. Hans Kohn, The Idea of Nationalism, 1944, is useful. There is no general account of religion, but K.S. Latourette, Christianity in a Revolutionary Age, I. 3, 1959-61, surveys the entire world. W. Cantwell Smith, Islam in Modern History, 1957, and H. R. Niebuhr, The Social Sources of Denominationalism, 1929, may introduce the two expanding religions of the period, V. Lanternari, *Movimenti Religiosi di Libertà e di Salvezza, 1960, what has been called the colonial heresies. Dub now, Weltgeschichte Jüdischen Volks, 8 and 9, 1929, deals with the Jews. The best introductions to the history of the arts are probably N. L. B. Pevsner, Outline of European Architecture, Illustrated Edition 1960, E. H. Gombrich, The Story of Art, 1950, and P. H. Lang, Music in Western Civilization, 1942. There is unfortunately no equivalent for world literature, though Arnold Hauser, The Social History of Art, 2, 1951, covers this field also. F. Novotny, Painting and Sculpture in Europe 1780-1870, 1960, and H. R. Hitchcock, Architecture in the 19th and 20th Centuries, 1958, both in the Penguin History of Art, contain both illustrations and bibliographies. Among more specialized works mainly on the visual arts one might mention F. D. Klingender, Art and the Industrial Revolution, 1947, and Goya and the Democratic Tradition, 1948, K. Clark, The Gothic Revival, 1944, P. Frankastel, L. E. Style Empire, 1944, and F. Ontal's brilliant but capricious reflections on classicism and romanticism, Burlington Magazine 1935, 1936, 1940, 1941. For music, A. Einstein, Music in the Romantic Era, 1947, and Schubert, 1951, may be read. For literature, G. Lukács Profound Goethe und Seinzeit, 1955, The Historical Novel, 1962, and the chapters on Balzac and Stendhal in Studies in European Realism, 1950, also the excellent J. Bronowski, William Blake A Man Without a Mask, 1954 ed. For a few general themes, consult Arwell Leck, A History of Modern Criticism 1750-1050, I, 1955, R. Gonard, *Le Legend du Bon Savage, 1946, H. T. Parker, The Cult of Antiquity and the French Revolutionaries, 1937, P. Trehard, La Sensibilité Révolutionnaire 1791-4, 1936, P. Gerda, L'exotisme dans les littératures françaises, 1938, and F. Picard Le Romantisme Social, 1944. Only a few topics can be singled out from the history of events in this period. On revolutions and revolutionary movements the bibliography is gigantic for 1789, rather less so for 1815-48. G. Lefebvre's two works mentioned above and his The Coming of the French Revolution, 1949, are standard for the 1789 revolution. A. Sobol, Précis d'Histoire de la Révolution Française, 1962, is a lucid textbook, and A. Goodwin, The French Revolution, 1956, an English conspectus. The literature is too vast for summary. Bromley and Goodwin provide a good guide. To the works mentioned there A. Sobol, Les Sansculottes en Ellen 2, 1960, an encyclopedic work, G. Rude, The Crowd in the French Revolution, 1959, and J. Godicote, La Contre-Révolution, 1961, ought to be added. C. L. R. James, The Black Jacobins, 1938, describes the Haitian Revolution. For the insurrectionaries of 1815 to 48, see Frankovic, Idee sociali e organizzazione operaia nella prima metà del 800, 1959, is a good and brief study of a significant country, which can serve as introduction. E. Eisenstein, Filippo Michele Buonarroti, 1959, leads us into the world of the secret societies. A. Mazur, The First Russian Revolution, 1937, deals with the Decembrists. R. F. Leslie, Polish Politics and the Revolution of November 1830, 1956, is in effect a much broader book than its title suggests. On labor movements there is no general study. For E. Dalians, Histoire du mouvement ouvrier I, 1936, deals only with Britain and France. See also A. B. Spitzer, The Revolutionary Theories of Auguste Blanqui, 1957, D. O. Evans, Le Socialisme Romantique, 1948, and O. Festi, Le Mouvement ouvrier au début de la monarchie de Juillet, 1908. On the Origins of 1848, F. Fegto ed., The Opening of an Era, 1848, 1948, contains essays, mostly excellent, on numerous countries. J. Draws, Les Révolutions Allemandes de 1848, 1957, is invaluable, and Elabros ed. Aspects de la crise. 1846-51, 1956, is a collection of detailed economic studies for France. A. Briggs ed. Chartist Studies, 1959, is the most up-to-date work on its subject. Elabros, Comment ni cent les Révolutions. Actes du Centenaire de 1848, Paris 1948, attempts a general answer to this question for our period. On international affairs, A. Sarl, L'Europe et la Révolution Française I, 1895, still provides a good background, and J. Godicote, La Grande Nation, 2 volumes. 1956, describes the expansion of the revolution abroad. Volumes 4 and V of the Histoire de Relations Internationales, by A. Fougier up to 1815 and P. Renevine 1815-71, both 1954, are lucid and intelligent guides. On the Process of War, B. H. Liddell Hart, The Ghost of Napoleon, 1933, remains a fine introduction to land strategy, and E. Tarl, Napoleon's Invasion of Russia in 1812, 1942, a convenient study of a particular campaign. G. Lefebvre, Napoleon contains by far the best concise sketch of the nature of the French armies, and M. Lewis, A Social History of the Navy 1789-1815, 1960, is most instructive. E. F. Heckscher, The Continental System, 1922, should be supplemented by F. Creuset's massive Le Blocus Continental et l'Économie Britannique, 1958, for the economic aspects. F. Redlich, De Preda Militari, Looting and Booty 1500-1815, 1955, casts interesting side lights. J. N. L. Baker, A History of Geographical Exploration and Discovery, 1937, and the admirable Russian Atlas Geographisches Kritai I Isildovani I, 1959, provide the background for the European world conquest, K. Panikar, Asia and Western Dominance, 1954, an instructive account of it from an Asian point of view. G. Sully. Le Trait Négrier Auxiliary Ins de Castille, 2 volumes. 1906, and Gaston Martin, Histoire de l'esclavage dans les colonies françaises, 1948, remain basic for the slave trade. EOV. Lippmann, Geschichte des Zuckers, 1929, may be supplemented with N. Deer, The History of Sugar, 2 volumes. 1949. Eric Williams, Capitalism and Slavery, 1944, is a general interpretation, though sometimes schematic. For the characteristic informal colonization of the world by trade and gunboat, M. Greenberg, British Trade and the Opening of China, 1949, and H. S. Ferns, Britain and Argentina in the 19th century, 1960, are case studies. For the two large areas under direct European exploitation, W. F. Wertheim, Indonesian Society in Transition, Hague Bandung 1959, is a brilliant introduction. See also J. S. Furnival, Colonial Policy and Practice, 1956, which compares Indonesia and Burma, and out of a large but mainly disappointing literature on India the following may be selected: E. Thompson and G. T. Garrett, Rise and Fulfillment of British Rule in India, 1934, Eric Stokes, The English Utilitarians and India, 1959, a most illuminating work, and A. R. Desai, The Social Background of Indian Nationalism, Bombay 1948. There is no adequate account of Egypt under Mehemet Ali, but H. Dodwell, The Founder of Modern Egypt, 1931, may be consulted. It is impossible to do more than point to one or two histories of some countries or regions. For Britain, E. Halaby, History of the English People in the 19th Century remains fundamental, especially the Great Survey of England in 1815 in Volume 1, to be supplemented by A. Briggs, The Age of Improvement 1780 to 1867, 1959. For France, a classic of social history gives the 18th century background, P. Sagnac, La Formation de la Société Française Moderne, 2, 1946, and Gordon Wright, France in Modern Times, 1962, a good introductory history since then. F. Pontiel, La Monarchie Parlementaire 1815-48, 1949, and F. Arts, France under the Bourbon Restoration, 1931, are recommended. For Russia, M. Florensky, Russia, 2, 1953, covers the period since 1800 fully, and M. N. Pokrovsky, Brief History of Russia, I, 1933, and P. Lyashchenko, History of the Russian National Economy, 1947, included. R. Pascal, The Growth of Modern Germany, 1946, is brief and good. K. S. Pinson, Modern Germany, 1954, is also introductory. T. S. Hamerow, Restoration, Revolution, Reaction, Economics and Politics in Germany 1815-71, 1958, J. Draws, OPCIT, and Gordon Craig, The Politics of the Prussian Army, 1955, can be read with profit. On Italy, G. Candelora, Storia dell'Italia Moderna 2, 1815-46, 1958, is by far the best. On Spain, P. Villar, Histoire d'Espagne, 1949, is a superb brief guide, and J. Vicens Vives ed. Historia Social de España y America Latina, 4/2, 1959, is, among its other merits, beautifully illustrated. A. J. P. Taylor, The Habsburg Monarchy 1949, is a good introduction. See also E. Wangerman, From Joseph II to the Jacobin Trials, 1959. On the Balkans, L. S. Stavrianos, The Balkans since 1453, 1953, and the excellent B. Lewis, The Emergence of Modern Turkey, 1961. On the north, B. J. Hoved, The Scandinavian Countries 1720 to 1865, 2 volumes. 1943, will be found helpful. On Ireland, E. Strauss, Irish Nationalism and British Democracy, 1951, and the Great Famine, Studies in Recent Irish History, 1957. On the Low Countries, H. Piron, Histoire de Belgique, v. 6, 1926, 1932, R. Demoulin, La Révolution de 1830, 1950, and H. R. C. Wright, Free Trade and Protection in the Netherlands 1816-30, 1955. A few final notes on general works of reference. W. Langer's Encyclopedia of World History, 1948, or Ploetz Hochdaten der Weltgeschichte, 1957, give the main dates. The Admirable Alfred Meyer, Annals of European Civilization 1501 to 1900, 1949, deals specially with culture, science, and the like. M. Mulhall, Dictionary of Statistics, 1892, remains the best compendium of figures. Among historical encyclopedias, the new Sovietskaya Istorическая Encyclopedia in 12 volumes covers the world. The Encyclopédie de la Pléiade has special volumes on universal history. 3. The history of literatures. 2. Historical research very valuable, and the history of science, but these are organized narratively and not under dictionary headings. Cassell's Encyclopedia of Literature, 2 volumes, is useful, and E. Blom ed. Grove's Dictionary of Music and Musicians, 9 volumes, 1954, though a little British, standard. The Encyclopedia of World Art, to be completed in 15 volumes, I.V. published, is outstanding. The Encyclopedia of the Social Sciences, 1931, though getting old, remains very useful. The following atlases, not so far mentioned, may also be consulted with profit: Atlas Historiae SSSR, 1950, J. D. Fage, An Atlas of African History, 1958, H. W. Hazard and H. L. Cook, Atlas of Islamic History, 1943, J. T. Adams ed., Atlas of American History, 1957, and the General J. Engel et al. Grosser Historischer Weltatlas, 1957, and the Rand McNally Atlas of World History, 1957.